young the creature came across as. Even the size of a small bear, he didn't miss that its paws seemed just a little too oversized, its demeanor flicking to anxiously scan the tree line just a little too often. He lengthened his steps, feet sinking deep into the loose gravel. Pulling up alongside the greater beast, he laid his hand on its shoulder. Fingers sunk deep into hyper-dense fur as he gave it a pat. "It's okay. I've already cleared out this area of the glade. Even if something has wandered back in, I have yet to find something I haven't been able to handle myself. With the two of us, we would be more than okay. If we are careful." The Meles huffed, but leaned back into his touch all the same. "I know that. It's just... the matriarchs warned me off this place, at least until I had reached the next stage of life." The Meles' light touch on his mind, bringing with it the sight of a massive beast, easily towering over the younger creature. The image radiated with the familiar certainty of safety, smelled of home. Caius stiffened as the blare of a system notification dragged at his attention. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn empathetic communication, uncommon? No, he thought, quickly dismissing the prompt. Attention turned back to the Meles as he scratched its shoulder, luxuriating in the softness of its coat as the individual fibers parted between his hands, bunching between his fingers with a feather-light touch. He had the strange sense that he must be dreaming. Who got to actually pet a greater Meles? Dragging his focus back to their conversation, his fingers continued to twist through its fur absent-mindedly. "Your mother?" he asked. "No," the Meles snorted. "Matriarch, the oldest mothers of the den, keepers of knowledge and ruiners of all fun." They reached the bottom of the slope, quickly pushing into the trees that grew with density as they got further into the glade. "She said that the guardians were too strong, that it was littered with obstacles designed for those who walked on two legs. Without the strength to simply overwhelm everything before you, you would simply get trapped and eventually starve." The Meles tried to hide it, but Caius caught the undercurrent of fear that thrummed across the connection the creature had forged with him. "Ah, that. The guardian is going to be a problem, but it is one that we do not need to rush into. They stay in their chambers, and we can wait until we have a surety of success before we challenge it," Caius said reassuringly. "As for obstacles, I assume your matriarch was talking about traps. I haven't seen any yet, but if we come across them, I have a skill to both detect and disarm them. We should be fine." The Meles huffed in response, an image of a stable and secure burrow with thick walls flicking across, an undercurrent of gratitude and resolve shining through. Up ahead, Caius spied another one of the glade plum trees. He stopped for a moment, taking the opportunity to fill up his pack with several of the delicious fruits. The Meles approached, sniffing one of the cracked, almost scaly exteriors of the purple fruit. Its eyes widened, backing up as it batted at its nose with one paw. "Poison," it said with suspicion, eyeing Caius as its lips peeled back to reveal a hint of teeth as the hair on its hackles stood on end. "Whoa, buddy, I know," he said, arms rising placatingly. "It's not for you. The poison only puts you to sleep, and it's a useful way for me to train one of my skills without too much danger." "You will not make me eat this?" Teeth were still revealed, but the hair on its neck and back flattened again. "Nope. Though it would be good if you could watch over me when I eat them." "All right, though eating poison seems silly." "Trust me, it's better than the alternative." A hint of grim certainty entered his voice. The Malays dropped the matter, simply watching as Caius threw on his pack. The pair walked on, deeper into the glade. After walking for a while longer, Softly glowing foliage parted ahead of the pair. The break in the tree line revealed the edge of the wall that circled the church and its accompanying graveyard. It was a sight for sore eyes, Caius breaking out into a wide smile as he took in the sight of his base camp. He jogged forward, waving to the startled Malays to follow him. "Come on, we're here. I'll get the fire started," he said, jogging backwards for a few steps as he called out to his new companion. Caius sat on his cloak, facing the flickering warmth of the hearth. The Melis laid below the fire, stretched out to full extension as it tried its best to absorb every scrap of the radiant heat. A pile of jerky sat in front of the greater beast, its tongue snaking out to snatch it up one morsel at a time. Glad that his new companion was enjoying the fare, Caius felt relieved that he had been so overzealous with turning as many of the beasts he hunted into storable food that he could. An apex predator ate a lot. Caius chewed on some of his own jerky, chasing it down with some water from one of the skins. "So, how exactly do you plan on getting through the Guardian?" the Melis asked. "Well, I'm not sure how it works for beasts, but I have 10 general skills that I need to cap before I get my class. If we are lucky, that might be enough. Unfortunately, I have extra things to work on, so it will be a tight deadline." "You are merging, then?" "That is good. My matriarch had said that it was rare amongst the two-legged." "You know of legacy skills?" "Yes." The Melis looked up from the pile to cock its head at him. "Beasts have general skills too, though, unlike you, we are born with access to the system. I merged my set years ago. I have just been waiting to find the right skill for my final slot." Caius sat dead silent, shocked at the revelation, but also disconcerted with how easily his secret had been revealed. "Do you have a full set? I don't think most of mine would work for a two-legged, but I am happy to try if you do not." The Melis continued, unnoticing of Caius's surprise. "Do not share that with anyone else," Caius blurted out, the intensity of his words causing the Melis' ears to flick back. Caius sighed, softening his voice. "I appreciate the trust, but that is dangerous knowledge. Merged skills are jealously guarded amongst my people. There's a chance that the whole reason those men were looking for me and my father was for our skills." His shoulders slumped. The Malays pushed itself up, plodding over to lie by next to him as it set its massive head in his lap. "I am sorry. I did not know that. It makes little sense to me, but we are den mates now. I will keep your secret." Caius scratched the creature behind the ears, watching as its eyelids half closed. He had only known the Malays for a handful of hours, but it had no reason to lie to him. He wasn't even sure if its mind worked that way. He supposed, in many ways, that the creature was as starved for company as he was. Lesser Malays, the black and white critters, were intensely social beings. From the memories the greater beast had shown him, it was much the same for their distant regal cousins. He decided to trust him. "It is strange to say this out loud." Caius's voice faltered, admitting his deepest secret felt wrong. "I do have a full set, but I am only working on my 4th. "Thank you for your trust, Caius." The Malays' communication was faltering, a sense of trepidation and uncertainty emanating from across the link. "You're not used to names, are you?" he said with a half grin. The Malays huffed. "It is not my fault. I am me, you are you. Names only make sense if you try to talk through air. Mind connection is so much easier." Frustration bled through the link. His laugh belted out across the interior of the church, causing the Malays to look up at him affronted. "Well, as someone who does have to speak through the air, I'm going to have to give you a name. I can't keep calling you the Malays in my head," he said. Do as you wish, the Malay said, settling back down. All right, Moody. May as well call you Pork Chop if you care that little, he muttered, the words barely making it past his lips. The Malays flicked its ears. Heard that? Pork Chop works. It will make people underestimate my might, Pork Chop said with a flash of enthusiasm. Caius laughed. Somehow I think it won't work quite as well as you would hope. But Pork Chop it is. He thought back to what the Malays had said earlier. How on earth have you already merged 9 full skills? I already told you, us greater beasts gain access at birth. I have had them for years. Most of the time it took me was spent on deciding which ones I wanted. Wait, you got to pick? His voice was incredulous. The idea of merged skills being in such abundance that choice was a valid concern was entirely foreign. Of course, the den is old, and the matriarchs often trade them like choice hunting grounds during meets. You did not? Pork Chop asked. Caius spluttered, shocked at Pork Chop's unknowing privilege. It took him several tries to eventually get across that, yes, he really did just have one set. And no, he really could not just trade his knowledge with others. According to Pork Chop, trading skill knowledge was common amongst the greater Malays. Every few springs, dens would meet in a great congregation. Apparently, during these meets, the matriarchs of the various dens liked to trade merged skills like they were housewives swapping recipes. The idea of that was as foreign to Caius as the idea of kidnapping someone for their knowledge was to Pork Chop. The Malays simply could not wrap his head around the fact that without enough power to back you, there was nothing you could do to stop someone taking what they wanted by force. It just simply wasn't done amongst his kind. I still think that is ridiculous. You would all benefit so much more if the information was traded. It makes it much easier to find new ones when you have lots of points of comparison, Pork Chop said, still struggling to accept his explanation. Yeah, well, it is what it is. People don't really think about how to make sure everyone benefits, just how to ensure they have more. Caius sighed, putting his hands behind him to slump backwards. That's sad. Yeah, it is, Caius agreed. Life certainly would have been easier without such a monumental secret hanging over his head. He would never feel guilty for making the most of his birthright. But if he could, it would have been nice to share it with someone, and have something shared in turn. Well, on the topic of skills, you might be able to help me with my next one, he said. Pork Chop sat up quickly, ears flicking forwards to train on him. Do tell. I'm still working on a defensive skill, and if we were able to spar, I would be able to merge it a lot faster. I'm not really confident in properly exploring this biome until I do. His voice was calm, testing the waters. For all Pork Chop's friendliness, the Malays was still a greater beast, and, as he had found, had a far different culture than he was used to. He had no idea how the request would go down. Pork Chop surged to his feet, ears flicking. You want to wrestle? Palpable joy bubbled across their connection, Pork Chop visibly vibrating with excitement as he hopped up and down on its front feet. Caius sighed in relief, smiling at the creature. Yeah, I guess I do. Tomorrow, though, I only just got back from walking around this entire glade. I should probably take a nap. Pork Chop drooped. Okay. I will watch while you rest, he said, his voice bordering on despondent. Thankful, Caius reached over to his bag and retrieved the glade plums he had secured earlier. Great, because once I eat these, I will most likely not wake up until the poison has just worn off. Pork Chop flicked his ears in acknowledgement, still sulking at the delay to their spar. Laying down his cloak and getting comfortable, Caius scarfed down the fruits, enjoying their succulent sweetness. Ding! You have been afflicted by glade plum lethargy. The heavy weight of clawing sleep dragged him down quickly. Caius didn't even try to resist, not with how exhausted he was. As his eyes drifted closed, he distantly registered the sensation of something soft and warm saddling up close to him. Chapter 28. Wrestling. Standing in the graveyard in front of the church, Caius held his sheath in both hands like a sword. It was just as well made and enchanted as the blade itself, so it could more than stand up to the abuse of a spar. Porkchop stood across from him, the massive, badger-like creature almost bouncing from foot to foot with excitement. Together, they had managed to clear a large section of headstones. Porkchop had used his digging claws to uproot the slabs of stone, while Caius heaved them away on aching limbs. He'd managed to squeeze into the old breastplate he had scavenged from one of the undead guards of the church. Much like his chain, it didn't fit well at all, pinching and scrapping at his chest. He wouldn't want to use it in an actual fight, but he should be able to gain his skill fine in a spar. Ideally, he would cap off the skill quickly. Heavy armor had never been his style, far too constricting. It slowed him down. Judging by the deluge of playful energy that bled across their link, Caius didn't think that Porkchop would mind that all too much. "Wrestling!" his new companion barked. Yeah, I know. Remember, the idea is for you to try to knock me here," Caius rapped his knuckle against his breastplate, "while I try to defend myself with this thing here." He waved his scabbard at the melees. "Wrestling!" Yeah. All right, buddy. I'm ready when you are." Caius settled into a close guard, pulling his mock blade into his armpit. He'd have to hold back a bit. No need to sour a budding friendship by bludgeoning Porkchop too hard. Porkchop hoofed in excitement, rising onto his rear legs to quickly slam back into the ground. Claws dug in. The melees blurred. Something hit him in the chest, hard. His breastplate clanged, driving into his sternum with a winding force. Caius sailed backwards, shoulder catching the dirt, sending him into an uncontrolled, rolling flail. His arm caught under him, wrenching at his shoulder terribly as his scabbard flew free of his grip. He skidded to a stop, lying flat on his back, wondering what the fuck had just happened. "Caius!" Panic flooded his connection with Porkchop, the creature bounding over to him. Pushing himself up with a wince, Caius felt his health flood out to heal a dozen scrapes and bruises. He held up a hand, waving off the melee's concern. Porkchop ignored him, shoving his nose at him, checking to make sure he wasn't too injured. "I'm all right, buddy," he said, patting the melee's head. "What the hell was that, though? I didn't even see you." Porkchop pulled back, expression impossible to read on its animal face. "Wrestling?" The connection made the emotion clear. He was bloody embarrassed. Caius couldn't help but laugh. "That is what you call wrestling? Hells, I'm so screwed." "Do you want to stop?" Porkchop asked anxiously. "No," he shook his head. "I need this. Need to cap these skills as fast as I can. It's for the best you can push me this hard. Though you should probably slow down enough that I can bloody react." Ears perking up, Porkchop bounced to his feet. The melees ran back to their starting area in the center of the cleared headstones. "More wrestling. Gentle wrestling," Porkchop clarified after a moment. Caius simply shook his head, walking over to retrieve his scabbard. This is going to suck so much, he thought to himself. Caius moved to stand across from Porkchop, dropping into his stance once more. "All right, I'm ready." Porkchop chuffed in excitement. Thick claws bit deep into the earth, providing the necessary traction for the bear-sized greater beast to bring himself up to speed. A decided, visible speed this time, though still not slow. Not at all. Barreling towards him, Porkchop's exposed teeth juxtaposed his bright eyes and easy expression. One claw swiped. Caius moved to parry. The paw swished, diving under his guard. Another clang on his breastplate. He stumbled as Porkchop rapped him gently on the chest with his claws. Caius tried to step back, pivoting on his front foot to slide around his new friend's guard. Porkchop was too fast, advancing on him to smack him in the ribs, a little harder than the last. Claws scrapped on metal with a squeal, sending him stumbling to the side. Frustration mounted. He should be able to do something. This was embarrassing. Lashing out with his scabbard, Caius tried to smack him over the head. Porkchop reared up, one paw blurring to intercept his attack. He braced, ready for the collision. It didn't help. Porkchop smacked his scabbard away with ease. The melee slashed towards his chest with his other paw. He brought his scabbard around, trying to block the swing. Well-positioned defense wasn't enough. Porkchop simply crushed his guard, sheath and claw crashing heavily into his chest together. The blow drove the air from his lungs, sending him reeling back. Caius fell backwards, thick chest plate doing little to stop his head from smacking painfully into the ground. "You holding up okay?" Groaning in response, Caius sat up. "Hell's Porkchop, how are you so goddamned strong?" "Stats work on the body, and I have a good body." His tone was undeniably smug. "Plus, good skills." He grunted. It made sense, didn't mean it was any less bullshit. Caius hauled himself to his feet, leveling his scabbard once more. Porkchop flicked his ears with excitement as he settled into a crouch. "Again!" "Yay!" "Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Heavy Armor Mastery, Uncommon?" Caius gasped in relief. Half an hour. Half a bloody hour of being tossed around the graveyard like a chew toy. Porkchop was relentless and seemingly full of infinite enthusiasm for smacking him around. "Wait! I got it!" Caius hurriedly called out. Porkchop halted mid-swing, halfway through sending him tumbling across the dirt. Again. "Aw, what'd you get?" Porkchop asked, dropping to all fours. "Heavy Armor Mastery. Now I just need to finish capping the skills," Caius replied, gleeful that his next legacy skill was within reach. The spar had already done some work on that front, earning him another level in footwork and 2 in light armor mastery. That last one had surprised him. As best he guessed, the way his armored jacked was softening the blows he had been taking to his breastplate was enough to count. "More wrestling?" Porkchop asked, Caius's shoulders slumped. "Yeah. Not right now, though. I want to check on my new skill." "Okay," Porkchop replied, clearly excited at the prospect of more spars. Caius dropped his hand to his friend's shoulder. The duo walked over to the church, where Caius planted his back against the wall and slid down onto the ground. He ached. The breastplate had done its job. None of Porkchop's heavy strikes had done enough individual damage to really drain his health, but each smack had done enough to leach a few points. Over the course of a whole spar, he was down to half. His stamina, on the other hand, was completely drained. Exhaustion had well and truly set in. Reaching out to snag a water skin he had left by the wall earlier, Caius splashed a little on his face, the tepid water soothing his flushed skin. A few quick quaffs quenched his throat. He poured some into Porkchop's waiting mouth, chuckling as he struggled to not spill the water. He'd need to get some sort of bowl or trough for him, though either way they would probably have to make a daily trip to the river with how big he was. Looking over the graveyard, Caius relaxed into the wall and pulled up his latest skill. Heavy Armor Mastery, Level 1, Uncommon. Proper defense, the kind that lets you stand on the front lines, has weight. It's hefty, restrictive, and burdensome. It's also the only thing that will keep you and your allies safe in the face of a pouncing Gygax beast. Skill that increases the defensive efficacy of worn heavy armor and decreases armor weight. Each level slightly increases the integrity of worn heavy armor. Each level minutely decreases the encumbrance of worn heavy armor. "Is it good?" Porkchop asked, nudging him with his nose when he didn't respond. Caius tilted his hand back and forth. So-so. The final skill will be. It's a broad defensive skill. It'll help a lot regardless of which armor I will use. A lot of my general skills are like that. "What's your goal?" Porkchop asked, curious. Caius looked quizzically at his new companion, surprised by the abrupt question. "What? Like, after we get out of here?" he responded. "No, your class. You talk about the broad base, not what you wish to use it for," Porkchop explained. Oh. Caius supposed he had never really talked about it. It was something he had been working on for a while, had workshopped with his father. Father had gone the route of a runic inscriptionist, a rune write. Large workings that took time and preparation. It was a strong class in its element, but he had heard enough stories from his father to know that its lack of immediate force projection had forced Father to rely on his general skills far more than not. He loved runes, found them fascinating. Yet casting held his attention just as much. Many considered both to be incompatible. Casters channel. Inscriptionists spent hours, days working on formations. Worse, focusing on either for his class would relegate Warforged and his upcoming skill to a supportive role. A stopgap measure. No, he had something else planned. He drifted to the memory of when he had first told his father. Father walked beside him, pushing away an errant branch that was just low enough to brush his head. Body formations? Niche things. What's with the sudden interest in runes? His father looked at him with a questioning look and a cocked brow. Caius squirmed under his gaze. It was a stupid idea. Well, you mentioned that some delvers carry single-use formations, primed spell effects that were too niche for a dedicated skill, but would take too long to make with free-form channeling when they were needed? I was wondering if you could do something similar with tattoos, he answered. Father scratched his chin, falling silent as he pondered on the question. Fascinating. I don't see why not. It could solve the issue of anything more than a cantrip needing far too much power for a trinket. It would be ruinously complex, though. An anchor to subordinate lengthy runic hymns. Hastur started to mutter under his breath, talking his way through enchanting concepts that flew far over Caius's head. His heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that it might actually be possible. Caius kept walking with just a little more bounce to his step. The memory faded. Caius turned to his friend with a smile. The theory was there. He just needed to put it into practice. I want to cast and use swordplay. Channeling is usually too focus-intensive to use from the front lines, but I have an idea. It should work. There is no reason it shouldn't. I won't know for sure until I have my 5th through 7th skills, though. Experimentation is good, especially when there are no matriarchs watching, Porkchop said. Pride flowed across the connection, but so did a hint of embarrassment. Caius cocked an eyebrow at that. Oh? And what did you do that got you yelled at, huh? He asked, a smile tugging at his mouth. Ah, I did well. Merged a higher-order manipulation skill, multiple sequential merges, by myself, Porkchop replied. You got in trouble for merging a skill? I thought you basically got a free choice. Ah, that, Porkchop said, a little embarrassed. I may have not asked the matriarch, and we had already known how to merge crystal? I thought she might eat me. Caius laughed, deep from his belly. "You didn't think to ask?" he said in disbelief. No. In my defense, I had already picked metal, and crystal is pretty close to metal, only one step higher." "Reckless," Caius said, shaking his head. Porkchop huffed, nudging him roughly enough that he had to stick his arm out to stop from toppling over. "You sound like the matriarchs." Chuckling, Caius pushed himself back up, playfully shoving Porkchop's head off him before he asked what was on his mind. "And what of you? What do you wish from your class? Or whatever it is that you beasts get?" Porkchop shook his head. "It's a little different. We commune with the ancestral blood. Body changes, skills tied to new form. Not so flexible as a class. I will most likely always be a forest king. The voice will only give me options that would suit me. I am happy to just pick what looks best when it happens," he explained. Caius leaned forwards in interest. It wasn't every day that you got insight into how the system worked for greater beasts. "Sounds nice. More time with your general skills. No need to stress about influencing your class. Time to just enjoy life," Caius said, envious. Porkchop snorted, shoving his cold nose into Caius's cheek. "No being grumpy. You can change. That is bigger than you know. Becoming more than a greater Malace is almost impossible for me. Becoming more than just Caius only requires work." Grunting in acknowledgement, Caius batted his friend away. He knew that Porkchop was right. It still grated at him. He wanted to be done now, to slay the Guardian and escape. He'd already been down here for weeks. He had years left. Years. At the very least, when he had finished this skill, he would actually feel confident pushing deeper into the glade and the depths as a whole. The whole glowing trees thing lost its shine after the first few days. After that, it wouldn't be too long until he could start his experimentation with magic. A familiar swell of excitement welled up in him, filling his limbs with a bubbling energy that made him want to hop on the spot. Magic. He couldn't wait. "Hey, Porkchop." "Yeah?" "I've been avoiding pushing into the center of this glade for a while now. I've been waiting until I have my next skill. Want to help me get it as fast as we can?" he asked, looking at Porkchop expectantly. His friend pounced to his feet, flying a full stride in the air. Porkchop landed with a heavy thud, every part of his body practically vibrating with excitement. "More wrestling?" Caius laughed, pushing up. "Yeah, buddy. A lot more wrestling." Chapter 29. Training. A month. A whole bloody month. More than a month, in actuality. Caius was sure that his bruises had bruises, health or no. A whole damn month of being Porkchop's chew toy, tossed around the graveyard like a sack of flour. He never seemed to run out of energy, never seemed to get tired of having the upper hand. Hells! Caius was pretty sure that the fact he was so totally outmatched made the whole thing more fun to Porkchop. He had gotten better, at least. He didn't get thrown around nearly as much in their most recent tussles. Caius chose to simply ignore the fact that Porkchop was definitely moving a lot slower than he could. It was so worth it. His growth had been explosive. At first, he had been worried that without the mortal threat of true combat, his skills would stall, that his timeline would be set back, no matter how much sense it made for his safety. The sheer physical superiority Porkchop had over him had reduced that drawback to almost nothing. The Malace was seemingly a prodigy at controlling his strength. No matter what he did, the Malace was just that much stronger and faster than him, pushing him to his absolute limit. As Caius's skills had grown, so had the pressure. Caius improved his parry and footwork just enough to start avoiding blows. Porkchop sped up. His armor and block skills improved to let him hold his ground. Porkchop would hit harder, forcing him back. Now, he only had a few more levels left before he was ready to merge his next legacy skill. He stood out in the opening they had created in the graveyard, Porkchop directly across from him. He'd discarded his breastplate in favor of chain. He'd fully capped heavy armor mastery over a week ago, the process leaving the metal of the armor bent and dented, almost entirely useless now. The field was torn to shreds, great gouts of earth ripped free from the ground from the way Porkchop dug his claws in to gain traction. Shattered cobblestones littered the edges of their impromptu area. They'd done their best to clear them, but he'd been thrown through more than one after an overzealous blow. "Last one, yeah?" Porkchop asked, anticipation flowing over their ever-strengthening link. "Yeah, just a level of block and medium armor mastery," Caius called out, his own excitement visible in the smile on his face. "Ready?" Porkchop asked. "Ready," he nodded, settling into his stance. Porkchop dug his claws into the earth and tore another rent into the ground, stout claws kicking up a cloud of dirt. Accelerating to full speed in a single bound, Caius held his trusty scabbard at the ready. No longer awkward in his grip after a month of full-contact sparring. Reaching him in under a second, Porkchop feinted a tackle. Caius pivoted to the side, stepping to avoid the charging hulk of muscle and fur. Dragging his claws on the ground, Porkchop used the leverage to bring himself up short. A heavy paw lashed out, coming down over Caius's head. He reacted, slamming out with his blade to block the strike, maximizing his leverage by catching the blow close to his hands. Porkchop simply pushed down harder. The weight of the beast was overwhelming, forcing Caius's guard back, his hands shaking. He was allowed to struggle for a bit, to strain into the block. Then Porkchop smacked him with his other paw, claws raking against his chainmail. He wasn't gentle, even when pulling his blows. Caius stumbled back, gasping from the impact. Steadying his footing, he dove back in, warding Porkchop off with a stab to the face. He reacted like it was a naked blade, darting to the side before closing in to batter Caius once again. Claws clattered on Caius's sheath, a hasty block that barely held. Porkchop gave him no quarter, slamming his other paw towards him. Caius stepped back, catching the blow. He tried to carry through into a stab, aiming for his friend's undefended chest. Porkchop dropped back down to all fours, drawing back and then throwing himself forwards into a heavy shoulder barge. Moving faster than Caius could bring the point of his scabbard around to ward off the approach, a fluffy black and red shoulder hit him in the chest. Hard. Wind exploded from his chest. He gasped, stumbling to the ground. Porkchop dove forwards, massive jaws clamping over his shoulder. Gently. Well, gentle enough not to pierce the chain, or crack his bones at least. Porkchop heaved, throwing Caius across the field with casual ease. A panicked yell left his throat as Caius sailed through the air, dazed at the sudden rough treatment. He landed on a stray tombstone with a crash, stone cracking painfully against his spine. Heat flushed through his body as a trickle of health was consumed to recover from the impact. Porkchop was already approaching, charging him with manic glee. Shit! Caius just barely managed to roll to the side before the oversized ball of fluffy murder pounced on his chest. He rolled to his feet, bringing his scabbard up just in time to block a heavy swipe of the melee claws. A clack echoed through the yard. The scabbard reverberating painfully in his hands, Caius stepped back, thwacking Porkchop over the head as he disengaged from their bind. Huffing in annoyance, His friend redoubled his assault. Caius gave ground. Every step back was a struggle, his strength barely enough to hold up a semblance of defense in the face of Porkchop's animalistic aggression. A standing headstone bumped into his rear. No more retreat. Porkchop reared up, paws descending towards him in an overhand slam. Caius blanched. His hands slid down his scabbard as he quickly shifted his grip closer to hold it like a quarterstaff. He all but threw his scabbard upwards, holding it like a horizontal bar to block the blow. Heavy claws hit Caius's defense. He bucked, falling down to one knee, arms trembling overhead as they burned with the strain of holding the melee's back. Caius grunted, straining against the overwhelming weight, transitioning to a roar as he drove his feet into the ground, forcing himself to stand. He shoved against Porkchop's claws, trying to get the melees off him. He dropped his left arm, suddenly pushing sideways rather than up. With a yelp, Porkchop fell to the side, landing roughly on all fours. Caius let out a victorious yell. He adjusted his grip on his scabbard, readying himself to rap Porkchop over the head. Ding! Warforged has reached level 20. Ding! Block has reached level 20. He stopped fast, scabbard hovering a handspan from the melee's head. I got it! And Warforged, too! Porkchop span on him, hoofing in excitement as he butted his head against Caius's chest. Yay! Why did Warforged take so long? We have done so much fighting. Caius laughed, still thrilled at the unexpected gain. It's a skill for multiple weapons. I've just been using sword styles for a long time now. Not really enough to really stretch the skill. Blocking like I had a quarterstaff must have been enough, he explained, grabbing Porkchop in a playful headlock as they walked back to the center of the clearing. Just the armor skill now, right? Porkchop asked, their connection strangely absent of contextualizing emotion. Yes. Why? Porkchop roared, nearly causing Caius to jump out of his skin. A paw smashed into the back of his knees. Joints creaked painfully. He collapsed to the ground. One heavy foot planted itself on his chest, holding him down. Porkchop leaned down, jaw hanging open to reveal massive teeth. Leaning over his face, icy cold shot through him. He was pinned, had no clue what was going on. The teeth grew closer, hovering over his neck. Primal terror, and closed over the lip of his chainmail. Porkchop tore backwards, claws and teeth popping riveted steel with the ease of tearing paper. Caius lurched forwards, only to stop fast as a heavy slap pushed him back down. Screaming metal gave way in seconds, his armor tearing free of his chest. Ding! Medium armor mastery has reached level 20. Porkchop huffed, throwing the section of chain to the side. The melee trotted over to his prize, batting the ruined metal around with flicking sweeps of his claws. Caius sat up, chest and back aching from the strain of having chainmail ripped off him like it was threadbare cotton. What the fuck was that, Porkchop? He demanded, his heart racing in his chest. Did it work? Porkchop asked, smug. I mean, yeah, but warn a guy. What if it hadn't? Much more effective without a warning. If it didn't work, we could always get you more chain from one of the undead, his friend replied, looking at him with a cocked head, confusion spilling across their bond. Caius just sighed. Shaking his head, he guessed it had worked, though for a moment there, he had wondered if his new friend had perhaps been a little less friendly than he thought. Shrugging himself out of the remnants of his armor, Caius hauled himself to his feet and grabbed his scabbard from where it had been knocked free of his grip. "I'm gonna go inside and merge. You have fun," he said, a little tension creeping into his voice at the thought of how easily Porkchop could have ended him. "Okay, I'll keep quiet," Porkchop said. If he picked up on his discomfort, he didn't show it, seemingly more than entertained with throwing a scrap of chain around than following him inside. Caius huffed and walked toward the church. Caius sat on the floor of the church, legs crossed, with his arms held comfortably in his lap. The slow rush of his own breathing rang in his ears, helping to drown out the sounds of the overly energetic Forest King tossing around scraps of metal outside. For the second time in less than 2 months, Caius dived deep into his center. The light of his soul became clear in his mind's eye, looking as real and tangible as if it were hovering in front of him. It hung in an empty space, burning with multi-hued golden vigor. 3 pools of gas orbited his soul, equidistant, 1 blue, 1 green, and 1 red. Each was a different size, blue the smallest, almost half the size of green, while red was half again as big as that. His resources. Watching silently, he could see faint gossamers of colored energy fly free from the clouds, falling inwards to join the fire. Excess regeneration vented to be safely discarded. Further out, he could see his skills. Bundles of pure energy, orbits in sync as they rotated his inner fire, without a care for sticking to a consistent plane. 3 shone with platinum auras of vibrancy, all but 1 smaller than the remaining 7, but no less potent for their lacking size. 1, a riotous mix of colors without end, endlessly contesting dominion over the orb. When one color seemed like it might be victorious, it was suppressed viciously, subsumed by another. 1, the color of steel and blood. Always warring, always shifting. The orb seemed to physically pulse, as if disdainful of being locked to a single shape. The final of the 3 was more peaceful, shining greens and blues, calling out in the joy of freedom. Rapid adaptation, warforged, and explorer's toolkit. His 3 legacy skills. Another would be joining them shortly. His attention drifted to their less glamorous siblings, honing in on the first one to require his touch. A thin tendril of energy stretched from his soul, looking like flowing golden amber. It quested, wavering around the empty space. Reaching for the first skill, it connected. Sensations slammed through him. A mighty blow aimed for the head, impossible to avoid. A shield interposed, reverberations stinging from the impact. A stream of magical energy sent with intention to injure and kill. Absorbed and rebuffed. At first, the smallest force was almost impossible struggle to endure, before later, earth-shattering impacts were shaken off with ease. The surety and simplicity of a pure defense, withstanding the mightiest of blows. Block. Simple, but powerful. Caius felt the flavor of the skill, submerging himself in its essence. It was a good tool, one that was a central skill of many soldiers. But it could be so much more. Another thread stretched from his soul. Impressions followed quickly. Almost a brother to block, so often used in tandem, so complementary. Where block held fast, this skill diverted with fluid movement and guile. A shattering blow firmly guided to safety. A gaping opening left behind in its wake. Less brute strength, more smooth action and control. Control of yourself and of your opponent. Steel flashing, clanking together, guided on a merry dance that left you whole. Parry. The skills thrummed, resonating as threads of soul fire linked them to his center. On to the next one. Another burning thread cutting through the void. Pure mastery of self. The simple joy and pleasure that you are always exactly where you meant to be. Just out of reach, inside their guard, slipping past a hasty thrust. Just in range to get access to their throat. Wherever you must. Where block and parry relied on furious confrontation, this skill was mastery over the terms of engagement. It was not about avoiding blows, nor about ensuring your own. It was about being the general of your own body, of being the conductor of a tune that you and your opponents both danced to. Footwork. Caius was starting to feel the strain of it now. A dull throb pulsing just a finger length behind his eyes. The intimate connection to the skills drained him. The act of splitting his attention, of absorbing the totality of a skills function before adding yet more to the load, slowly wearing away at his mental focus. His trio of already completed skills seemed to beat down on him, sucking at his attention, demanding that they too should be the object of his focus. He blocked them out, focusing on the task at hand. Their burden on the process would only grow as he added to their number. If he couldn't push them out of his mind, he would fail. There was no way he was going to let that happen. He clenched his jaw, spinning a thread of gold from his soul towards toughened physique. The connection snapped into place. Skin thickening like tough leather, bones growing tough and dense like iron, flesh hardening like wood. The rhythmic forging of bone and muscle under 1,000 repetitive blows. A body reborn under the fires of adversity, every wound more difficult to inflict than the last. The most basic tenet of a living body, adapting under pressure. Where footwork was mastery of the external world and one's place in it, toughened physique was the certainty that the only true cause of injury was lacking will and applied effort. Caius gasped as he felt the weight of the fourth skill on his mind, his very soul vibrating under the strain of holding all 4 skills in hand, of finding the thread that linked them. He took a moment to just breathe, mopping at his brow. He exhaled, slow and steady. Just 3 more. Chapter 30. Adamant Body. Caius quaked where he sat, his skin growing increasingly clammy. The strain on his mind from holding 4 skills, from linking them with the light of his soul, was immense. It weighed heavily upon him. He had to fight to keep his awareness from drifting to the blaring light of his legacy skills. They beckoned to him, inviting him in to survey their potent depths. It was a trap. They wouldn't synchronize, weren't right for what he was trying to create. That didn't stop them from calling him. With every skill he merged, the problem would grow worse. It didn't matter that he would be merging fewer skills as he worked his way through the list. The collection of completed skills that orbited his center would grow and grow, until the focus needed to merge his last would be almost too much to bear. That was a problem for his future. Now he had a skill to finish. Straining, he stretched out his soul to the next skill. The thread of soul stuff quaked, threatening to dissipate as its increasing length caused it to grow thin and unstable. The link snapped into place, conduit thickening with a flash of light and a thrum of power. Light armor mastery sang to him, showing him sights of all it was capable of. Speed and agility, dancing around blows that were too hard, too strong to resist. Everything stripped down, honed to a point, unnecessary weight discarded. What could not be avoided only needed to be slowed to avoid death. Speed was defense, turning mortal wounds into glancing blows, barely felt strikes that did little but mar boiled leather. A skill for those quick of blade and light of feet. Caius tasted iron in his mouth. Just a couple more. Another tendril stretched from the conflagration at his center. It was a wispy thing, liable to unspool at any moment. Straining towards the next skill, struggling against the growing demands of the shining trio that watched on in fury. Every finger length was hard fought. A rumble grew in Caius's ears, his back aching against the illusory weight that pressed down on his brow. Snap! The tendril shot back into his soul, the force of the collision buffeting his center. The fire flared, his remaining links to his skills shaking, threatening to come apart at the seams. If he didn't do something, they would break. He would lose the merge and be hit by a backlash, unable to try again for weeks. Unacceptable. He bore down on his soul, pressuring it with the full weight of his mind. Something cracked. Pain was forgotten. His only thought was to stabilize the connections that he had forged in a tenuous balance. A stream of gaseous red flew free of the cloud of his health, rushing past the boundaries of his center to restore him. Slowly, ever so slowly, the ripples eased. He could try again. This time, he took his time, reeling on the thread with excessive care, accepting exhaustion as an easy price for his growth. The thread grew thinner and thinner, barely spider's silk catching the light. It touched the skill. Power thrummed across the link, thickening it, stabilizing. Medium armor mastery felt similar to its predecessor, yet with marked differences. It acknowledged the necessity of agility. No armor was inviolable. There were always blows that anyone with sense sought to avoid. Yet to sacrifice protection on the altar of speed? Foolish. Defense was an art of balance. Wasting energy on avoiding a blow better dealt with a thin layer of chain was as bad as layering on so much metal to leave one immobile. It was always about balance. Something was running from his eyes, stinging them in his sockets. A thin stream of red fog still left his center, revitalizing his body. Unimportant. There was just one more. Caius tore at his soul, gripping a flickering wire of amber with all of his mental might. It burned, searing his mind. He tugged it, forced it outwards, ignoring the yearning call of the trio of skills that ached for his attention. He could do this. The last one. The ore bloomed, drawing close. Just a little bit more. It hovered there, a calm ball of hardened steel, indomitable. The thread was thin now, cutting him deep as he tried to unravel it further, threatening to snap. He reached it. Light thrummed through his self-spun web. Connections thicken, growing strong and stout. The pathway he had just forged whispered to him, implacable. It was a heavy thing, steel and iron, layered thick, an impenetrable bulwark that stood fast, defending all with ease. It wasn't a fast thing. It didn't need to be. What use was avoiding a blow when it stood no chance to harm? To be able to wade through an innumerable horde with full surety of safety was true defense. A carapace of steel, a true ward against death. Heavy armor mastery. The skills stabilized. Caius slumped, barely avoiding collapse at the sudden reduction of mental strain. His head rang like a bell, and he could still feel blood weeping from his eyes. He didn't have the time to check himself over. Just one last step. He felt the resonation of his skills, the way they thrummed with unrealized potential. He stretched another stream of soul fire, this time starting from block. One by one, He connected his skills in a chain of power, completing a loop. Each nexus that he linked caused a pulse of inner light to emit from the previous skills in the chain. Snapping the last link into place, Caius felt his inner world sing. Inexorably, the skills slid together as they pulsed. They strained against their bonds, eager to join in a union. They represented safety, control, and surety in his own body, an inviolable testament in the face of would-be harm. Ding! Skill merge detected. Would you like to proceed? The skills touched, scattering into ash and dust. Attractive force yanked the shreds of meaning left behind by the dissolution of his skills, weaving the threads into a new form, spinning them, growing denser. A moment later it was done. Ding! Skill merged, adamant body obtained. Caius collapsed bonelessly to the floor, his chest heaving. He opened his eyes, finding himself having to blink rapidly through a stinging blur. He wiped at them, hands coming away red with blood. Hills. He looked down, finding a fist-sized stain on his tunic where the blood had fallen free. He grunted. Pushing himself to his heat, Caius walked over to where his pack was stashed. He washed his face with a rag and a little water from his skin. He still felt slow, thoughts coming at a bare trickle. It did nothing to prevent his budding elation. Another skill down, another step closer to his class, and his attempt at an exit. With adamant body in his back pocket, he finally felt comfortable to really push himself, to stop dipping his toes into the depths and start wading in to plunder its wealth with both hands. The skill was still capped at 20, but the first level was always the most impactful. Already he could feel his body growing tougher, hardening under the effect of the newborn nexus of power that orbited his soul. He would be coming for the champions. The two he had bested so far had rewarded him with invaluable treasures. Every one represented safety, a growth of his capabilities, something so valuable considering the punishing limits of an unclassed. He walked over to a loose chunk of masonry, taking a seat. It was time to see what he had earned. With a thought, he brought up his latest skill. Adamant body, level 1, unique, forged in the fire of broken bone and rent flesh. A body honed to its limit, directed to the primal need to survive. A carapace unbending, folded steel and toughened leather. All burdens forgotten. True power is the surety that not even a falling star can impede your path forwards.
Skill that increases effectiveness of all defensive movements, bodily resistance to injury, and defensive properties of armor and other implements of protection. Weight and movement restrictions of worn armor are reduced. Does not affect magical sources of defense. Each level reasonably increases speed, power, and control of defensive movements. Each level moderately increases integrity of worn defensive armaments. Each level slightly increases maneuverability of worn defensive armaments. Each level slightly increases the effects of endurance on bodily integrity. Merged from block, parry, footwork, toughened physique, light armor mastery, medium armor mastery, heavy armor mastery. It was perfect. Exactly what he needed it to be. Something that would help to ensure his safety as he pushed himself to the edge from here on out. With adamant body, he had completed the first phase of his skill mergers. Alongside rapid adaptation, Warforged, and Explorer's Toolkit, they were a strong foundation for his physical capabilities, massively enhancing his strength in a direct confrontation with foes. They would provide him with a launching point to exploit the depths for all it was worth. Between them and Porkchop's prodigious strength, Caius began to feel like he might actually make it out alive. More importantly, it also meant he was moving into the next stage of his build. He was almost ready to learn magic. His next skill would be an ocular one, laying the foundations for his experimentation by revealing the world of mana to him, and so much more. After that, runes and manipulation. Each one would bring him a step closer to his goal, binding runic incantations to his very flesh. He itched to leap to his feet, to grab Porkchop and push deeper into the glade. He'd spent far too long here. Once he had explored its center, it would be time to move on. First, though, it was time to survey his status. Status. Name, Caius. Dynasty, Unterstern. Age, 18. Class selection, 1 year, 42 weeks, 5 days. Race, human, dynastic, +1 free stats per level. Layer reached, 2. Resources, health, 291 over 300, 2 per minute. Stamina, 184 over 200, 2 per minute. Mana, 120 over 120, 2 per minute. Stats, endurance, 30. Vitality, 20. Strength, 20. Dexterity, 20. Intelligence, 12. Willpower, -20. Stat points, 0. Class skills, 0 over 10, N/A. General skills, 4 over 10. Rapid adaptation, heroic, 14, greater than 15. Warforged, unique, 19, greater than 20. Explorer's toolkit, unusual, 4, greater than 6. Adamant body, unique, 0, greater than 1. Caius smiled as he saw the change to his status. The simple pleasure of seeing common and uncommon skills subsumed by something far greater than the sum of its parts. Having so much of his recent skills be reliant on combat was hard. You had to risk mortal injury, collecting barely helpful building blocks, before spending weeks training them to the cap. He would have far more freedom with collecting the skills needed for his next fusion. Though, for the next one, he would need to find somewhere dark, almost too dark to see by. Unfortunately, the dim, flickering blue of the cavern was still far too bright. It might have been a half-light, but you could still see with perfect clarity, albeit at a reduced distance. A sound scratched at the door, causing Caius to jolt. Porkchop, done with his playing. Caius hurried over to the door, undoing the latch. With his intelligence, he sometimes forgot that his companion didn't have thumbs. Whoops. As soon as it swung open, Porkchop shoved his head through, butting up against Caius's chest. Done sulking yet? What? Caius spluttered. I wasn't sulking. Yes, you were, Porkchop said with amusement. It's okay. Sulking is completely normal when you lose to a better wrestler. Caius stared at the Meles with an open jaw, astounded at the audacity of the greater beast. The cheek of it. Though he accepted it for the olive branch it was. He wrapped his arms around Porkchop's thick neck, grabbing him in a rough headlock and dragging him inside. Come here, I'll show you the better wrestler, he said, ineffectively trying to shove his friend back. Porkchop chortled, hitting him with a light shoulder barge that nearly sent him flying over the edge of the thankfully dead hearth. Told you, better wrestler, Porkchop said with smug finality. Caius sighed, accepting his defeat. Padding over, Porkchop nosed at his hand, encouraging Caius to scratch his ears. You ready to explore? I'm getting bored, Caius grinned. Porkchop had a burning curiosity that matched his own.
Despite his enthusiasm for their sparring, the greater beast had been growing restless, unsatisfied with their only forays to the stream to gather water. "Yeah, I am," Caius responded. "After we check out the center, I want to investigate some of the tunnels. Some of them looked like they might get dark enough for the first of my next skills." "Let's go then," Porkchop said, bounding out the door. Caius chuckled, taking a moment to grab his pack and buckle his sword to his waist before following.
Ipple. Caius pushed past a fern, feeling the way Explorer's toolkit adjusted his form. The undergrowth seemed to shift around him, plants subtly twisting to hide his form, aiding his passage. The movement was subtle, almost undetectable. To an outside observer, it would seem to be a thing of chance. He knew better. His skill had a soft touch, but it was constant. Padding along to his left, Porkchop was just as graceful as he moved through the trees. Not a single scrap of lichen crushed underfoot. At first, it had surprised Caius. After all, he was as large as a bear and twice as mean. It made sense once he thought about it. His friend was a creature of the deep sea. It was obvious he would be at home in the glade. "Stop!" The message passed through their connection. "What?" Caius called back, his voice low. "Smell them. Rot and death," Porkchop replied. When he'd first arrived in the glade, he had been scared of the undead. Now, Caius could only sense a dark anticipation through their link. It seemed like all their sparring hadn't been good for only his skills. "Numbers?" he asked. "Not many. That way." Porkchop gestured up ahead with his nose. Caius nodded. He crept forwards, moving from tree to tree in eerie silence, lichen softening underfoot to muffle his steps. Always careful to use the cover to obscure his figure. He saw them. Another burnt-out fire pit, 4 this time, 3 in chain and steel, another in strange dark robes. It would be his first battle alongside Porkchop. He couldn't wait. Chapter 31. Pushing Deeper. Caius poked his head out, watching the 4 undead carefully. 3 were garbed in tabards and chain armor, half-helms capping their heads. On their chests was an emblem of a crow pecking at a corpse. They were almost identical to the 2 undead he had fought around a similar camp over a month ago. Swords in hand, they strutted around the camp in a mockery of discipline. Their remaining companion was different, standing eerily still as it hovered at the edge of the burnt-out fire pit that was at the center of their camp, staring at the charcoal and ash. Garbed in a tatty black robe, it held a staff in its hand that was capped with the moldering skull of a bird. A caster. He had no way to be sure, but the threat it represented, if it was one, was too great to ignore. They had no way of knowing its capabilities, beyond that, as a common depthsborn, it would have no access to class skills. That didn't stop it from channeling through raw manipulation or its staff if it was an implement. There was little he could do to defend against a mage. No way to block a bolt of necrotic energy or parry a cloud of flesh-melting acid. Their best bet was to take it out quickly. Turning to where Porkchop was hunkered down behind a large bush, he jutted his chin at the robbed undead. Catching his eyes, he peeked out from around the bush to stare at the monster. "Mage?" Porkchop said silently across their link, one of the benefits of mental communication. Caius shrugged back. "Mine. I've got magic resistance." His words were confident, unconcerned with the potential threat of the mage. Eyebrows raising, Caius started at Porkchop in surprise. Magic resistance was a rare power, especially since it had to be a merged skill from what Porkchop had told him. He burned to look at his companion's status, but it was the height of trust to share that with others. It would be rude to ask before it was offered.
"Ready?" his friend asked.
Nodding, Caius slowly pulled his longsword free from his scabbard. 1. Porkchop tensed, digging his claws into the ground. 2. Caius braced his foot against the tree, ready to kick off. 3. Caius sprinted out, raising his sword into an easy guard as he raced towards the closest of the foot soldiers. To his left, Porkchop roared. The sound echoed around the forest, leaving dead silence in its wake. His friend dug his claws in, launching himself towards the potential mage at a speed that Caius found almost impossible to track. The undead turned to face the coming threat. Swords held high in their hands, the undead charged. Still standing by the fire, the robed one started to mouth a chant, a sickly green glow alighting the tip of its staff at its silent words. A mage, after all. Caius smashed into the first foot soldier, parrying its chop. Even at level 1, Caius could feel Adamant Body putting in the work, giving him the power to finally contest the undead's strength. To his left, his fluffy companion smashed into the undead who readied a spell, sending it to the ground. Hard. Its noxious magic discharged prematurely, showering Porkchop's shoulder in a haze of riotous green, sizzling against his fur. Caius looked to his friend in alarm, even as he followed through with his parry, spinning into a riposte. His blade cut deep into the foot soldier's jaw, not quite deep enough to kill. "Porkchop!" "I'm fine! Just kill the others!" he said, with aggressive delight. Caius turned his attention back to his opponent, already trying to gut him with a heavy slash. Behind it, its companions drew closer. Ripping his sword free, Caius met the blow blade to blade. He locked the undead's sword fast, grinning as he felt the lack of strain. A push kick shoved it back. Diving forward into a thrust, Caius stabbed the foot soldier through the gap in its open-faced helm. Ding! Level 16, Undead Armsman slain. He took the opportunity to check on Porkchop, who had sunk his teeth into the mage's chest, whipping it through the air as he savaged it. The mage ineffectively battered him over the head with its staff, failing spectacularly as Porkchop sent it sailing to hit a tree with a crunch. Caius watched as his companion bounded after the mage, intent on finishing the job. A swing of a sword ripped him back to his own engagement, the other 2 foot soldiers closing in on him. Catching the incoming blade with a blurring parry, a quick step back took him out of range. He slashed, cutting a line through the leftmost undead's tabard, revealing the chain underneath. It was enough to knock the undead back, giving him space. The rightmost footman lunged, sword thrusting for his chest. Adamant body or no, the skill was nowhere near high enough level for cloth and leather to protect from a sword thrust. It would be enough for active defense. He parried. Ding! Adamant body has reached level 2. He followed up with a boot to the undead's chest, sending it stumbling back. Caius wheeled on the foot soldier that was recovering from his attack, hammering on its guard. The undead just barely managed to raise its sword to block his overhead chop. Caius raised his blade once more. It came down, swinging past the undead's guard. A feint, one he capitalized on quickly. Flowing into a thrust, he impaled the foot soldier on his blade point. Ding! Level 17, Undead Armsman slain. He heard a crunch behind him. Caius jolted, whirling around, sword at the ready. He found Porkchop standing over the crumpled body of the last foot soldier. He was retching, rubbing one paw repeatedly into the dirt. Caius ran over to him, concerned. "Hey, you okay? Was it the mage?" he asked, hand on Porkchop's back. "No," he whined. "They taste horrible. No more biting," Porkchop wailed. Caius went green. He hadn't considered that. He ran to fetch one of his water skins from his pack, helping to wash out his friend's mouth. He didn't dare to think about what kind of plagues and contagions the undead might hold in their flesh and blood. "I think no more biting is a good idea, you big dumb idiot," Caius said, watching as his friend resorted to chewing on leaves to rid himself of the taste in his mouth. "Bleh. You want their armor?" Porkchop asked, once he had thoroughly cleansed his palate. Caius inspected the bodies of the foot soldiers. They were withered, almost bone-thin, and their chain sat tight against their frames. Curious, but something to consider later. "I don't think it'll fit, bud. Let's just keep moving," he replied, dismissing the option. Caius retrieved his pack, and the pair set off, pushing deeper towards the center of the glade. Caius and Porkchop pushed deeper into the glade. As they moved, the trees grew thicker and taller, slowly choking out their view of the cavern ceiling far above. The underbrush, the curling ferns, bushes, and lichens, grew progressively more difficult to traverse. At first, it was just a problem of growth. Too many plants too close, slowing their journey. Eventually, it got so bad that Caius had to resort to using his longsword as a machete, bushwhacking their way deeper. That was just the start. The bushes, once springy things with flat leaves, grew knurled and twisted, growing thick thorns that stabbed through dense fur and thick canvas alike. The ferns sharpened to a cutting edge, forcing Caius to take care as he chopped his way through. Even the lichens started to shatter like glass. Explorer's toolkit could do little but ease the worst of the discomforts. Worse, as the woods grew sinister and twisted, the ever-present ethereal glow of the canopy above began to dim. Almost unnoticeable at first, the effect grew until the glade was drenched in an ominous half-light. Not even the light from the moss-covered ceiling far above was able to penetrate the gloom, the canopy too thick to let the balming presence of light pass through. The wind stilled, the sudden absence of the sound of rustling leaves setting Caius's teeth on edge. He stopped, listening. Nothing, not even the far-off hoot of some beast. The deep glade was utterly surrounded by dead silence. "I don't like this." Porkchop's words carried with them the distinct feeling of unease. He could see it in the tension of his shoulders, the way his ears constantly flicked, searching for the slightest sound. Porkchop's pupils had widened, dilated so that it was impossible to tell if it was a reaction to the light or fear. "I don't either," Caius called back behind him, clearing a path with heavy swings of his sword. Enchanted steel cut through the underbrush with ease, the blade impossible to dull despite his constant abuse. They pushed onwards, the glade growing darker and more sinister by the minute. Soon the trees towered far above the duo, providing a dim gloom that Caius struggled to see through. The floor of the glade started to change. Brambles and ferns started to hide headstones, and each step through crunchy lichen regularly revealed the cold stone of a grave cover. "Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn pruning? Common?" Caius turned down the skill with a grumble, cutting through another bramble. He grabbed the twisted branches, hurling them to the side to open the way forward. As soon as it was open, he stopped fast. In front of him lay an open path, scything through the dense knot of thorny plant life that now coated the glade floor. He could barely make it out, the heavy shadow of the deep glade preventing him from seeing more than 15 or so strides in front of him. Flagstones lined the gap in the brambles, a walkway rapidly splitting off in both directions. "I found something. Be careful," he said, creeping forward with his sword held at the ready. Porkchop huffed from behind him, stepping in close to cover the rear. "Don't smell anything. Can't see anything either." "Stand up and check, would you?"
Can barely see my hand in front of my face, it's so dark, Caius asked. Porkchop had far better night vision than him, at least for now. Any hint of where the path led would help them immensely. Porkchop huffed. Rearing on his back legs, he strained to look through the darkness, swinging his head left and right. Caius saw his head snap to something, to their front and left, before he dropped back to all fours. Saw something. A building, Porkchop explained. I can't see the path there, though. Too many bushes. Want to let me go first? Don't need you to clear the way anymore. Caius nodded, stepping forwards onto the mossy flagstones to let his companion pass. Porkchop took point, leading them left down the trail they had found. Grumbling at the lacking light, Caius scanned the area around them, watching for threats. So far there had been nothing, but now that they were heading for a structure, they were bound to run into obstacles. He hoped he could unlock low-light vision before then. There was only one problem. Putting in enough effort to get the system to offer you a skill without there being any threat or challenge was slow. That went double for skills that had no knowledge-based requirements and had no associated action. If he didn't have Porkchop whose eyes could easily pierce the darkness, he would have turned back far earlier. If he didn't get the skill soon, he was bound to get it in their first fight. The sheer pressure of having to fight while seeing so little would ensure it. Though he was glad it wasn't completely pitch black. He needed some light to get offered the right skill. Caius, up ahead, his companion said, slowing down his pace. He snapped his attention to the front, peering through the murky shadow, trying to spot movement. Enemies? Caius asked. No, Porkchop said, flicking his ears. The path. It splits. Caius urged them onwards. After a short distance, he saw what he meant. The section of path they had followed diverged. It shot off to the left and right, while their path forwards continued for a bare dozen strides before suddenly terminating in a tangled wall of vines and needle-like thorns the length of his finger. Explorer's toolkit started to tingle. Mouth pressing into a thin line, Caius considered their options. He had suspicions. Let's go right. It's in the direction of the structure you saw. Porkchop grunted, setting off. Caius followed close behind. Barely a minute later, and they hit another split. Right. A dead end. Fuck. Caius's mind raced. He couldn't be sure. Not yet. They backtracked, taking the other turn in the path. They hit more branching paths. Direction? Porkchop asked. Caius shook his head. Keep following this one. They hit another wall of the bramble. Explorer's toolkit was all but screaming to him. He was right. It was a maze. Caius tapped Porkchop on the hip, gesturing for the melees to stop when he looked back. He shared the news, getting a low growl of frustration in response. We could cut through? It's only bushes, Porkchop said, staring at the thick hedges that lined the path. Caius frowned, torn. His skill was far too active for this to be simple scenery. It was keeping him oriented, aware of the direction they were aiming for, even after constant turns. Yet it seemed like it was more than that. A constant, low-level warning. He should at least try. Stay here. He walked a little down the path, making sure he stayed close enough that Porkchop was still in his vision. Turning to one of the bramble walls, he drew his sword back, slashing at the tangled thorns. His sword cut through the first branch. The hedge flailed. Thorn-ridden vines unraveled, thrashing through the air like tentacles, lashing in the direction of the biting steel. With a curse, Caius leapt back, eyes wide as he watched the living whips tear across where he had been standing. Some vines crept out, crawling along the path as they searched for the interlocutor. Caius backed up, avoiding the questing limbs. After a few moments, the writhing brambles slowed, retracting back into the hedge. Caius stared at the spot, brow furrowed. "No way we are cutting through," he whispered. They were trapped in the maze.
Chapter 32. Labyrinth. Caius watched the brambles that lined the path of the maze with suspicion, waiting to see if they would lash out in violence once again. He crept forward, getting closer to the spot where he had cut into the branches, tense, ready to leap back at the slightest sign of movement. Nothing. The bramble was as still as it had been the rest of their journey. Sighing in relief, Caius looked back and found Porkchop staring at the patch of hedge with wide eyes. "Think we might have to stay on the path," Caius said, with grim resignation. "Agreed," Porkchop replied, nerves evident across their connection. His friend pushed past him, taking the lead once more. They hit another crossroads. Caius tapped his companion to signal a halt. He reached for Explorer's Toolkit, seeing if the skill would give him any inclination of a direction to take. Despite spending minutes inspecting the various paths, it remained silent. No more than a low-level hum that had been present since they had entered the maze. He had no doubt that, given enough levels, the skill would have done something. Exploration and orientation was part of its domain, after all. Yet, whatever obstacle the depths had created for him, it was far too large in scale for his skill to handle at its current level. They would have to do it the hard way. "We'll follow the left wall. If we hit a dead end, just turn around and keep holding the left," Caius spoke softly. "How will that help?" Porkchop asked, tilting his head at him in confusion. "It'll take a while, but doing that will get us out. Even if we have to map the entire maze in the process," Caius explained. Porkchop grumbled in response, unhappy with his answer. He kept left all the same, taking the next branching path. They continued, time blurring together in the strange monotony of the maze. The darkness grated on Caius, every looming shadowy shape hiding a potential threat. Every minute his tension grew, a winding spring growing close to breaking point. Suddenly Porkchop yelped, struggling against something in the darkness ahead. Caius started, the noise shattering his dread like glass. "Porkchop!" He shot forwards, sword at the ready. Thorny vines lashed around his friend, twining themselves around his back as a section of the hedge loomed over him like a hungry beast. Caius saw finger-length barbs dig into his companion's hide, staining his fur with blood. With every second, the plant wrapped itself tighter around Porkchop. He flailed, yanking back against the ensnaring grasp of the hedge. It only caused the thorns to work their way deeper. Caius hacked at the plant. Despite their firm grip on his companion, the wood split easily under his blade, slowly freeing the malus. "Back up! Get back down the path!" he called. The hedge didn't take his interruptions silently. More vines came spooling out of the tangle, lashing through the air to ward him off. They raked against him, cutting deep furrows through his chest. Porkchop roared, struggling against his confinement. Vines started to snap under the strain, his claws digging into the flagstones below. Doing his best to defend himself from the plant, Caius continued to chop at the vines that held his friend stuck fast, ignoring the searing lacerations he received in turn. With a heave, Porkchop finally broke free, spinning around to run back the way they had come. Caius dove after him, pulling back from the flailing wooden tentacles that snapped through the air behind him. A look back showed the vines retreating back into the hedge, quickly vanishing to become indistinguishable from the rest of the maze. Porkchop slowed before stopping with a moan. Quickly catching up, Caius found him whining as he craned his head, trying to pull away broken vines that had been left behind. The thorns still embedded deep in his flesh. "Help!" he whimpered. "Yeah, buddy, of course," Caius said gently, sheathing his sword and hurrying forwards.
It was grisly work, but he quickly removed the rest of the vines, tossing them to the floor. Checking himself over, Caius found his chest and arms covered in a layer of fine slashes, his reinforced jacket having prevented deeper wounds. Now that he had a moment to breathe, the cuts started to sting fiercely. They took a moment to recover, both standing tense, watching the surrounding brambles with suspicion as they waited for their health to seal their wounds. As the last of his cuts on his arms closed, Caius pulled up his resources to check the damage. Resources. Health, 247 over 300, 2 per minute. Stamina, 200 over 200, 2 per minute. Mana, 120 over 120, 2 per minute. Not too bad, he thought to himself. Caius looked over to find his companion licking his wounds, the flesh rippling as it sealed the last of the nasty punctures on its torso. I'm down roughly 50. Are you okay, or do we need to rest? Nearly 200. The Malays grunted, not looking up. Hells, Caius blanched. That nearly drained you? Porkchop was capped like him, until he could go through whatever analog beasts had to class selection. That meant he had 200 health at most. The brambles could have killed him. No. Porkchop looked up at him. Remember what I said about having a stronger body? The ancestral blood makes all of our stats have more weight behind them thanks to our baseline, and it also doubles our resources. Resources. I have 400. I'll be okay. Caius sighed in relief. Though, now that he thought about it, it did make sense. He'd been suspicious with how easily Porkchop had so totally overwhelmed him physically. Sure, he was built like a bear, and stats multiplied their base, but that hadn't been enough to explain all of his prowess. Looking back down the path to where his friend had been ambushed, Caius stared at the bramble that had savaged them in suspicion. It can't have been a depth spawn. They would have encountered more of them by now, and there was no way a plant monster would have let them pass without making an attempt on their life. Even if they were ambush predators, the depths did something to the monsters it spawned to populate its domain, neutered them mentally somehow, made them act according to specific patterns, notably hyper-aggression. Hell, half the people he had managed to weasel a delving story out of believed that they were only born when someone entered a biome, spawned whole cloth, as it were. They acted out a barely passable facsimile of life, but one the cracks shone through nonetheless. The way the butcher had simply waited in the lodge for him to enter jumped to mind. No, it couldn't be a monster. They would have run into others by now. He took a step in the direction they had fled from. Caius? Porkchop asked with concern. Don't worry, just checking something. He called back, creeping forward. He strained his eyes in the half-light to catch the sign of anything amiss. As he approached the spot where Porkchop had been ensnared, he slowed. Blood and cut brambles littered the ground, muddying any impressions he could gather from the site of his confrontation. Scanning the bush itself was no help. It was indistinguishable from the rest of the hedge. Even the sections of vine that he and Porkchop had torn free were gone, either regenerated or retracted deep into its inner reaches. Turning back to the ground, Caius watched the floor closely. He knew he was on the right track. Something was here. Explorer's Toolkit wouldn't be calling to him so incessantly if it wasn't. The skill dragged at his attention, nudging his gaze to a gap in the flagstones. Tensing, he moved closer, ready to dive out of the way from so much as a rustle of the bush to his left. It was too bloody dark. He could barely make out anything. Wait. He could just barely see a thin root crawling through the gaps in the stone walkway, zigzagging its way across. He followed it with his eyes. Unsurprisingly, it buried itself into the thin berm of dirt in front of the offending bramble that had assaulted Porkchop. As he got closer, Caius saw fine hairs erupting from the root. sticking up and out from the path about a finger length. If he hadn't been looking so closely, hadn't known the root was there, they would have been all but invisible. Even then, he could barely make them out. The only sign was the faint raising of stone at the edges of the root, pushed upwards by the plant. Caius backed up, taking a moment to scoop up a short section of severed vine. He lobbed it straight at the line of hairs. The vine thwacked into the ground. The hedge writhed, twisted tendrils whipping out to snatch around its discarded limb, pulling it deep into its embrace a moment later. Thorns dragged past each other in a circular motion, slowly retreating back into the bush. The plant settled, indistinguishable from the hedge surrounding it. "You found something?" Porkchop called from behind him. "Yeah, a trap," Caius said grimly, his shoulders tense. "Which means I'm going to have to lead, since I'm the one with the skill to sense them." Porkchop let out a slow rumble, padding over to come up behind him. "I don't like that." "Me either, bud," Caius sighed. "Me either." Their progress slowed to a crawl, Caius forced to watch the ground with razor intent, looking out for the slightest sign of a triggering root. They almost stumbled headfirst into the next two traps, the darkness so dense that Caius wasn't able to see the faint, telltale buckling of stone until he was only a few strides away. The tense atmosphere that had surrounded them since they entered the maze only grew heavier. Steps were slow and measured, and both Caius and Porkchop kept their gazes firmly locked on the ground just in front of them, only to miss the faint rustle from the trees and the dark shapes dropping from the canopy far above them. Caius cursed in surprise as something landed on his back, thick fingers scratched at his neck. More shapes landed in the darkness in front of him, their forms obscured. Caius grabbed the thing on his back, fingers sinking deep into greasy fur as he ripped it off him. He tossed the figure into the darkness ahead, readying his blade. Behind him, Porkchop roared. "More behind! You focus ahead!" Porkchop roared for a second time, sounds of battle quickly following. To his front, Caius could barely make out what he was facing, silent figures blurring in shadow as they loped along on their front limbs. Gritting his teeth, he slashed at the approaching monsters, sweeping his sword in wide arcs, forcing the creatures back. He could barely tell their numbers, only that there were more than 4. One of them jumped towards him. He responded with a slash, cutting deep into its chest. It was a monkey, though its fur was mank, and looked like it had been torn out in great patches that had taken the skin with it. Undead beasts. Great. The others took advantage of his preoccupation, throwing themselves forwards with arms outstretched. He tried to ward them off with another wide slash of his blade, but one got through. Thick fangs sunk deep into his forearm. "Ding! Adamant body has reached level 3. Caius yelled in pain, feeling the teeth grind against bone. He grabbed the monkey by the scruff of its neck, ripping it free. He tossed it to the ground before the others could capitalize on his injury. A follow-up stomp smushed the monster's rotting skull. "Ding! Level 8! Dead howler slain!" Caius took a single look at the level and knew what he was dealing with. Another swarm. Fantastic. Just what they needed. Unfazed by the death of their companion, the other howlers flung themselves into the fray once more. Lithe forms blended into the darkness, leaving Caius struggling to track their positions, only able to react once they had fully committed to an attack. Behind him, all Caius could hear was vengeful growls and smashing limbs. He left Porkchop to it, trusting his friend to cover their rear. A leaping blur of scrambling limbs rushed him. Caius cut. The howler was bisected, torso sliding free of its legs. It tried to keep crawling to him, teeth gnashing. He was forced to ignore the undead, its allies pressing the attack. His sword bit deep into another howler, severing an arm. Another jumped close, swinging off his blade in a finger-severing movement, launching itself at him in a fury. Caius punched the approaching blur. The monkey dropped to the ground, landing on its half-severed companion. Caius brought his sword down. It cleaved through the howler from crown to groin, cutting into the struggling torso below. Ding! Level 8. Dead howler slain. Ding! Level 8. Dead howler slain. Caius's eyes strained against the dark. If he could just see. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn low light vision, uncommon? Yes! Caius all but screamed at the system. The system acted. A pulse emanated from his center, a new nexus of power joining the processional orbit around his soul. The darkness was pushed back, everything within a dozen long strides of him being thrown into a strange monochromatic relief. His full faculties of sight returning, at least within the sphere of his skill's influence, revealed the forms of 4 more of the swarming howlers. They lurked back near the edge of his vision, beyond where he could previously see. Caius kept himself steady, trying not to give away that they had been exposed. 2 of the undead beasts charged him, alternating between short hops and long, ambling swings on their 2 long arms. Caius paused, turning his head back and forth like he was looking for them. They entered his range, throwing themselves airborne in an attempt to cling to him. A silver flash. He caught the first one through the ribs. Twirling his blade, he stepped back out of range of the second monkey. Bringing his sword came back around in a heavy overhand chop, shearing through the howler's skull. Ding! Level 8. Dead howler slain. Half crippled, the other howler dragged itself along the ground in an attempt to reach him. Its 2 remaining companions charged. 2 quick cuts were all he needed. A final stab for the one on the ground. Ding! Level 8. Dead howler slain. Ding! Level 8. Dead howler slain. Ding! Level 8. Dead howler slain. Whirling around, Caius was treated to the sight of a massacre. The howlers had clearly identified Porkchop as the greater threat. Easily, 15 crushed bodies littered the narrow strip of flagstones. Most were pulped, but a few still twitched, trying to claw themselves along the ground, even if they were more mush than threat. Porkchop was still furiously engaged in battle. 2 howlers had managed to latch themselves onto his back, grimy fingers gripping his red and black fur as the undead sank rotting teeth deep into his friend's flesh. Caius cursed, running over to cut the final swarmlings off his friend with 2 deft flicks of his blade. Ding! Level 8. Dead howler slain. Ding! Level 8. Dead howler slain. Unrestrained by foes he couldn't reach, Porkchop quickly finished off the rest of the swarm that still ineffectively swatted at him. Unable to get close enough to clamber up his back and out of reach, the pair walked through the carnage, finishing off the last twitching undead in grim silence. Finishing their black work, they stood there, chests heaving from the fading rush of battle. Caius broke the silence. Time for a break? Yes, please.
Chapter 33. More skills. After dealing with the swarm of dead howlers, Caius and Porkchop pushed further into the maze, more than happy to get away from the rotten blood and viscera they had left behind. They stopped, sitting down on the dark stone pathway to lick their wounds and rest. You got the skill? Porkchop asked. Yeah, Caius nodded, chewing on a piece of jerky. I'm going to check it out in a second.
Next is mental visualization, then appraise and inspect. I should be able to pick those up quickly on the move. The rest will probably have to wait until we get some downtime. Go on then, Porkchop snorted. Check it. Maybe then you'll stop fidgeting. Caius raised an eyebrow at his friend. He had not been fidgeting. I just didn't want to distract myself in case we got jumped by another swarm. My skill doesn't reach far enough to see up there. Not yet, at least. Chagrin flowed over his connection to Porkchop. It was my mistake. A stupid one. I can see the canopy, just didn't expect to get ambushed from there, so I wasn't paying attention. I'll be more careful now. Hey now, Caius said, his eyes softening. I didn't expect it either. Check, Porkchop replied, bumping him with his nose. I'll watch. Caius nodded, pulling up his latest skill. Low light vision, level 1, uncommon. Pierce the shadows with radiant clarity. Unlock the secrets cloaked in the warm embrace of darkness. Skill that enables perfect sight in low light levels. Ineffective against pitch blackness and magical darkness. Each level slightly increases the range at which you can see in low light. A situationally useful skill, but one he had need of right now. It was often like that with new skills. The system seemed to use some arcane method of weighting practice, effort, and necessity. This skill wasn't exactly one you could practice, so his sheer effort and need to pierce the gloom had aided him massively in its acquisition. Refined into something more potent, it would be a fantastic addition to his upcoming legacy skill. The next component he needed to acquire was the first part of his plans for his class selection. With his ideas for runes, mental visualization was going to be vital for holding their complex shapes firmly in his mind. Luckily, he had already been practicing without the skill for years, much like he had with runes. Hastur had insisted. If this was the path he was going to go down, he was going to do it right. That meant having a firm grasp of the fundamentals before he acquired the needed skills and started experimenting with imprinting runic spell formations directly onto his flesh. Whenever his skill slots were full, Father had changed up their nighttime routines. With no risk of the system offering a skill prematurely, it was the perfect time. Alternating between lectures on runes, mental exercises, and practice in directing his mana throughout his body. With enough practice and effort, the need for necessity decreased. He figured if he tried to build a visual map of the maze in his mind as they explored, he would unlock the skill quickly. After that, the rest of the skills for his next merge would require him to start using his mana actively. His father had made him spend hours practicing moving the resource through his body. How to reach down into his center, to wrap the nebulous cloud of blue in a mental grip. It was similar to how he directed threads of soul fire during a skill merge, except he had to direct the resource out of his center, visualizing the energy flowing through channels as he directed it through his body. His first few attempts had been slow. It was all he could do to stop it from dissipating the second it left the nexus of his control, with how difficult it was to hold the required image in mind. Now, he was competent. Not a master by any means, but he could direct mana through his body with a little effort.
Appraise, and all that came after would require him to suffuse his eyes with the magical force. It would be the first time he had actively used it in skill acquisition. Tough, but also something he looked forward to. Finally starting his journey into magic. Even if he would only be dipping his toes in for now. Caius bubbled with the anticipation of taking another step towards his class, towards the power necessary to defeat the Guardian. It was something he could control, could change with his own power. After getting separated from his father and being at the mercy of the fates, he finally felt like he was forging his own path. Though, thinking of his future, the notification he had received after eating the natural treasure still scratched at him. What did it mean to be observed, truly? Even when he escaped, he would only be able to ask Father. If he was alive. Anyone else, and he risked being branded as a madman, or worse, snatched up by someone too powerful to resist, to be plumbed for what he knew. Even if he ignored the risk to his own safety, he didn't want the news to get out. If people started shoving unclassed into the depths in an attempt to find natural treasures, hundreds would die at best. No. Better if he went to one of the larger cities and looked through their libraries on his own terms. Maybe Mistral? It was the home of the academies. If anyone had recorded anything concrete, it would be there. Something to think about when he had escaped and found out Father's fate. Although, his eyes flicked over to Porkchop. The Malays were knowledgeable, far more than he had expected for beasts. Their matriarchs were something else. He might know something. On the other hand, he knew so little of what it meant. What if Porkchop thought it was something dangerous, made him dangerous? He'd only known him for a few months. Maybe he should keep it to himself. At least, for now. Porkchop opened his eyes, noticing Caius's gaze. Yes? Nothing, just thinking. The two returned to silence, waiting for their resources to recover before they set off further into the maze once more. As the pair descended deeper into the maze, Caius relied heavily on his new low-light vision. It made identifying the thin, snaking roots that triggered the grasping brambles far less painstaking. No longer required to slow down to a crawl just to ensure he didn't miss a hint in the darkness, their pace picked up. Though that didn't mean they rushed. Not all of the trigger roots were so easy to catch. Some barely shifted the flagstones on the path at all, forcing him to lean on the warning pings of Explorer's toolkit as they moved. More than once he had to stop fast, his foot hovering mid-step thanks to a blared scream of warning in his mind. A closer look would often reveal a root buried deep in the earth. The only sight of its presence, a line of almost invisible hairs poking a finger length out from the stone. The pressure did wonders for his skill growth, though. Ding! Low-light vision has reached level 2. Ding! Low-light vision has reached level 3. Ding! Explorer's toolkit has reached level 7. Ding! Low-light vision has reached level 4. The bubble of monochromatic sight pushed further out with each level, adding a dozen or so strides to the range of his vision. With every increase, identifying further traps became just that little bit easier, as he was able to survey more and more of the path they took. Thanks to Explorer's toolkit absorbing orienteering, Caius never lost their sense of direction. No matter how many times they were forced to double back and take a new route, he could feel that they were getting closer. Slowly closing the distance to the far-off structure that Porkchop had spotted before they entered the maze. He could also tell that they were spiraling inwards, gradually but inevitably. It seems that wherever they were heading, the maze surrounded it as a thick wall of bramble. The entire time, Caius made the effort to start creating a visualized map of the path they had taken. It was ruinously complex. Every few minutes it felt like he hit a wall in how many details he could keep track of, not the least because he had to split his attention with the far more important task of identifying the traps that laced the maze. Every time the image collapsed in his mind, when he forgot if a path turned left or right, or he couldn't remember the exact placement of a trap, he would start again, tracing a new route through the brambles in his mind. Inevitably, the system rewarded his effort, though at first not in the way Caius wanted. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Split Focus, Unusual? He declined the skill in an instant. Hey, Porkchop, Caius said, as he nodded appreciatively at the skill's rarity. I just got offered an unusual skill.
One you needed? Nah, it's just the first skill I've been offered that high. It's pretty rare. Might be able to sell the method. Sell? Humans are weird. Not that weird, Caius shrugged. It's pretty similar to what you said your matriarchs do, just trading for things other than different skills and better hunting grounds. Still weird, Porkchop sent across their connection, with a sense that it was as true as a fresh rabbit was tasty. Should just share all the ways to unlock basic skills. Much easier to find merges that way. They are much more fun to trade. Caius smiled at Porkchop's persistence, before thinking more on the possibility of selling the unlock. Though, as he thought about it more, it was probably pretty unlikely. Its requirements seemed like the type to be pretty easy to stumble across, especially if it simply required enough of a push when multitasking with two complex tasks. Hell, any would-be mage would probably stumble across it if they had any open slots, if they practiced channeling while staying focused and mobile during battle.
Which, he assumed, was all of them. Especially if they were at all serious about joining dangerous professions like soldiering or delving. It's probably not worth anything anyway, Caius shrugged. The chances that it hasn't already been sold off to a broker already are probably nil. It was still a nice find, and he would definitely be silly not to try. But he wasn't going to hold his hopes up. Luckily, after another 15 minutes or so, and another close brush with a trap that threatened to make the image he held in his mind collapse, he got the skill he was looking for. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn mental visualization? Uncommon? Caius called for them to halt, grinning at his success. Porkchop padded over to him, bumping him as a tentative question flowed across their connection. I assume you got the right one this time? Yeah, Caius nodded. I'll just check it quickly, and then we can keep moving. I'll probably be able to speed up some more now that the skill will be doing some of the heavy lifting. As the skill settled into his center, he felt the most recent map he had been building of the maze settle deeper into his mind. It no longer took all of his focus just to remember the most recent turns, and when he looked at the image, he could almost see the individual flagstones themselves in his imagination. It became almost second nature to keep adding details. He pulled up the skill. Mental Visualization, Level 1, Uncommon. The mind makes the master. Skill that aids in holding complex mental images in the mind. Each level slightly improves memory, attention to detail, and complexity of mental visualizations. Reading the notification, Caius decided he may as well keep up his attempts at tracking their passage. It was an easy way for him to level the skill as they walked. Even if he was likely to cap the skill when he made the necessary runic formation for sense illusion, he wasn't about to turn down some easy training. It wasn't his way. Pondering his plan for his next skills, Caius gestured to Porkchop that they should continue. The skills had to wait. Inspect would be easiest to acquire against a hostile depth-spawn, and until he had that, he couldn't move on to Appraise. He made a goal to acquire both before they left the center of the glade. If they found a champion, like he suspected they would, the rewards they received would be perfect for working towards the second skill. They continued on, pace measured as they split the task of looking for more traps and swarms. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 2. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 3. The end of the maze was close. He could feel it. As they'd grown closer to the center, the bramble hedges had grown taller. Even standing on Porkchop's shoulders, he doubted he would be able to see over them. Still, Explorer's toolkit said they were near. He doubted there were more than a dozen lines of hedges between them and their goal. After walking for a couple of hours, they had to be close. Caius. Porkchop let out a low, warning rumble from behind him. Another swarm. Turning back to his ally with a start, Caius pulled his blade free of its sheath. Porkchop was growling up into the tree burrows far above them. Outside the range of his low-light vision, the canopy was completely drenched in heavy shadow. Far too dark for him to make out the small figures of dead howlers. He just barely made out indistinct shapes dropping from the branches, falling to land on the path to their front. He readied his guard. They'd only been an issue last time because he couldn't see. It was time for payback. He dashed forwards, Porkchop hot on his heels. A mass of the monkeys appeared at the edge of his bubble of sight. Mangy skin and patchy fur, making the undead beasts look closer to half-drowned plague rats than anything else. He hit them like a wall of steel, sword flashing in wide arcs that severed limbs. Warforged and his enchanted blade were putting in work, the rotting flesh of the monsters barely slowing his vicious meat grinder of an assault. Ding! Level 7 dead howler slain. Ding! Level 7 dead howler slain. Ding! Level 7 dead howler slain. Porkchop waded into the fray. Heavy, swatting strikes smashed multiple swarmlings flat with every blow. A few of the howlers clambered onto the melee's back, capitalizing on its lack of reach to rip at fur and sink their teeth in deep. Caius cut them down moments later. Ding! Level 7 dead howler slain. Ding! Level 7 dead howler slain. Before he could even work up the heat of the bloodsong, the confrontation was done. Mashed and bisected howlers still twitched, dragging themselves forward with undead perseverance. Porkchop still rumbled with fury, walking up to them one by one, crushing their skulls with a single well-placed claw. One howler, severed from clavicle to opposing hip, was little more than a head and an arm. A shattered ribcage weighed it down, putrescent organs spilling behind it in a sickening trail. Porkchop moved to end it. Wait, I need this one. Chapter 34. Inspect. Caius stared at the dead howler that was pulling itself along the ground towards him. It gnashed its teeth, jaw clacking with each snap. A wretched thing. Just a single arm, half a rib cage, and a head. No health burned in an attempt to seal its injuries. Undead didn't have any. They also didn't need it. They just kept going until you destroyed whatever was the locus of their animating magics. In most cases, the head. It reached out with its arm, clawing itself just a little bit closer. Caius cut it off. The howler switched to digging its fangs into the stone path, trying to haul itself forwards on the strength of its neck alone. It wasn't getting anywhere fast. "Feels a little distasteful," Porkchop said, scrunching his nose at the creature. "Yeah, but it works," he replied. While he might not be the kind of person to take joy in leaving an enemy crippled, it was far safer than attempting to get Inspect in active combat. Besides, it was an undead depthsborn. He doubted it felt anything. Caius took a couple of steps back, locking his eyes on the writhing form of the howler, taking in its details. The way clumpy blood dripped free of desiccated veins, its greasy gray fur. Everything. He reached for his mana. The hazy energy was slippery, resistant to his manipulations. He clamped down on it with a will of iron, teasing out a thread. Compared to weaving soulfire during a skill merge, this was easy. Mana trickled free, spooling into his body. As it left his center, it tried to disperse, to vanish into his surrounding tissues and dissipate slowly to join the ambient power in the air around him. He refused. Guiding the mana to his eyes, he slackened his grip on the power that entered the organ, letting it suffuse the orb, but no further. His eyes started to weep. The buildup of magical charge stinging delicate flesh. Vision blurring, he gazed deep into the howler's form, dissecting it, analyzing. A headache started to form, the mental toll of holding the volatile energy in stasis taking its due. This was nothing. He would have to endure far, far more once he started working true magic.
Ding! Intelligence has reached level 13.
Refusing to let the distraction break his focus, Caius funneled more mana into his eyes, saturating his vision. His control was a little finer, a little more deft than it had been just moments before. He felt his grip pushed back, his eyes refusing to absorb more of the mystic energy. They were saturated. With a sigh of relief, he dropped his hold on the thread of mana that left his center, the thin stream quickly dissipating. The power in his eyes he held steady. Seconds ticked over into minutes, Caius observing the writing form of the Dark Howler. Something flickered in his vision.
Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Inspect, Rare?
Yes, he thought, slumping as he released his grip on the infused mana in his eyes. He rubbed them, the organs irritated from an infusion of the raw power.
Dark Howler, Level 7. Depthsborn, Undead Beast, Swarmling.
Kill it, he grumbled, trying to blink away the blurring tears that sprung from his eyes. He heard a grunt, then a squish. Gross. Caius opened his eyes to see Porkchop trying to scrape foul-smelling mush from his paws. Gross indeed. Let's get out of here, he suggested, suppressing a gag. He thought he'd had a strong stomach, but rotting corpses was a bit much, even for him. The pair set off. Caius still thought they were getting close to the end of the maze. Explorer's toolkit had started to nudge at him something fierce. While they walked, Caius pulled up the description of his latest skill, not wanting to take the moment of relative calm for granted. He doubted it would last any further than the exit. There was no way the depths would put a nice little picnic spot at the center of somewhere so blatantly ominous.
Inspect, Level 1, Rare. The eyes are the window to the soul. The soul is a window to something much greater. Skill that enables slight insight into the status of system-integrated entities. Level disparity and skills can block this insight.
Each level slightly increases the skill's ability to overcome level disparity and insight blocking effects. Caius nodded in satisfaction as he read the skill. Inspect was probably among the most famous known skills there were. As a pair with Appraise, it was one half of the most widely known legacy skill in existence, Identify. Not every Delver had Identify, but any team that didn't have at least one dedicated scout with the skill, or at the very least Inspect, was considered to be reckless at best, suicidally idiotic at worst. It was just that valuable. Being able to evaluate threats before you engaged them could mean the difference between life and death, especially in the world above, where beasts and other monsters did not follow the staggered progression of the depths. It was actually Appraise that eked out the win down below. Insight into the exact functions of the various treasures that could be found in its halls meant quick decisions on what should be stored, used, kept, or tossed. The very best teams had people with Inspect-type skills of a higher rarity, or occasionally a merged ocular skill. The kind that revealed greater information than the bare-bones insight that Identify and Inspect gave you. Unfortunately, his upcoming ocular skill, True Sight, was not one of the skills that gave greater insight. It didn't bother him. The other benefits it would confer would be more than enough to satisfy him. "Caius," Porkchop interrupted. "I see it. The end." Sharpening his eyes, Caius tried to peer into the shadowy depths that hovered just outside the sphere of his low-light vision. The gloom was intense, almost impenetrable. Vague, shifting shapes danced in the black, making it impossible for him to make anything out. "I can't. Too far for my skill. What do you see?" he whispered, laying a hand on the comforting hilt of his sword. Porkchop huffed, standing stock still as he stared into the blackness with ease, locking his steely gaze on figures unseen. "Twice as far since the last bend, there's an opening in the hedge. Then lots and lots and lots of graves. Some small buildings, lots of undead, some heavily armored." Porkchop relayed what he saw. Caius bit his cheek. That didn't sound great. No matter how much he tried, Porkchop was still getting comfortable with numbers. For him to not even try suggested a significant force. As it stood, he would only be able to see them if they got within 40 or so paces of him. Enough he wouldn't be surrounded, but not great for creating a strategy to take them down methodically. He had to trust Porkchop. "Can we do it?" His voice was firm. Porkchop looked at him, blatantly offended. "Of course! We are strong!" A grin split his face. The bloodsong started to glimmer deep in his chest. It was risky, but this is what he had intended to do. Push himself. It was the best way to grow. To get strong enough to explore where no one had before, like he'd always wanted to. He'd promised himself he was going to hunt down champions, so he would. He had rapid adaptation to resist and reduce all afflictions, adamant body to withstand physical assault, Warforged aiding him to be a master of the blade, his strikes rending flesh with ease, and Explorer's toolkit to find where to cut. If he didn't take the leap now, he didn't deserve the honor of being the final scion of Unterstern. Let's go, then. They entered a massive cemetery. Neat rows of stone graves sprawled across the gloom in structured grids. The way the grave caps and headstones disappeared into the dark at the edge of his vision gave him the sense of an endless place, a void of walking death and ordered stones. The silence was broken only by furious battle whenever they encountered one of the space's rabid denizens. Caius let out a yell, parrying a heavy sword swing. A heavily armored undead in laminate armor simply brought its greatsword around in another wide swing. Off to his right, Caius could hear Porkchop engaging the undead's companions, the crash of struck steel and roaring bellows echoing out across the darkened field. He thrust at the undead that was pressuring him, his sword grating across thin steel plates with a groan. They buckled slightly under the weight of his stab. The undead stumbled back. Caius took a moment to fire off and inspect. Now that he had the system's supported skill, it didn't require active control of his mana. Grave-bound sentinel, level, capital. Ding! Inspect has reached level 2. The sentinel rushed him again, a looping slash of its blade racing towards his waist. Caius backstepped. A dash brought him inside the undead's guard. Bashing the creature over the helmet with his pommel, Caius shoved the Depthsborn to the ground. The creature might have had brute strength on its side, but it was clumsy. He finished off his opponent with a quick stab. Ding! Level 17, grave-bound sentinel, slain. Caius rushed over to assist Porkchop, his ally struggling against the duo. While he was a ball of fury in battle, he was a large target and unarmored. Thin cuts marred his flesh, and every time he tried to dive in to deliver a fatal swipe of his paws, he was warded off at sword point. Closing the distance quickly with his sword leveled, Caius shot off 2 more inspects. Grave-bound sentinel, level, capital. Grave-bound sentinel, level, capital. He caught the first undead unawares, the force of his charge enough for his enhanced blade to punch clean through its armor, taking it through the ribs. His sword slid deeper into rotten flesh. Caius hit the side of the sentinel hard, knocking him back even as it went stumbling. Porkchop took advantage of the distraction.
Batting the other undead's blade away, he launched forwards to crush it downwards with a heavy overhand blow. With his own opponent reeling, Caius was able to make short work of it, slipping inside its hurried guard to plant his sword in its face. Ding! Level 18. Gravebound Sentinel slain. Ding! Low-light vision has reached level 5. His vision extended a few more paces into the dark, revealing nothing more than graves and the odd, squat stone mausoleum. Try as he might, he still couldn't see anything other than vague shapes beyond the inky border of his skill. Not far enough for him to see their destination. "How much farther?" Caius said, ripping his sword free of the slain undead with a grunt. "Not much more. Few more undead between us." Caius grunted. Supposedly, the center of the graves was dominated by a large stone tomb. If they were going to find a champion, it would be there. "Do we clear out the graves first? They haven't been too difficult with both of us working together." So far, the darkness had been working in their favor. The lack of light hampered the undead's already questionable senses. Porkchop had been guiding them into picking them off in small groups, never quite too much for them to handle. "It wouldn't take us too long," Porkchop assented, "and it would stop them clawing our backs like weasels." Caius nodded. He had thought the same thing. He assumed there was a champion waiting for them in the center. If it somehow pulled the Depthsborn in from the graves, and they were surrounded, it would be the end of them. The pair prowled through the darkened headstones, mowing their way through isolated groups of undead. He knew that alone and without low-light vision, even a single one of the sentinels would have pushed him to the brink, let alone the groups of 2 to 4 they wandered in. Yet with his skill and Porkchop by his side, they disrupted their formations before they could raise an effective defense, surprise and initiative on their sides. As they fought, Caius's skills slowly improved. Low-light vision progressively expanded as he continually fought in darkness. Lithe footwork and glancing light wounds worked to stress adamant body. Continual usage grew in spect, and a constant search for openings pushed Explorer's toolkit. Ding! Low-light vision has reached level 6. Ding! Low-light vision has reached level 7. Ding! Adamant body has reached level 4. Ding! Explorer's toolkit has reached level 8. Ding! Inspect has reached level 3. Ding! Inspect has reached level 5. They arrived at the tomb. Dark stone filled with dense inscription shot upwards into the shadows above him, vanishing like a specter. The engravings were black things, scenes of slaughter and sacrifice, of cruel effigies made for uncaring gods. A yawning gate opened in the face of the tomb, unlit stairs leading the way deeper into its gullet. Stakes were driven into the ground leading up to the entrance, impaled skeletons wearing shattered armor adorning the cruel spikes. A fatal procession. A warning. Evil air drifted out from the tomb, causing Explorer's toolkit to flare. Whatever lay in its foul depths would not be cowed easily. Caius snorted at the grisly sight. Any fear he might have felt at the defiled bodies and ill omens was muted by the fact that he knew they were a creation of the depths. The champion would be dangerous. The others had been too. Even if it nearly killed him, he would use the monster as fuel for his ascension. "Come," Caius slapped Porkchop on the shoulder. "Let us show them our mettle."
Chapter 35. Tomblord Caius descended the wide, blocky stairs that led deeper into the mausoleum that had laid at the center of the glade. Each step was just a little too tall, a little too wide to walk down comfortably. Their faces were carved in deep reliefs,
Yet more scenes of death and slaughter like those that were engraved on the exterior wall. Caius itched to race down the stairs. The rewards that each champion protected were another potential edge he would have in his inevitable confrontation with the Guardian. Plus, they pushed him. His fights with the bear and the butcher had been some of the best he had ever had, both in terms of skill growth and in how it made his heart race. He could already feel his blood heating up at the thought of what lay at the bottom of this macabre descent into the earth. Porkchop padded alongside him, huffing as he eyed the endless rows of coffins recessed into the walls, stacking high up to the ceiling. "This feels wrong." The words colored with discomfort as they flowed across his connection with his friend. "Yeah." Caius kept walking down the stairs, trying to make out what he could beyond the limited range of his low-light vision. "I don't like it either. Whole place gives me the creeps." "No." Porkchop shook his head, having started to pick up on Caius's body language. "Not the building. The bodies shouldn't be kept from the earth." "Oh?" Caius looked over to Porkchop. "We mostly do that. Only the rich are buried in something like this. You do know those stones outside had bodies buried under them, right? Or at least they would if the depths had put them there." He didn't know how deep the recreation of environments went. Porkchop's ears flicked back, stopping dead on the stairs. "Outside was a field of the dead?" Porkchop asked, mortification spilling across their link. Caius couldn't help but snort at Porkchop's surprise. It broke his tension, distracting him from his rising anticipation. He could tell from their link that Porkchop was more creeped out than offended. "Why didn't you tell me?" Porkchop yelled, embarrassed as he ran after him. "I thought it was obvious. There were bloody walking corpses everywhere," Caius said back, with a disbelieving shake of his head. He honestly forgot that Porkchop was a greater beast sometimes, that he didn't have the cultural knowledge he often took for granted. "Wait, if those stones are where bodies are, then what about where we were wrestling? At the church?" Porkchop eyed him accusatory. "I thought you knew." Caius threw his hands up in defeat. "Come on, it's not my fault this biome is creepy. We have a champion to fight." Caius picked up his pace. Porkchop grunted. "It's still wrong," he said, following after Caius. They reached the bottom of the stairs. A massive iron door barred their passage further into the catacombs. On its front face, a raised engraving of a man being sacrificed on an altar. A cloaked figure loomed over the man, a withered hand plunging deep into his chest. Stopping in front of the door, Caius inspected the engraving before slipping down to take in the heavy bar that held the door shut. "All right," Caius turned to Porkchop. "We need a plan. I'm confident that whatever we find in there we'll be able to handle. But strolling in like we're going to the spring fair is just stupid." He wanted to just throw open the door and hurl a challenge at the beast that no doubt waited within. But, blood song or no, he wasn't going to be reckless. "I'm thinking that I should put the pressure on whatever is in there. Try to hold its attention," Caius explained. "I'm a bit more mobile than you, and with a sword I can actually parry and block without getting cut up." "I'll try to flank?" Porkchop asked, enthusiastically, clearly getting excited for the battle ahead. He gave Porkchop one sharp nod.
What of your crystal manipulation? You've mentioned you have it, but I haven't seen you use it. Maybe. Porkchop tilted his head. Raw manipulation is slow, especially at a low level and without other skills to support it. Claws are usually better. If you distract them well enough, it might work if a physical assault won't work. Caius nodded again, chest expanding as he took a slow breath to ready himself for what was to come. Even if he did find clashing blades invigorating, nobody could completely get rid of all of their pre-battle jitters. It was a little loose to be truly considered a plan, but at the very least it gave them clearly defined roles. Without knowing what they would face, it wasn't as if they could strategize in depth. With a grunt, Caius hauled the lock bar off the door, tossing it to the side to clatter to the ground. He dug in, yanking on the heavy iron gate that slowly creaked open. The open portal revealed a room too far for his low-light vision to pierce completely. Caius stepped through, Porkchop close behind. Embedded sconces on the wall flashed to light, highlighting the room in a soft orange light. Skill or no, after so long in the dark, the illumination was blinding. Caius threw his hands up, shading his eyes. He heard Porkchop growling in frustration next to him. He must have been similarly affected. Eyes adjusting quickly, Caius returned his hand back to his blade and took his first good look at the room. Wide and high-ceilinged, it was easily large enough that it must have stretched under a good chunk of the graveyard above. A raised plinth dominated its center. A large golden sarcophagus glimmered in the firelight on its top. Otherwise, the space was completely empty. It was where the champion would be. It had to. "Let's go," Caius gestured to Porkchop, directing him to circle around. They spread out, slowly approaching the grave. As he drew near, Caius could make out that the sarcophagus was clearly fashioned after the creature that had been set into the doors to the chamber. A heavy grind sound started to emanate from the coffin. Shit. Caius started to run. The lid of the sarcophagus slid open, defying gravity as it inched its way out over open air. A figure rose out of its confines. Flat as a board, the black-garbed undead floated straight up. Caius kept running, flicking off and inspect. Tomblord Zerks, level quote-unquote, definitely the champion. To his left, Caius saw Porkchop sprinting, trying to circle around the raising figure. After it had reached a few long strides in height, the Tomblord snapped upright, still stiff with its hands crossed over its chest. Decrepit eyelids opened to reveal empty orbits. They ignited in a green balefire a moment later. Caius's skin prickled under its gaze. Ding! You have challenged a champion, Tomblord Zerks. Caius watched Zerks slide through the air faster than he could run, darting away from both him and Porkchop. The undead's body stayed rigid, only tilting slightly in the direction it moved. It stopped halfway across the room. One gnarled hand snapped out from its chest. Hovering, unmoving, a ghastly green light started to grow in intensity in the palm of its hand. It was a caster. He had nothing to deflect magic. "Porkchop!" he screamed to his friend, still sprinting towards the Tomblord. "Magic! You try to get its attention!" Porkchop roared, the sound biting deep into Caius's ears as his friend redoubled his pace, charging the undead. Green grew in intensity. They were almost there. A green shard appeared, rocketing away from the Tomblord to lance towards Caius, far faster than he expected. "Shit," he thought, throwing himself to the side. The bolt clipped his shoulder, sizzling his leathers and eating its way into the flesh below. Caius let out a ragged cry. He could feel his flesh roil and twist, the strange magics grabbing onto him, expending themselves to morph his flesh. Pain screamed out from the site of the wound as skin and fat began to break down. Rapid adaptation reacted, flooding the wound with questing vigor, the skill tasting the flavor of the new mana he had been exposed to. He hit the ground roughly, looking up to see the Tomblord glide away from the rapidly approaching form of Porkchop. Reaching the other side of the room, the undead floated higher, firmly out of both of their reach. Stopping fast, its hands snapped out towards Porkchop, glowing green once more. It was channeling again. Caius's stomach sank. If they couldn't even hit it, how were they supposed to win?
They needed to flee. "We need to run!" Caius pushed himself to his feet. "There's nothing we can do!" Porkchop roared a challenge at the undead, standing his ground. "No! Crystal can do it! Original plan!" Fury burned over the link. "Fuck! Fine!" He sprinted towards the undead. "Look here, you gangrenous bastard!" he yelled, trying to grab the champion's attention. Caius ripped his hunting knife from his belt, sending it hurling end over end towards the tomlord. It hit home with a thunk, sinking deep into its stomach with a trickle of black blood. The tomlord's aim snapped to him, another bolt of vomitous green lacing towards him. Caius didn't try to block or parry. While some blades had enchantments to interact directly with raw magic, his did not. He dove, rolling across the ground, wincing as his injured shoulder flared in pain. Ding! Rapid adaptation has added a new resistance: corruption. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 16. Seeing the notification, Caius felt a flood of relief. At the very least, he now had some defense against the tomlord's hostile magics. At his feet once more, Caius held his blade at the ready, staring at the floating undead.
It had returned its hand to its chest, staring at him with unvarnished hatred, as one lip curled back to reveal blackened teeth. Out of the corner of his eye, Caius spied Porkchop doing something. He had hunkered down, some sort of glittering dust wafting up from the ground around him. Caius didn't have time to think about it more. The tomlord thrust its arm out. This time, the acid green energy in its palm seemed to spin, growing larger and larger by the second. He held his ground. Pushing the offensive now would do nothing to help him. More space meant more time to react. The ball of light grew and grew until it was twice the size of the undead's head. With a crackle and a blinding flash of light, the orb condensed. With a snap, it erupted into a glistening shard that seemed to bend the light that passed over it. More than thrice the size of the previous incantation, the spear of corrupting energy hummed with an ominous buzz. Watching tomlord Zerks tighten their grip on their new spear, Caius adjusted his grip on his sword. Ready to leap to safety at the first sign of the new spell being launched at him. Zerks swished its spear in a flourish, and moved. The undead shot straight for him. Caius shifted his grip on his sword, bringing it up high over his head. Strafing past him, the undead mage scythed at him with its spell, leaving trails of sparking energy in its wake. He shifted his footing, pivoting to track the tomlord as it passed. The spike-like point of the spell burned him with aura alone as it sailed closely past his chest. Caius grit his teeth against the violation of feeling his skin morph against his will. Rapid adaptation reduced some of its influence, but it was nowhere near able to negate it entirely. He cut. Enchanted steel cut cleanly through the flowing tail of the champion's robe, but only managed to scrape the edge of its hip. Zerks stopped fast, spinning in place to rush towards him again. The energy spear flashed through the air. Caius ducked under the blow, spinning to keep his eyes on his opponent. Past the floating form of the mage, he could see the cloud of shining dust above Porkchop had grown. 3 times bigger than the Malace himself, the glistening fog swirled above him. A moment later the particles stopped, hanging mid-air. They started to drift inwards, condensing, nucleating. "Just a bit more!" His friend's tone was strained. Caius grit his teeth, committing himself to his path. He jumped inwards, assaulting the tomlord with a slash. Dancing away through the air, Zerks retaliated by sending its energy spears streaking towards him. Trails of light tracing its path. Caius blanched. He threw himself back, trying to avoid the spell. It hit the ground in front of him and detonated. Mutagenic energy erupted from the impact point, washing over his front. Caius screamed. Foul sorcery clawed at him, sinking its teeth in to shift and change the outer layers of his flesh against his will. Boils erupted with fervor, popping to morph into sores, only for another growth to occur a moment later. He snapped his jaw shut, feeling his teeth crack as he forced himself to open his eyes. Rapid adaptation flooded his system, fighting the corruption even as it cordoned off his agony and his fear. The first resistances, the first skills he had ever gained. Pain wouldn't stop him. Neither would the Tomblord. The damage from the spell was minor. The way it tore at him was excruciating, but only skin deep. His health was already burning to fix the damage. He could still fight. Ding! Rapid adaptation has reached level 17. He locked his gaze on Xerx and felt hate. The mage hovered there, staring at him a few paces away, staring contemptuously. He dashed in, sword flashing over and over. The undead glided around the strikes, retaliating with casual swipes of his claw-like nails, gossamer threads of green trails behind, forcing him into a frantic waltz of sword and sorcery. Ding! Adamant Body has reached level 5. Risking a glance towards his friend, Caius looked past the champion to see if Porkchop was ready. It was far past the point where they should put this corpse back where it belonged. Porkchop locked eyes with him, expression focused. Over his head, a shard of clear crystal the size of Caius's leg span. Faster and faster, so quick its jagged edges seemed to melt together. Ready! Caius pushed the Tomblord, unable to pin it down with his blade. Suddenly, it darted back, surging across the room to create distance. For the 4th time, it stopped, fast, unmoving. Another pool of green began to spark in its palm. It was channeling. It couldn't move while it was channeling. Now, Porkchop! Caius was already sprinting for the undead, blade held at the ready. Porkchop roared in victory. There was a crack. A glistening blur shot across the room. Shards erupted from the far stone wall, crystal and masonry both. The Tomblord dropped, the lower half of its body falling in a different direction from its torso. Organs hit the ground with a splash. Caius arrived. Tomblord Xerx lost their head. Ding! You have slain a champion. Tomblord Xerx, level 23, Vile Corruptor. Caius threw his head back and let out a yell of victorious agony, declaring himself the victor as Porkchop's of deafening roar joining his own. Panting as the thrill of the fight slowly left him, Caius winced as he felt his skin roiling as his health restored the damage he had taken from the caster's spell. Rapid thumps against stone slammed into the ground behind him. Caius quickly sheathed his blade and turned, yelping in surprise as Porkchop bowled him over in a rush of furry enthusiasm. Caius, you okay? Porkchop licked at his face. Yep. Caius scrunched his face, trying to push Porkchop's bulk off him. Stop that! We have loot to grab! Porkchop hopped off him, backing up with a cocked head. Loot? Yeah, loot, he said with a grin, hauling himself up. He stalked over to the center of the room, eyeing the golden sarcophagus that lay open with undisguised avariciousness. Let's go see what we got. Chapter 36. Loot and Other Surprises. Caius stared at the sarcophagus. Its sculpted golden lid still hovered next to its open interior, displaying a robed figure identical to the Tomblord he had just slain with Porkchop. After his battle with the champion, he expected his just rewards. Considering the rest of the room was stark and empty, that left only one spot. He set off towards the grave. His friend padded alongside him, curious about what Caius was so excited for. "What is loot?" Porkchop asked. "I'm not actually sure if it's something you'd be interested in." Caius scratched his head. "It's like gear, clothes, weapons, tonics, and useful items, though I'm not really sure how it works. For all I know, the depths might spawn something for you." Porkchop huffed at Caius's explanation. "Bah, tools, two-legged things. Let me know if there is something to eat." Caius grinned at the response, entirely unsurprised his friend was uninterested in things of that nature. He, on the other hand, could barely stop himself from skipping over. As soon as they reached the plinth that the sarcophagus sat on, Caius enlisted Porkchop's help in clambering up. Peering into the cavity within, Caius's mouth split into a wide grin. Its internals were lined with a silvery metal covered in a dense runic script, one he had not encountered before. That surprised him, considering the extensive tutoring his father had given him on the subject. It wasn't the runes that drew his attention, though. There, at the base of the grave, lay a small mound of items, covered by a silvery sprawl of scaled metal. He'd struck gold. Not only did the grave hold his treasure, but it had far more of it than he had seen from the other two champions he had battled. Though he suspected in raw value, it still didn't hold a candle to the natural treasure the sun-born cave bear had guarded. Reaching into the space, Caius grabbed hold of the armor and pulled it up to hold out in both hands. The scales cascaded over each other with a series of rustling clinks. In the light, he could see that the gleaming silver of the armor was tinged by a subtle pearlescence. A set of scale mail, long enough to reach his thigh, well-tailored with larger overlapping plates covering his vitals, and with a reinforced gorget and pauldrons. It even had sleeves that cut off just below the elbow, rather than the cheaper variants that left the arms exposed. Every single one of its scales was etched with fine runes along the edges, a single large anchor rune at the center. He felt the weight of it in his arms. Sturdy, but not so heavy it would weigh him down once distributed over his body. It was a fine addition to his arsenal, a perfect blend of defense and maneuverability. He'd always preferred the measured approach of medium armor. Grinning in satisfaction, he tossed it down to Porkchop. "See? Loot!" "Not like I can use it," Porkchop grumbled. Caius laughed, turning back to the interior of the sarcophagus. In his focus on his new set of armor, he had entirely missed what had been lying underneath. His joy only grew. The scale mail had been hiding plenty more. 2 tonics sat on the silvery floor, liquid, a roiling, angry red that seemed to be at a constant boil. He'd gotten lucky. They were in bottles the exact same shape to his solar revitalization tonics that sat in his potion pouch. Beside the tonics, a small handful of silver coins lay scattered around a strange, spiky fruit. A pale green, it wasn't actually covered in thorns, but the rind itself seemed to contort into devilish peaks. Caius eyed the fruit with a cocked brow. He couldn't smell any magic, so it wasn't a reagent. He picked it up, holding it to get a closer look. Even as he turned it round in his hands, he got the sense from Explorer's toolkit that it was just a fruit? Hearing a squeal from behind him, Caius turned around to find Porkchop staring at him with an open mouth, drool streaming from his mouth, landing precariously close to his brand-new scale. "Whoa, buddy," Caius waved at Porkchop to back up. "Away from the shiny armor, please. I assume you know what this is?" He held the fruit up. "Kacha fruit. Very, very rare. Very, very tasty," Porkchop replied, visibly salivating as he fixated on the fruit. "All right," Caius laughed. "Enjoy." He tossed his friend his share of the spoils, smiling as Porkchop leapt up to snatch it out of the air. A second later, it was gone. "What? Not going to savor it?" Caius teased. Porkchop simply moaned in bliss and rolled onto his back. With a shake of his head, Caius turned back to the rest of his spoils. Unbuckling his potion pouch, he slid his newest tonics home, adding the coins to the rearmost slot to join the rest. Another 10 depth silver to his name. Caius hopped off the plinth, grunting as he bent his knees slightly to soften the shock of the chest-height drop. Sitting down next to his new armor, he turned his head to Porkchop. "Well, since you are enjoying yourself so much, and I have a new set of armor, I'm going to work on getting a praise." "I'll keep watch," Porkchop groaned, rolling onto his stomach to face the entrance to the catacombs. Turning his attention back to his prize, Caius began the burdensome process of saturating his eyes with mana. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but it was something he would have to grow used to. He'd have to do it for every other skill he needed for true sight from here on out. His head started to ache, eyes watering as the volatile energy he siphoned from his soul saturated the delicate flesh. He stared at the scale mail with the desire, no, the need to learn more, to peer into the secrets the system kept hidden. He got the notification. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Appraise, Rare? With a whoop of success, Caius used his new skill on the scale mail. Cerellian Scale Mail Curus, Uncommon. Tier 1 Knight of Cerelli, don your armor. War is at the gates, your duty is at hand. Raise your sword high, your spirit aloft. Know that we are with you. Know that our steel guards you. Our magic infuses you. Trust in your armor, knight, and it will see you through this darkest eve. Forged from a hylomite steel alloy, this scale mail armor was standard issue for the Mage Breaker Knights of Cerelli. Designed to be light and mobile, even for medium armor, it provides significant physical and arcane protection without unduly hampering movement. Depths Wrought Artifact, Medium Armor, Curus. Durability 2, Magic Resistance 1, Self-Repair 1. Caius grinned as he read the description. An uncommon item. Unlike skills, items didn't have a level, just a rarity and tier. At his stage of growth, even common items were a boon. Even before taking into account its enchantments, the armor would be supernaturally tough, far more durable than the rusted chain that Porkchop had torn off him so easily. With durability 2 and magic resistance 1, he would be far safer than he had been before. Though it wasn't rigid plate, so he would still have to be careful of powerful blows. Though it would be more resistant than loose chain. The mention of Cerelia intrigued him. He'd never heard of a nation with that name before. It was another curiosity of the system, the way it referred to places that no one could find in a history book. He supposed that it could have been a place in one of the far-off lands over the seas. People rarely traveled between the continents, the distance too far, the seas too treacherous for it to be considered worth it. Caius thought it was just as likely that the place was a simple fiction, a spun-off dream of the slumbering intelligence that must control the depths. His eyes slid away from the armor, drifting to the reinforced leather and cloth of his pants. He'd been waiting to see what the statuses of his father's gifts were for years. Appraise pulled up the description of his traveling clothes. Hunter's garb, common, tier 1. The wilds are a rough place, ill-suited to fine silks and crushed velvet. The well-prepared know that the best investment is something that will withstand the rigors of hard leagues and ornery beasts.
Made from triple-stitched canvas and cotton, with thick, full-grain beast leather covering significant vitals, this set of traveling garb bridges the gap between hard-wearing clothes and sturdy, light armor. Thanks to its significant padding, it acts well as a set of underarmor. Artisan-wrought artifact. Light armor/clothing, full set. Weather resistance 1, self-clean 1, self-repair 1. Ding! Appraise has reached level 2. Caius smiled. The notification held no new information for him, yet it was nice to see it confirmed that his father had seen it worthy to gift him a common set of clothes. For all the description had mentioned fine silks, the cost of this set would have been far more than even a richly dyed and tailored formal suit, especially with the tricky self-repair enchantment. His sword was next. Caius had an inkling it was most likely common as well. The blade's enchantments might have been minor, but there were several of them. Plus, with the materials and quality that it had been forged with, it was surely enough to push the weapon to the border of uncommon. Using appraise on his most prized possession, Caius pulled up the status page of his sword. A father's gift, common, tier 1. Forged in the dying days of Unterstern, quenched in the fading light of prosperity, the final work of a master, birthright of the last scion.
A two-handed longsword, forged from meteoric iron, orichalcum, and deep essence. This sword hides a sliver of morphic Cryexia crystal in its hilt. If the right conditions are met, this shard of potential may bloom. The complex network of a binding ritual is hidden under its hilt wrap. Artisan-wrought, artifact growth item bindable longsword, honed 1. Self-repair 1. Durability 1. Bloodline veil 5. Caius's mouth fell open in shock, disbelieving of the simple facts in front of his eyes. His gaze tore away from the screen, falling back to the hilt of his sword. Pulling it free of his sheath, he laid it flat across his lap, eyes tracing the ripples of darkened metal that wove their way through the blade's edge, dancing in the soft light of the ensconced walls. A growth item. It was hard to believe. There was no way his father had this forged on their trip to Deadacre. His clothes, sure, but not this sword. Father had been cagey about what they were there for, and he never actually received his gifts until they were well and truly back in the forest. At the time, he had just thought that it was because his father had wanted the presents to be a surprise. He'd failed on that front. There was no way they would ever take a trip to an actual city unless something major was happening. Yet he'd never seen where Father had gone off to whenever he was left alone to explore the markets and eateries with a pouch full of copper. No, a growth item was a treasure, one that no smith in bloody Deadacre would have 100th of the skill or resources to forge. The description. It made it sound as if Father had forged it himself, but that was impossible, wasn't it? His father had always implied he was an inscriptionist. Though, with his injuries preventing him from using his class skills, he'd never actually seen Father's chosen profession. He well could have been a runesmith. It wouldn't be close to the first thing he'd held to his chest. Father must have forged it when he was only a babe, before he was crippled, before whatever fate that had sundered the Unterstern dynasty had forced him to flee. But for him to be strong enough, skilled enough, to forge a growth item? They were as rare as dragon teeth. Caius had only heard of them as rare drops from deep within the depths, with only a prized few being artisan-wrought. Magnum opuses, one and all, the culmination of a body of work for once-in-a-century crafters. For Father to be among their number, he would have had to be far stronger than he had let on. At least late in the second tier, if not the third. Far stronger than Caius had ever seen evidence of. He'd always assumed that Hastur had been roughly at the 100th level, not triple or quadruple that. Whatever affliction that had disabled him so thoroughly must have been potent indeed. He remembered the strange, frustrated expressions that slipped out on the few occasions he had ever seen Father truly move. No, he doubted that whatever curse had been laid on him hadn't solely affected his class. Father must have been hamstrung, cut off from the full effect of his stats. To be reduced so thoroughly must have eaten at him. Gratitude washed over Caius. The sacrifices his father must have made in order to ensure their safety would have been immense. Who gives a bloody growth item as a birth gift to their son? They were truly superlative items, capable of being bound to a person's status. The more they were used, the more resources, magic, and materials were funneled into them, the better they got. It meant never having to replace the gear. Hastur had always told him, as one grew stronger and stronger, finding weapons that wouldn't shatter at the first blow became almost impossible. Suitable drops were rare and dangerous to pursue, and powerful enough smiths had wait lists decades long, let alone the cost. Such artisans were practically celebrities. Hell, even living in the sea, and only visiting isolated frontier villages a few times a year, he had still heard of some. Uriel the Black, Iron Hand of Mount Dern. Caius's focus returned to the description of his sword, chewing on his lip. How could Father be amongst their number? If Father had been a Grand Master runesmith, why had he not heard the name of Unterstern whispered anywhere? To have such an artisan assaulted, his dynasty vanquished, there would have been an uproar. It would have been the subject of talk and speculation for decades. Yet, Caius had not heard a peep. Too many questions. Not enough answers.
Chapter 37. Bound. His hands ran over the blade. A father's gift. A fitting name. A weapon that would be with him always, matching his pace step by step. A strangling wave of emotion surged up through him. Excitement, gratitude, grief. His throat quivered, eyelids scrunching shut as they threatened to spill over. "Caius?" He heard Porkchop move. A second later, a heavy weight settled on his shoulder. "You okay?" He turned, burying his face deep into the dense fluff of his friend's neck, letting his riot of emotions wash through him. "Yeah, the sword my father gifted to me just had a little bit more history to it than I thought." "It's okay," Porkchop said, comforting him with a nuzzle. Caius took a deep breath, swallowing down the hitch in his throat. It was a princely gift, one he did not intend to let go to waste. He leaned back to his sword. "Thank you." He scratched behind Porkchop's ear, taking a breath. "I've got to bind this thing. It's frankly idiotic that Father didn't tell me earlier. Walking around with this without that security was monumentally stupid, even with Bloodline Veil. It was an interesting enchantment, one that blocked appraisal of an item unless the person in question was of an intended familial line. Normally, it required a sample of blood from the one an artifact was being made for. In this case, his father simply could have used his own. Binding the sword was imperative. He had to do it now. It would link it to his status, letting him know its location on an instinctual level. The connection to his soul would also bolster the enchantments. Not enough to raise them a grade, but each would be more effective. Hopefully enough to prevent the sword's enchantments from ever being used against him. All else who picked up the sword would find it fighting against their every move, a poor weapon indeed. That protection only lasted until death. Without the powerful appraise block that it held, he would never be able to carry it in public.
Without powerful backers and/or a clan at his back, any two-bit crook would take a shot at him in an attempt to claim the reward of a lifetime. Binding it would also give him insight into the conditions needed to reach the next stage in its development. He reached for the tightly woven hilt of a father's gift. As if reading his intentions, the small knots in the black, supple leather at the hilt's base came undone with ease, falling away to reveal a glossy, lacquered wooden hilt, deep knurls of swirling wood grain shining pleasingly in the light. The wooden hilt was inlaid in gold, the yellow lines wrapping and spiraling into one of the densest runic formations he had ever seen. He recognized the script. Vaksanish, one of the handful of candidates for his experiments with body formations and imbuement. Complex, overly lengthy, and with an outright contradictory syntax filled with counter-arguments and superseding clauses, it was a nightmare to use correctly. It was also amazing for complex, highly variable effects, like a soul-binding formation, or to link binding sigils to runic hymns that used two different scripts. The binding keystone of the formation was a dense knot of twisting and interwoven lines of runes. To interface the blade and bind it to his soul, he would need to direct his mana there. The process was relatively simple, but not easy. Much like how he had suffused his eyes with mana in order to develop appraise and inspect, Caius would need to spin a thread of mana from his center. There were two complications, both of which would make it far more difficult than his earlier, easier, application of internal resource control. First, he would have to make the mana cross the external barrier of his body to brush up directly against the sigil. Much like the barrier between his soul space and physical space, the jump up in control required was significant. If he had mana manipulation, it would be much more straightforward. Alas, he did not, and waiting until he did would serve him no benefit. The other main difficulty would be in spinning out a thread of soul fire to infuse his mana pool. After all, the sword needed to bind itself to his soul, not to his mana. The resource would simply be acting as a conduit. Normally, there was no benefit to soul infusion. You only risked opening an easy path to your most vulnerable center for no appreciable benefit. In this case, that easy path was exactly his goal. Caius took a deep breath. His hand closed around the hilt of his sword, feeling the cool touch of the runic gold inlay standing out from the surrounding glossy wood. He closed his eyes, falling into his visualization of his center. Now that he had mental visualization, everything seemed sharper, less ethereal, more concrete. He reached for his soul, fire writhing out with the lightest touch. It was easier. He hadn't expected that. An unintended but very welcome side effect of his most recent skill. Pulling on the thread, Caius encouraged it to connect to the nebulous blue cloud of his mana. It didn't quite snap into place like it had with his skill. He had to focus to keep it flowing there, drifting in the blue gas like some wind-caught streamer. He encouraged his soul to flare, a great outpouring of his very essence flowing through his conduit to color the blue with a radiant, ghostly tinge. Sweat dripped from his brow. Even with the assistance of mental visualization, it was far harder than he expected. The exertion of directly expending some of his soul weighing heavily on every aspect of his being. His head throbbed. Bones ached. Muscles wilted. He'd have to move quickly. He wasn't quite sure if this was healthy. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 4. His father hadn't told him of any risks surrounding this niche skill, but he doubted the man had ever seen it used by someone so early. Every other use he knew of for soul infusion, hell, even binding an artifact, was almost entirely the purview of the high-leveled. Binding, class evolution, grand rituals. He knew there were more, but those were the only ones Father had deigned to teach him of.
the only ones he was likely to make use of himself. Leveling strengthened the soul. Without that reinforcement, he might injure himself. Certainly, he had never been told of it feeling like his very essence was being depleted. He had to hurry. Hearing a deep rumble from somewhere behind him, Caius ignored the distraction and pushed on. Reaching for the mana next, he quickly yanked a thread past the outer barrier of his soul space. He traced it through his body, running parallel to nerves and vessels. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 5. He felt so heavy. Caius wasn't sure if he had the mental focus to keep control of his mana outside of his body. A different tactic was required. Force. The resource flooded his hands. Grunting in strain, he locked down his skin, forcing his mana to flood the area, saturating it like he had done to his eyes. Once full, he was forced to bear down on the barrier he had created, mana attempting to push its way free. He didn't let it. The pressure built. Tingling grew in his hand, quickly rising to feel like stabbing needles in his skin. He bit down on his lip, tasting iron. Just a bit more. He only needed a bit more. Health left his soul, rushing to heal his hand as tiny droplets of blood welled up from his pores. The mana was too much, breaking down his flesh. His skin started to split, drenching the handle of his blade in a slick crimson wash. Something bumped him. He growled in frustration. He had to do this. Now! He released his mental grip, creating a hole in the barrier he had made around his hand. Soul-infused mana shot free, hitting the center of the binding sigil with a deep throng. Gold inlay began to glow, scintillating blue and yellow.
A deep thrum pulsed from the runic inscription, shooting through his arm and the tenuous pathway of mana he was only just maintaining. The load of the soul-binding array was too much, threatening to overwhelm him and burst the delicate thread of mana. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 6. Instant relief. He redoubled his focus, bearing his mind down on the vacuous power that provided the spell with a direct route to his soul. The connection flared. The sigil on a father's gift burned with heat and light. Caius's soul shook as something sampled his essence, stealing some away to be mingled and replaced with the qualia of another. A second parcel of quintessence shot away, chasing back down his forged highway to flood into his blade. An instant later, he felt a deep thrum resonate through him. It was done. He sagged in relief. Letting soulfire snap back from his mana pool, the pathway he had forged through his body dissipating. Ding! A father's gift, Growth Longsword, has been bound. Caius slumped. He felt like he had run a marathon while testing for a civic exam. Every scrap of him felt wrung out, drained, and used. An all-consuming exhaustion. Something butted up against his face again. Something cold and wet, accompanied by a high-pitched whine. He looked up blearily, finding Porkchop hoving right next to him with a very concerned expression on his face. "Oh, hey, Porkchop. Probably should have warned you," he murmured, weakly patting his friend's snout.
Caius!
Porkchop nipped him on the ear.
What was that? No killing yourself for loot! Soul is precious!
Caius's mind chugged, struggling to process his friend's words. His brows furrowed. "How did you know I used my soul?"
Greater beast, I can see power. Which is unimportant. What you did could have killed you.
"It's fine," he waved Porkchop off. "I had too. I just need a bit of rest. Besides, it worked. I bound my sword." Porkchop huffed, wandering away from him.
Hey!
Caius called out. "Where are you going?"
To get your bag, Porkchop huffed. You need water. Thanks, Caius called after Porkchop's retreating form, feeling a little guilty that he had worried him. He turned back to the sword still in his lap. His hands still ached, but the bleeding had stopped, and his health was already burning to seal the wound, though his slight leak had covered the hilt in a mess of bloody streaks. Wadding up his tunic, he wiped the blood free, revealing that the gold inlay had flash-frozen itself into a yellow, gleaming, crystalline structure. He admired the swirling lines as he re-wove the sword's grip covering. The new connection that he had forged with the weapon seemed to tug at him, much like when he had a waiting status notification. He gave it his attention, a new screen popping into existence in front of his eyes. Bound artifacts, a father's gift, common growth longsword awakening conditions. Gain a class, 0/1. Acquire suitable materials, 0/3. Forge a link, 0/1. Caius sighed as he read the requirements. They were so vague, though he assumed that awakening was how the blade would grow in strength. At least in rumors and legends, the materials used to fuel an artifact's growth had an incredible effect on the way it developed. He just hoped he would get some kind of indication if a material was suitable. He couldn't exactly go around to smiths and ask if they had any metals for a growth item. At best, he'd get laughed out of the shop, if not abducted wholesale. Porkchop came back, the carry loop of his bag securely held in his mouth. His friend dropped his back at his feet with a grumble before settling back down on his haunches. "Wash your blood," Porkchop said, nudging the bag closer to him with one paw. "Then drink." Caius gave a slight smile at Porkchop's concern. "All right. Though I have a few more things that I need to appraise before we leave."
Right after you nearly cracked your soul? Porkchop asked, flabbergasted.
"That was just for the sword," he said with a shake of his head. "I won't need to do that again for a long time." Porkchop watched him with suspicion, but settled down to wait. Caius switched his attention to his potion pouch, appraising the boxy bag. "Ding! Appraise has reached level 6. Potion pouch, depths wrought item. A sturdy potion pouch made of treated beast leather, affixed to rigid steel plates, designed to protect tonics from hard knocks. Contains space for 8 standard-sized tonics in squared bottles." To his disappointment, the bag was a simple item, not an artifact. It seemed not everything he received from the champions was guaranteed to be enchanted. Oh well. It still served the purpose it had been made for admirably. He flicked the pouch open, turning to his 2 remaining solar revitalization tonics, and his 2 new red ones. Deciding to appraise the ones he'd had for some time, Caius pulled free one of the familiar radiant orange tonics. Solar Revitalization Tonic, Common, Tier 1. At the end of the line, there is only one source of energy. Growth, death, recovery, expenditure. All happens under the watchful, warm embrace of the sun. A tonic that slightly stimulates the production of health and stamina in the soul. Depths Brewed Potion. Stamina Regeneration 1, Health Regeneration 1. The description was exactly as he expected, though it was nice to confirm there were no hidden effects that he had missed. Unfortunately, he did confirm that he wasn't able to reveal the direct numerical effects of his items. Something relegated for higher rarity appraisal skills, he guessed. Caius slid the orange potion home and pulled out one of the new roiling red ones. Psychopathic Assault Tonic. Common. Some things just need killin'. A tonic that amplifies aggression, focus, and mental resistance. Moderately boosts strength with no impact on stamina.
Depths Brewed Potion. Psycho Killer 1. Strength Boost 1. Caius eyed the tonic warily. A moderate boost to strength was no small gain. With his current cap of 20, he was nearly half again as strong as he would be without the system's assistance. Anything that allowed him to push that further was not something he should turn his nose at. And yet, increased aggression? That would be a double-edged sword. Still, he was confused. It surely clashed with the increased mental resistance. Usually, mental resistance was used to ward off the deleterious effects of berserker-style boosts at the very least. He would have to be very, very careful whenever he tried it. It would, no doubt, be potent, but if he lost sight of his own sense of safety, it would be worse than useless. Slotting the potion back in his pouch, Caius buckled it closed with a click. "Well, my friend," Caius turned to Porkchop, "I think I am done here."
Yay! Back home?
"Yeah," Caius nodded, "though only for a short while. Just long enough to get my next 2 skills. I'm gonna need to set up a formation for each of them. After that, we can go look for some more champions outside of this glade."
No,
Porkchop said, flicking his ears.
need to sleep. More adventure can wait till after a nap.
"That it could," Caius laughed, pushing himself to his feet. Some rest would be good. Taking a second to unbuckle his sword belt, Caius picked up his new Cerulean scale mail. He slid it on, admiring the way it hugged him perfectly with nary a pinch or a pull. The pair set off, striding out of the underground catacomb to make the slow route home out of the lengthy maze above.
Chapter 38. Inscription.
Caius crouched over a wide wooden board outside of the church. He'd broken down one of the splintered pews and made a small pile of the flattest and smoothest sections of wood. He had a need for them. The next 2 skills he planned to acquire, Sense Illusion and Sense Mana, were both tricky things. Father had had plans for how they could work on them. Caius remembered their last trip to Elm Hollow, another of the villages they visited on occasion. A caravan had been passing through, and his father had spotted that they had a minor artifact. A trinket, really, more of a children's toy than anything. The small metal orb would cover itself in an illusion of shifting colors. His father had snapped it up and had kept it buried at the bottom of his bag for the last several months. Unfortunately, the orb had been left at their camp when he had been forced to flee, so he would have to make do with what he could himself. Thankfully, he'd more than progressed far enough in his lessons on runes to set up a simple formation that would fuel itself with a mana-gathering array, hence the boards. Tracing the sigils in the dirt would be nowhere near precise enough for his needs, and while stone would have held up to the rigors of magic better than scrap wood, he had no chisels nor the time to engrave any of the headstones. A snort drew his attention. Caius looked up and smiled. Porkchop was lying next to the outer wall of the church, twitching slightly in his sleep. It had taken them hours to work their way out of the maze, and on their journey back, they'd been ambushed by a pair of dire boars. Thankfully, between his growth and his friend's prodigious strength, they'd had them handled. One of them was currently roasting over the hearth inside now, the delicious scent of roasting meat and rendered fat wafting out of the church's open windows. As soon as they had returned, Porkchop had started mumbling about a nap and passed out in seconds. Bloody adorable. He might know that the Melez was a terror when he wanted to be, and a nigh mythical creature besides. But he was so damn fluffy. Caius shook his head, returning to his task at hand. He grabbed one of the pieces of charcoal he had scavenged from the hearth before he had started cooking, drawing out smooth, swooping lines on one of the boards. He was going to use Gretchen's Standard, one of the simpler scripts, more something used to train apprentices than something true practitioners employed in their craft. That was important. He had no doubt that without a full skill list, he would be offered a mastery skill for the work. That meant he had to avoid using any of his 5 favored scripts. They were the ones he had narrowed down with Father, each offering a potential use for his plans for his class. They were also the scripts that he planned to use to forge his next legacy skill, after True Sight. According to his father, many of his ancestors had gone the route of using runes. Their 6th skill was to thank for that. It was unique amongst legacy skills, at least those he had heard of, in that it could be merged from any 5 runic masteries. Instead, the process of merging required a specific mental intent and image to be held in the mind, making it a far harder process than normal. It would be the linchpin of his spellcasting formation, and had been for the classes of his father and many others in his dynasty. Among other benefits, it drastically eased the enmeshment of multiple differing runic scripts, something that was normally hellishly difficult. The realm of masters, not the unclassed. Getting offered a mastery skill for one of the scripts he planned to use in that merge could be disastrous. It had the potential to make it too difficult for him to reacquire with the limited tools he had at his disposal. He'd have to pick another script, one he was far less familiar with, and one that was far less suited to his eventual intent.
So he used Gretchen's standard. Caius began to visualize the central sigil that he wanted in his mind, hoving over the board with charcoal in hand. While the script might have been designed for use by novices, it was by no means simple in isolation. The central binding rune would be a whirling knot of intersecting lines and angles. He traced the image in his mind, leaning heavily on mental visualization. He double and triple-checked the image that floated in his mind's eye, making corrections as he saw an angle out of place or a line slightly too thick. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 7. A headache set in, Caius struggling to hold the image stable. It snapped into place. Finished. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 8. With a steady hand born from a lifetime of practice, he traced his charcoal over the wood, setting down the sigil into the center of the plank. Next, he moved to the emission arrays, 3 concentric circles connecting to equidistant lines that exited the central knot. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 9. Inside the circles, he inscribed lines of balance and unity. Linking chains came next. Jagged, angled things that would connect the emission arrays to the locus of the inscription, an equilateral triangle lined in a hymn of deceit and lies. Each rune of the hymn was dense, tight, forcing him to shave his charcoal down to a point with every few lines. The minutes ticked by, stamina draining as it forced back strain-induced tremors. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 10. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 11. More than once he smudged a line, wooden refuse and charcoal making poor materials for the deft work of runic inscription. Biting down frustration, he simply reached for a rag, wetting the cloth and wiping away the whole rune. Restarting a line would have left minute discrepancies in thickness, something that would reduce the lifespan of the array. It was already a hack job. He'd be lucky if it lasted long enough for him to get his skill. It had to be as perfect as he could make it. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 12. Caius moved to the final set of runes he needed for the glyph. A shaping array to influence what his sigil actually did. He scribed another line of hymns, this time on the interior of the triangle that surrounded the formation. These would serve to hold the illusion mana in stasis. If he did it well enough, it should project an illusory orb a handspan above the binding rune. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 13. Biting his lip, he traced the last line. He was done. Now he only had to see if it worked. The array should, if he had inscribed it with enough accuracy, pull mana from the air to charge the effect. With the density in the depths, it should only take 15 minutes. Caius fell back onto the grass behind him, his hand aching and his head throbbing. It had been a nerve-wracking experience. Without his father yelling at him every time he made a mistake, there had been a few times he had second-guessed himself. But he was done, and he'd know if he was successful soon enough. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Rune Mastery, Gretchen's Standard, Uncommon? Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Steady Hand, Common? He dismissed the notification, rejecting the skills. While he waited for the sigil to activate, Caius rested, recovering his mental focus for when he would have to once again suffuse his eyes with mana. As he watched his jury-rigged illusion generator, the charcoal lines he had drawn seemed to flare. Black dust sank into the wood, leaving what looked closer to a series of ink lines on paper than a rough sketch. He sighed in relief. The mana was flowing through, binding the formation to the material of the board.
To save on complexity, something his chosen script was notoriously bad at, he hadn't put in any control or contingency runes. Once it started generating the illusion, it would keep running until it burned itself out. Random wood was bound to be a poor conductor of mana, and as more flowed through his written circuits, it would accumulate damage. Eventually, the array would collapse, and if he hadn't gained his skill by then, he would need to repeat the process. A haze in the air started to rise from his array. Caius narrowed his eyes. It was a sign of poor efficiency. He'd done a truly shit job if it was bad enough that the rising mana levels were contained poorly enough to be visible to the naked eye. It couldn't be helped. Even at the best of times, with suitable materials and inscription tools, his actual execution of runes was middling. At least, that is what Father was so fond of telling him. Caius had a sneaking suspicion he did very well for an unclassed with no relevant skills. The fact that the rune held together at all when it was simple, rough charcoal on wood was nothing short of a miracle. It did, however, mean that the inscription was close to having pulled enough mana to activate. He needed to infuse his eyes now. No way was he wasting whatever precious time he would have with the illusion generator. He threaded the mana out from his soul quickly, the task coming easier after having done it so often in the last day. The energy saturated his eyes, held in pace with a firm mental grip. His eyes teared up, caustic mana sending needle-fine points spearing into his delicate orbits. Yet the mental strain of holding the volatile resource under pressure had lessened. There was no headache. Ding! Intelligence has reached level 14. A subtle pop echoed out from his inscription. Above it, a cream-colored orb snapped into existence, roughly the size of his fist. It seemed as solid and substantial as the wood it floated over. The soft blue light of the cavern washed over it, shading its underside and washing its top in a cerulean hue. It worked. The orb flickered, growing insubstantial, ghostly, no longer affected by the light, losing shade and blue tones, making it look flat and two-dimensional. Maybe not perfectly, but it worked. The inconsistent activation might even work in his favor. If it was visibly illusory, even if only for a moment, there was a likely chance of one of two things happening. Either there was a problem with one of his linking runes, and the array was spiking in resistance, choking the illusion of the necessary mana it needed to sustain itself. On the other hand, those same runes could have an entirely different problem. They could be ramping in resistance and resetting when the flow dropped too low to sustain a continuous throughput. That would mean a smooth ramp in intensity, perfect for training sense illusion. He had to hurry. Caius held his mana stable in his eyes, staring at the illusory orb in an effort to find any inconsistency. Its ghostly flicker aided him,
his eyes quickly picking up the slightest ripple, barely a moment after it snapped back to physical substantivity.
Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Sense Illusion, Rare?
Caius accepted the skill immediately, avoiding taking a look at its description in favor of staring intently at his illusion generator. With his skill acquired, he released his grip on the mana in his eyes, letting it dissipate. As soon as the skill formed in his soul space, a new set of instincts flooded through him. When the orb flickered, and during the monetary ripple straight after, he got the intuitive sense that it was wrong. Fake. But only then. The rest of the time, the orb looked as real and physical as it had since it had first popped into existence. He watched. There, right after the ripple. The colors weren't quite right. Too inconsistent.
Ding! Sense Illusion has reached level 2.
The linking runes were acting as a variable mana gate. Sheer dumb luck and poor execution had worked in his favor. Caius grinned. Shadows shifted on the orb, just barely inconsistent with the oddly flat lighting from above.
Ding! Sense Illusion has reached level 3.
This was perfect. He was worried he was going to have to make a dozen of these arrays. If it managed to hold out for the rest of the hour, he just might be able to cap the skill. Caius watched the slowly flickering orb like a hawk, discrepancies and telltale giveaways growing by the minute.
Ding! Sense Illusion has reached level 11.
Smoke wafted up from the scrap piece of pew, the hovering illusion of the cream orb winking out of existence. The illusion array burnt itself out. Caius sighed. In the end, it had lasted the full hour, but his estimation of how quickly Sense Illusion would grow had been off. He'd need to make some more formations to cap it off. Then he could move on to Sense Mana. Thankfully, the array he needed for that skill would be a little simpler. Just a mana condenser and emitter without any shaping formations. But first, he had some skills to look at. A shiver of anticipation crawled up his spine. It was always so exciting looking at new skills. He'd grown to crave it. Another slight benefit to his legacy skills, he got to see a whole lot more of them than most. He pulled up the description of Appraise. Appraise, level 8 rare. Every object has a history, a use, and a story. Know these, and their true purpose is revealed. Skill that enables slight insight into the status of items and artifacts. Higher rarity and more powerful items are more difficult to appraise. Enchantments and skills can block this insight. Each level slightly increases the skill's ability to overcome insight blocking effects. Caius nodded to himself. He had known that higher rarities could resist appraisal, but it was good to see it all laid out for him. He was pleased with his growth. Both Appraise and Inspect were notoriously easy skills to level, as one could simply use them on any non-living or living object that they passed by. As he and Porkchop had made their way back from the center of the glade, he'd practically appraised every third flagstone. It was boring work, but important. Inspect had skyrocketed in comparison, having reached level 16 thanks to his inspection of the many trees in the glade.
It was something that would level in the background,
but it was important he merged the skills as soon as possible so that he could acquire the last skill he needed for true sight. He moved on to his most recent skill, Sense Illusion, level 11. Rare. Reality can be obscured. Facts can be hidden. Lies are prevalent. A proper seeker of wisdom observes not the falsity, but the cracks through which the truth shines through. Skill that aids the user in seeing the truth behind illusion and mirage effects. Level disparity, skill level, mana investment, and illusion quality can block this insight. Each level slightly increases the skill's ability to overcome insight-blocking effects. Caius dismissed the notification. He was glad to finally have acquired it.
Illusion effects grew more common as one descended the depths, and it was not unheard of for careless delvers to fall prey to cloaked traps and camouflaged ambush predators. Looking back to the messy stack of wooden boards he had secured for himself, Caius forced himself to suppress a groan. He didn't want to wake Porkchop after all. He'd finish leveling Sense Illusion, work on Sense Mana, and then he could rest. Chapter 39. Mistakes were made. Caius gasped in relief, rubbing his eyes. He'd been staring at floating illusions for hours, long enough that Porkchop had woken from his nap and was now watching him curiously from the church. His friend had seemed fascinated with the process of scrawling runes and the resulting effects they produced. At least, he had the first few times. Caius sent a contemptuous scowl to the charred pile of boards that had been collecting behind him. At first, it had been enough to simply make more arrays to generate floating orbs. Eventually, that stopped pressuring his skill, and he had to take far more time on the array, making it, and by extension the illusion, as perfect as possible. On rough wood, with a stick of charcoal. It was enough to make him tear his hair out. If that wasn't enough, eventually, even a perfect floating orb wasn't enough. Too simplistic, too flat. He'd had to start adding complexity to the shaping arrays, giving the orb variation in color and texture, making it respond superficially to touch and movement, adding better light scattering. Tasks that Gretchen's standard was not well suited for. By the end, he'd had to reinscribe his final array 4 times. 4 times. Rising from his comfortable seat, Caius lunged into a deep stretch, working out the kinks he had developed after sitting over-hunched for so long. Walking over to Porkchop, he grabbed one of his water skins and slumped down, leaning heavily into the warm softness of his friend's side. "Going well?" Porkchop asked, chest rising in a series of quick chuffs. Bastard was laughing at him. He let out an unintelligible grumble. "The sooner I never have to think about that stupid script again, the better. My hands hurt, my ears hurt, and my brain feels like it is melting out of my ears." "So, yes, it's going well," Caius ranted, before slipping out a grin. "I capped the skill." Porkchop simply rumbled, amusement still flowing across their link. "I should get back to it," Caius sighed. "I've only got sense mana now. The inscriptions for that should be a lot simpler." Pulling himself up to his feet, Caius wandered back to his waiting pile of wooden planks. He pulled one free, letting it fall to the ground with a clatter. Taking a seat in front of it, he began tracing the lines of his next array. He'd told the truth when he'd mentioned to Porkchop that the array he needed was much simpler. It was also firmly in the wheelhouse of the simplistic arrays that Gretchen's standard was designed for. Flowing lines, geometric shapes, and whirling passages of runic hymns materialized in his mind's eye. He held the image, searching for mistakes and imperfections. It was about half the size of the array he had used for Sense Illusion. He'd been able to completely rip out the shaping array, and most of the binding ones too. Just the central sigil and some tertiary directing runes remained. Stripped down, it was really just a gathering array, a few conduits, an emitter, and the binding. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 18. Good, Caius thought to himself. He should be able to finish the skill before he was done as well. He sharpened his charcoal with his hunting knife, placing the rudimentary writing implement down onto the wood, and began to inscribe his array. 10 minutes and a handful of corrections later, and he watched the array activate, sinking deep into the wood. Focus dived inwards, forcing mana to flood into his eyes. He reached saturation just as the formation activated. It was far quicker than his earlier illusion array.
only needing to condense the mana rather than transform it into a different form. Thick, hazy air rose up from the array, the mana dense enough to cause physical deformations. Ignoring his rising headache, he peered at intently, trying to reveal its secrets, to see the hidden world of magic that suffused and radiated through all of existence. Something sparked. A flash of color? Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Sense Mana, Rare? Letting out a whoop, Caius relaxed his hold on the mana in his eyes and accepted the skill. Instantly, the world was awash in a riot of colors. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 2. A geyser of spiritual energies roared out of his array. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 3. Blues, reds, and every other color morphing and changing in a violent current that surged upwards, splashing out and down from the cavern ceiling. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 4. So bright it was almost blinding, a primal force of nature. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 5. His array vacuumed at the surrounding energies, siphoning great clouds. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 6. The mana seemed to scream in rage at their confinement, elemental aspects fighting to diffuse themselves, to separate from their opposites. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 7, forced into close proximity. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 8. The array started to whine. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 9. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 10. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 11. Caius screamed at his body to move. He couldn't. Suck, staring blankly at the sheer presence of the mana. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 12. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 13. There shouldn't be so much of it, should there? Mana was diffuse, thin. Even if he was in the depths, he was only on the second layer. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 14. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 15. The board rattled. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 16. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 17. Something closed over his shoulder, hard, digging into his flesh. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 19. He was yanked backwards, his head lolled to the side. The mana was everywhere. So bright. Even looking away from the siphon, it suffused everything. Too much. He couldn't see. Shapes blurred past him, indistinct in the all-consuming radiance of a natural force revealed to him in all its primal glory. He scraped along the ground, whatever was dragging him moving faster and faster. The array detonated. Noise cut through his fugue like a clap of unexpected thunder. He looked back. An impenetrable wall of mana flooded towards him. They weren't going to make it. The shockwave hit. His eyes. It was burning his eyes. Ding! Sense Mana has reached level 20. Underestimate. Caius came to, with a splitting headache. Something heavy was laying on top of him. Something soft, warm, and grumbling in concern. Porkchop. Get off me, you big lug, Caius said, spitting out his friend's fur and pushing ineffectively at his massive bulk. Porkchop rose quickly, bending down to stare at him with concern. Caius blinked, trying to see where they were. Mana still suffused everything, eddy currents of the mystical force drifting from the wind. It seemed to concentrate around living things, hugging trees and lichen alike with familiarity. A headache started to set in. Caius groaned, rubbing his eyes. When he opened them again, the light of the manna was still there. It was visible, but also not. A bizarre double vision. He could see the soft blue light, the dark reds and blacks of Porkchop's coat, and the browns of the tree trunks around him. Yet he could also see vacuous streamers of green clinging to plants, browns rising from the earth, gray flitting through the glade's soft breeze, and a dozen other colors besides. It was like being stuck in a thick fog bank, barely able to see more than a few long strides in any direction. "Idiot!" Porkchop bopped him on the head with his paw. "Hey!" Caius rubbed his head. "What was that for?" "Blew up church." What?" Caius asked, confused. His eyes widened, memories of what had happened with his array coming rushing back to him. "Shit," he said. Looking around, Caius saw they were somewhere in the glade proper. It seemed Porkchop had pulled him to safety. He racked his brain, trying to figure out what the hells had happened. The formation shouldn't have detonated like that. Even if there was a truly absurd amount of mana in the depths, even if he had made a mistake, at worst, the board he had inscribed should have just caught on fire. There was no way it could have handled that much throughput. Wait, he'd blown up the church? Porkchop.
"What happened to the church?" he asked frantically, trying to ignore a ghostly double of mana that seemed superimposed on Porkchop's figure. Most of their gear and supplies had been inside. "It fell over!" Porkchop yelled, frustration and concern shining across their link. "What do you mean it fell over? How bloody big was that explosion?" "You tell me! You did it!" "I don't know. That absolutely shouldn't have happened. Fuck, we have to check it out. Most of my gear is still there." He groaned, pushing himself to his feet. Porkchop grumbled, spinning off to walk in what was presumably the directors of the remnants of their base. Caius followed, stumbling as he struggled with his newfound sight. As they walked through the trees, Caius pulled up the notification for his new skill. Sense Mana, Level 20. Rare. Trace the hidden paths of magic and reveal the unseen truths of the arcane. Skill that reveals the hidden mystic realm. High mana levels can prove blinding. Each level slightly increases acuity and tolerance to ambient mana. Blinding indeed. He did his best to get a handle on the new skill. Slowly, ever so slowly, the mana withdrew from prominence in his vision. Oh, it was still there, but far more muted, only returning to blanket his sight in color when he focused his attention on the new sense. Something that caused problems, as it was all too easy to catch a flash of mana out of the corner of his eye and focus his mind on the unexpected detail. Enough to bring the overwhelming wall of mystic fog back in full force. By the time they arrived at the church, he had mostly gotten a handle on it, but he knew he still needed practice. It could prove fatal if it overwhelmed his sight in the middle of a battle. He had not expected the skill to be so impactful. Hell, his father had warned him that, at early levels, atmospheric mana was barely perceptible. Was the magic of the depths really that dense? It had to be, if it had so completely overwhelmed an array designed for a novice. There was no way he had made a mistake, not with bloody Gretchen's standard of all scripts. The pair exited the trees, the low wall that surrounded the church and graveyard coming into view. Looking past it, Caius was treated to a sight of total devastation. Where he had been working on his inscriptions, there was now a crater easily 3 strides deep and thrice as wide. Headstones close to the blast had been shattered, sending fist-sized fragments of stone sailing clean across the yard. Those further away had been knocked flat, only those closest to the wall still standing strong. The church had gotten the worst of it. He'd only been a few long strides from it, after all. The blast had caved in the closest wall,
Large masonry stones kicked inwards with concussive force. Dust and gravel coated everything. To make matters worse, the already dilapidated roof had totally collapsed. Caius let out a groan. That was a lot of digging they were going to have to do. He just hoped his new armor was all right. He'd left it on top of his pack. Thankfully, he had his sword on him. Even with how close he was to Porkchop, in the center of their claimed camp, he felt naked without it. It was the depths, after all. Who knew what could happen? Hells, you never knew when a runic array could explode your house. He scowled. Gods damn it. He stalked forwards. My bad, Porkchop. We better get digging. Idiot, Porkchop grunted. Not forgetting this.
Caius grunted, pushing with his legs as he helped Porkchop roll away the last discarded piece of masonry that they needed to move to get access to their supplies. In all honesty, they'd gotten pretty lucky. The blast had utterly annihilated the dire boar they had been roasting over the fire, sending meat mush and hot coals throughout the building. It made for an interesting time picking their way through the building. Half his steps had sizzled the leather of his boots, and the others had squelched uncomfortably. Thankfully, when he had been preparing materials for his inscriptions, he had already carted the vast majority of the wooden furniture out of the building. Nothing had caught fire. His pack, his armor, and their emergency supplies of jerky had escaped intact. Mostly. One of his water skins had been ruptured, shredded as a high-speed stone shard tore straight through it. Thank God for his father's insistence on backups. "Where next?" Porkchop asked as Caius tightened the last of the buckles on his scale mail. "Leave the glade, I guess. I don't fancy camping without solid walls. Too much risk of roaming beasts. We could try the Hunter's Lodge, but there are a lot of undead bodies there. It smells foul." "Don't blow up the house next time, then," Porkchop teased him. Yeah. I think I've got an idea of where we should go, though. One of the tunnels out of here looked pretty different. Some sort of mine shaft. Good as any. Hopefully there will be more champions. The Tomblord was fun, Porkchop said, shaking his body in excitement of a prospective fight. Caius agreed. He'd spent enough time in this glade. As magical as it was, he'd taken out all of the champions that could be found in it. It was time to go. He was tantalizingly close to unlocking his next legacy skill, and he had yet to find anything that was as good at helping him level his skills than a good fight. Plus, the powerful loot they offered was an edge too useful to ignore. And maybe, if he kept pushing himself, he might be able to learn more about what it meant to be observed. Chapter 40. Learning More. Caius trudged through a cave of shattered rock and spearing roots, Porkchop following close behind. It was dark, far darker than the grove had been. The cave moss that had provided them comforting light had grown sparse as they pushed deeper into the tunnels, leaving just enough light for him to use low-light vision to see by. They'd left the grove weeks ago, pushing deep into the many twisting tunnels that had splintered off from the oversized cavern. The mine shaft that had caught Caius's attention turned out to be a dead end. All they'd found had been undead miners, rockfall traps, and a small pouch of depths coin sitting on a plinth at the end. The gold coin had been nice, but it had been annoying to have to turn back so quickly. In their downtime, he'd spent some time trying to recreate the inadvertent bomb that had blown up their house. Unfortunately, much to his dismay, all he managed to do was create formations that burned themselves out. It seemed whatever had happened, it had been due to some distortion of his runes, thanks to working with charcoal and wood. He'd been expecting that. Even with the higher-than-expected mana density, it should have simply burnt itself out. In the end,
His inability to recreate it was no great loss. He was leery of relying too heavily on environmental traps and fighting like a runewright. It could overly influence his class options and prevent him from gaining recognition from the system for more direct forms of confrontation. Every now and again would be okay, but it wouldn't be too long until he could work on his spellcasting formation. He could be patient. The other tunnels they now explored were far more convoluted. They sprawled through the earth, intersecting and winding through each other in a confusing mess. Roots clawed free from rock walls, the monochromatic sight of his low-light vision making them seem closer to the petrified tentacles of some slumbering horror.
2 or 3 times an hour, the light would return when a tunnel opened up into a small cavern. Graves dotted the spaces, overgrown with lichens and dense brush. They absolutely crawled with depthsborn, always a coin flip if they would be nearly overrun by beasts or undead. Unlike the cavern that held the groves, these spaces in the earth were much smaller. Small enough that engaging one of the dungeon spawn was enough to pull the rest down on their heads. The beast caverns at least made for good campsites. Without the putrid smell of undead, and with the beasts providing a convenient food source, they were almost comfortable. His armor had already shown its worth, deflecting claw and blade alike with ease. It dramatically increased the risks he could take in combat. Now he only had to worry about the slow attrition of his health as it expended to heal cracked bone and bruised flesh. Not that he was reckless. Well, not anymore. A careless brush with a shade wolf had left his arm shattered, his armor doing little to protect him from the raw power of its jaws. When they'd first entered the tunnels, Caius had been worried about straying too far from the glade, concerned about their supplies of water. Thankfully, the caverns contained a source often enough that they hadn't had to attempt a retreat for supplies. Whatever intelligence controlled the great depths, it seemed to disdain deaths as mundane as thirst and starvation. In the tunnels themselves, traps had become ubiquitous. Blanketing carpets of poisonous puffballs, ambush predators, rockfall traps, and more were scattered through the gloomy corridors. Most were natural hazards, but not all. They promised death to the unwary, slowing their exploration to a crawl. At the very least, it had been fantastic for Caius's skill growth. Low-light vision had capped itself a few hours ago, his range of vision increasing to a full 50 paces or more. Not that he got the most use out of it in the tight confines. He had similarly managed to finish inspect during one of their cavern skirmishes, now able to reliably identify all of the depthsborn they came across. Appraise, Adamant Body, and Explorer's Toolkit had all seen their own growth, with the first skill comfortably butting up against the cap. Caius pulled up his status to check the changes. Status. Name, Caius. Dynasty, Unterstern. Age, 18. Class selection. 1 year, 37 weeks, 3 days. Race. Human, dynastic. +1 free stats per level. Layer reached. 2. Resources. Health. 300 over 300, 2 per minute. Stamina. 200 over 200, 2 per minute. Mana. 140 over 140, 2 per minute. Stats. Endurance, 30. Vitality, 20. Strength, 20. Dexterity, 20. Intelligence, 12. Greater than 14. Willpower, -20. Stat points, 0. Class skills, 0 over 10. N/A. General skills, 10 over 10. Rapid adaptation, heroic, 15, greater than 17. Warforged, unique, 20. Explorer's Toolkit, unusual, 6, greater than 10. Adamant Body, unique, 1.
greater than 8. Low light vision, uncommon, 0, greater than 20. Mental visualization, uncommon, 0, greater than 18. Inspect, rare, 0, greater than 20. Appraise, rare, 0, greater than 19. Sense illusion, rare, 0, greater than 20. Sense mana, rare, 0, greater than 20. Bound artifacts, a father's gift, common. Growth longsword awakening, conditions, gain a class, 0/1. Acquire suitable materials, 0/3. Forge a link, 0/1. Explorer's toolkit yanked on his attention, drawing his gaze away from the system screen to focus him on the tunnel wall. Something hung there. A wire, thin enough he would have missed it if he hadn't already known to look. "Wait," Caius said. "Trap." Porkchop halted behind him. Advancing slowly, Caius kept a firm hand on the hilt of his sword. It wouldn't be the first time a trap had turned out to be an ambush predator lying in wait. Scanning the cavern wall that had filled him with unease, Caius spotted a series of carved, square holes recessed into the wall. Positioned at hip height, with a small, barely visible thread cutting across the length of the cavern. He drew his sword, cutting through the tripwire in one clean stroke. Sharpened metal-capped spikes shot out of the holes with a thunk, speeding past his chest. They clattered against the far wall, enough force behind them to kick up dust as they pulverized stone. The wooden hafts of the spears shattered as the mechanism of the trap continued to try to force them outwards. Behind him, Porkchop yelped. Caius eyed the trap with a cocked brow. That one was nasty. It was possible they might have failed to pierce his armor, but that was not at all a given, considering they had crushed stone. Even then, if he had gotten sandwiched between them and the tunnel wall, he would have shattered a hip at best. He appraised the trap. The sooner he could merge identify, the better. Spear trap. Depths wrought trap. A trap utilizing kinetic enchantments to launch steel-tipped spears at terrifying speeds. Single use. "We're good," Caius said. He moved to the spears, ramming them with his shoulder to break through their cracked hafts. Porkchop moved up behind him, keeping close. They fell back into a tense silence, prowling forward through the dark. Caius thought of his status as observed. He'd needed to know more. At first, he had been worried about talking to Porkchop about it. The myths surrounding those that held the system's interest were shadowy. Some lauding them as heroes, others the worst of villains. After hearing Porkchop talk about the burrow settlements that the greater Malays resided in, he knew they had their own culture. Crimes against nature were punishable by death, even by accident. Some of those crimes were arcane to him. Unintended maiming in a spar was fine, but a mistake on the hunt leading to the death of your fellow packmates meant your life was forfeit. They were brutal laws, cruel if looked at from the lens of man, yet Porkchop accepted them without question. It had worried him that being observed might be some sort of taboo, like sharing the requirements of a legacy skill without the express permission of one of the matriarchs. Yet the more time they spent together, the more Porkchop started to question the rules of his burrow. Caius had spoken of his own life, of growing and training under the guidance of his father. He'd mentioned the many times he had disobeyed his father, how ignoring his father's warnings had so often led him to getting injured, how he had grown from that, quickly learning the wisdom in Hasta's years of experience. Porkchop had been appalled.
Apparently, ignoring a burrow elder was a quick way to lose his head. Though secretly, Caius did think his friend had been a little bit of a hypocrite. After all, at the first opportunity he had gotten, Porkchop had crossed the mountain range that separated the deep sea, something he had been explicitly warned off. That had been the start of his friend questioning the value of tradition. Oh, often Porkchop still saw the wisdom in it, as did he. But now, Caius could see him questioning, evaluating if the purpose behind the rule actually served him. It made Caius feel like he could finally ask his friend about being observed. He had to know. And the matriarchs seemed to share all sorts of knowledge with their burrows that wider society would consider a closely guarded secret. It still made him nervous. Chewing on his lip, Caius fought to suppress the bubbling anxiety that lay heavily in the pit of his stomach. "Hey, Porkchop," Caius said, shoving his uncertainty deep. "Yeah?" his friend called from behind him. "Did the matriarchs ever tell you any stories about those observed by the system?" "Ooh," Porkchop hummed. "Those are my favourite." Caius resisted slumping his shoulders in relief. Barely. "Oh?" he asked, keeping his tone curious. "Did they say anything about what it means? How it happens?"
A little," Porkchop said. "They are old stories, though Grandfather was supposed to have been one."
"Grandfather?" Caius blurted in surprise. His friend snorted at him. "Not like that," Porkchop chortled. "I told you that it's hard for beasts to change what they are, but not impossible. Some rage against fate, throw themselves at death. If they live, some gain enough achievements to evolve to a higher form. Grandfather was a lesser Malays, terrorized the forest for years, then became the first greater Malays." Caius nodded at his friend's explanation. It was similar to how classes worked. Sure, you got a class evolution in every tier, but if you wanted to climb rarities, increasing the power of your class qualitatively, it took work. You had to push yourself, the demands on your feats and achievements growing with every rank. It didn't explain everything, though. Wait, so all greater Malays are descended from him? How does that work? Not everyone, Porkchop explained. He forged a great host of burrows. With him at the head, it was much less difficult for others to follow his path. But you were saying he was unobserved? Caius asked. Porkchop huffed from behind him. Yes, great achievement. To earn the notice of the system. Made the path a lot easier. Lots of rewards. Caius's heart thumped. Rewards. He had been unsure if there would be any concrete benefits. He had to know more. It was now or never. What if, Caius said, his voice shaky. What if I was observed, I mean? Caius stopped hearing Porkchop's steady footsteps behind him. Turning around, he found his friend had stopped dead. What? Well, Caius scratched his head. Before you fell into the depths and I found you, I stumbled across a natural treasure and— What? Porkchop's mental voice rose, causing Caius to wince as his head throbbed. And I ate it. The system said that consuming one made me worthy of observation? Caius's voice trailed off as his friend stared at him mutely. Porkchop suddenly lurched forwards. Caius let out an oof as his friend's heavy head drove into his stomach. Idiot! Should have told me. We have to push harder. What? What do you mean? Aren't we pushing ourselves plenty hard already? Nothing but old stories, Porkchop grumbled. But being observed only happens if you do something you shouldn't be able to. Hard or unlikely, doesn't matter. Do more, the system rewards you. Don't know much more. The stories are always vague.
Porkchop pushed past him, trotting off into the dark of the cavern. "Come! More champions are our best bet." Caius smiled as he raced to catch up to his friend. Excitement or no, he couldn't let Porkchop take the lead. No point letting him break a leg on a missed trap. He thanked the gods that being unobserved had gone down well. Any fear he felt of his friend treating him any differently had vanished in the sheer excitement Porkchop showed for him. He couldn't help but feel the same. Learning that the system's attention might come with rewards, it filled him with a fire. Every scrap of growth they could eke out before facing the Guardian was vital. They were meant to be faced with full teams of experienced delvers, ones who could cover each other's backs and weaknesses. Killing one as a freshly classed man and matured beast was a tall order. An idea began to percolate in Caius's mind, a reckless one. The height of stupidity if he was honest with himself, yet the allure it held was undeniable. What if, once he had all of his legacy skills, once he had grown his hoard of champion-defended artifacts, he was strong? If they did manage to earn whatever rewards the system deigned to give them, would it be enough? What if they could escape before he got his class? What would that do for the strength of his class? What sort of reward would the system give him for doing the impossible?
Chapter 41. Hanging Lanterns.
Yellow light spilled out from around a bend in the tunnel ahead. It was a welcome reprieve from the washed-out drudgery that was low-light vision. It also meant a cavern, and he had yet to see one that hadn't been swarming with depths-born. He placed his hand on a father's gift, feeling the supple leather of its grip. "Something's up ahead," Caius called back to Porkchop. He got a growl of acknowledgement in response. He knew there was no way his friend had missed the light, but he was the vanguard. Calling out potential threats was his duty, and one that had stopped them from being caught flat-footed more than once. They crept forward, alert and ready for hostile depthsborn to bear down on them at any moment. Caius rounded the bend, stopping fast. His sudden halt caused Porkchop to bump into his back. "What is it?" Porkchop asked, moving to his right to peer around him. "Another glade," Caius said softly, staring at the sight before him. Though much smaller in scale than the one they had left in the prior weeks, it was still a breathtaking sight to see so far beneath the earth. The cavern must have been an hour's walk across, with a ceiling that soared high above. Strange, impossibly thick vines snaked their way up the edges of the caverns, clawing their way up the almost impossibly tall walls. Great serpentine trunks spearing deep into the grass-covered loam below. They wove their way through stalactites, arching over the roof like the streamers he draped over rafters during a solstice celebration. Long, hanging tendrils hung from the great vines, their emerald lengths drifting in an unfelt breeze. Each was tipped by a strange, fluid-filled sac, almost like an overripe berry full of juice. The growths were the source of the soft yellow light that drenched the trees below. And the trees. They were so green, so blessedly green. Caius didn't realize how sick he had gotten of vegetation that glowed blue. Seeing the wash of normality splayed out in front of him brought it rushing back. Green was home. He'd spent his entire life in the sea. Even when he and Father had gone to visit the outlying villages, the trees had always been there. A wall of green and brown, barely a stone's throw from the settlement's borders. Comforting and secure. Before he had trapped himself down here in the depths, his 3-week trip to Deadacre had been the longest he had been separated from the forest. That had been radically uncomfortable. The rolling grass of the frontier left him feeling so exposed. It was so open. Gods, by the time they got back, all he wanted to do was give the nearest trunk a damn hug.
At least, down here in the depths, he hadn't had to deal with the sheer openness of the frontier. Hells, the glade had done much to put him at ease. The burrows and trunks had been familiar, at least familiar enough to provide some semblance of conference. But it was blue. Blue wasn't home. Green was. Sure, the trees were the wrong shape, strange, droopy things with too large leaves. The arboreal sea also didn't have vines thicker than a century oak with glowing fruits either. But it was green. There was also the matter of the absolutely massive trunk that dominated the large copse. The rest of the trees were easily the size of a full-grown elm. The specimen at the center? Easily 4 times that height, its tallest reaches brushing up against the ends of the glowing tendrils that hung from the roof. They'd have to investigate that later. If there was one thing he had come to expect for the depths, was that it wasn't exactly subtle about where the greatest dangers waited, nor that they guarded the best rewards. Porkchop stood next to him, frozen at the sight. A moment later, his friend burst into motion, sprinting out of the tunnel. He hit the soft earth and grass that coated the cavern floor, blurring claws kicking up clumps of sod. "Shit," Caius thought. "Porkchop!"
Caius yelled, running after his friend. "Wait, you idiot!" Porkchop leapt upwards, flying through the air like a heavy stone, to hit the grass with a thud. Caius came to a stop, watching as the exuberant greater beast rolled around on the grass, letting out happy chuffs every few seconds.
"Grass! Green! I missed green!"
Porkchop said, shoving his face and head into the ground. Caius laughed. A deep growl from the edge of the trees cut him off. Caius moved. Ripping his sword free from its sheath with a fluidity born from months of living under the threat of ambush, Porkchop sprung to his feet. Red and black fur stood on end, making the bear-sized melees look twice his usual size. His friend met the growl with a challenge of his own, a bassy roar echoing from deep within the melee's chest. Eyes scything across the tree line, Caius spotted the beast instantly. Cloaked in wiry brown fur, it was a stocky thing. It stood on its rear legs, leaning over to prop itself on long arms. Each limb was tipped by ochre-colored claws. They tapered to a wicked point, each one the length of one of his fingers. It was hideous. A naked face of thick leather draped loosely over prominent ridges of bone. Beady eyes rested over a flat nose, recessed deeply beneath its oversized brow. Reacting to Porkchop's roar, the creature hooted. Straightening itself on its rear legs, it smashed its fists into the ground over and over again, claws ripping deep into the earth. Caius shot off an inspect. Cavern Shambler, level 17, Depthsborn. Beast. "Just a beast," Caius called out to Porkchop. "But be careful of its claws. They look nasty." The shambler punched the ground for a final time and roared at them. It charged, throwing its hands into the ground ahead of it and swinging through its arms in a strange, lopping gait. Caius set off at a sprint, blade held at the ready. Porkchop was beside him, rumbling out a steady, low growl. They met it halfway, on the open field of grass that separated the tunnel they had left from the edge of the underground forest. It struck Caius first, one arm swinging wildly towards him with claws outstretched. He stepped around the blow, letting the claws skitter harmlessly off his scale mail. He cut. His longsword opened a long slash down the creature's side. It roared in agony, blood erupting from its wound. Flesh rippled, sealing the cut closed far faster than Caius expected. Porkchop smashed the shambler aside, interrupting its attempt to maul Caius. One paw hit it in the ribs with a heavy crack. More followed. Caius pressed the assault, following through with flowing slashes. The shambler seemed to view his blade as the greater threat, crying out in pain and rage as it dug its grip into the ground to launch itself in his direction. Its arms rose over its head, descending back down in a viscous hammer blow. Caius brought his sword up, blocking the swing with the edge of his blade. His defense cut the Depthsborn to the bone, sword biting deep into its wrists. Porkchop lunged forwards, snapping his jaws around the monster's ankle. He yanked back with beastly strength, flinging the shambler away from Caius. It hit the ground with a tumble. Arresting itself out of its roll with its claws, the shambler hauled itself to its feet, charging back in their direction. They closed around it, assaulting it from both sides. Whenever the monster turned its focus to one of them, the other dove behind, assaulting it from the rear and splitting its attention. Every cut that Caius landed severed flesh and scored bone. Even with the Depthsborn's prodigious rate of healing, it wasn't able to keep up. Soon the wounds stopped writhing, failing to close. Blood drenched its hair, and it slowed, weakened by constant blood loss. Eventually, it collapsed, growling weakly as it bared its teeth at them. Caius delivered the killing stroke, separating its head from its body. Ding! Level 17. Cavern Shambler slain. Caius's chest heaved from the exertion of the fight. Taking a moment to mop his brow, he cleaned his blade on the grass before returning it to its sheath. "Hell's that thing healed fast," he exclaimed. He wouldn't have been surprised if it had been a champion. They, at least, had powerful abilities that would explain the increased regeneration. Maybe Depthsborn had something equivalent to general skills? With how shallow of a layer they are on, it was hard to tell. He doubted whatever skills they had would be extraordinarily powerful. Although, it could just have easily been a natural trait of the beast. He'd seen some lizards regrow their tails, and they hadn't even been connected to the system. "Still died easy," Porkchop snorted derisively. "Yeah, you're right." He turned to look at his friend. "Though maybe next time we don't sprint directly into caverns we haven't had a chance to scout out? I know we haven't seen grass in a while, but you've got to admit, that was stupid." Porkchop had the sensibility to look embarrassed, his ears drooping. He perked right back up after Caius ruffled his head. "Come on, let's go check out that tree in the middle. I bet we'll find a champion there, and I've been itching for a real fight," Caius said, setting off for the trees. Porkchop chuffed back at him, keeping pace. It was true, he had been getting a bit bored with the normal Depthsborn. With everything he had gained, they no longer felt like the threat they had once been. Sure, he wasn't any stronger or faster than he was when he first entered the depths, but his skills and equipment had improved by leaps and miles. Undead weren't so scary when their rusted weapons couldn't pierce his armor. The only trouble they'd had recently had been a sheer numbers issue. Even if they could handily trounce a handful of foes, some of the smaller caverns they passed through had a score or more milling about in a group.
Fighting that many all at once was tough. It was also boring.
More a factor of covering each other and working against getting surrounded than any true test of skills. Not like the champions. They entered the trees. Thick in the trunk, they had soaring canopies made up of quickly thinning branches that drooped towards the ground, weighed down by flat leaves the size of Caius's chest. Thick roots snaked out from the base of the trees, dancing through the surface of the earth, their rough exteriors extending out to the edges of the canopy. It made for treacherous footing. The canopy shadowed them, yet enough of the light penetrated the thin leaves to give them more than enough to see by. It tinted the light into a pale green, the shifting foliage sending the occasional beam of brighter yellow scything through the glade floor. A quick inspect let him know that they were called verdantha trees, while the vines above were hanging lanterns.
Their journey wasn't exactly a peaceful afternoon stroll. It felt like every few minutes another shambler called out a challenge, leaping out of the trees above to throw themselves towards them with outstretched claws. Thankfully, the beasts seemed to be solitary in nature. The one time two approached them at once, they spent almost as much time hissing at each other as they did trying to tear them limb from limb. They cut through the obstructions easily. Soon, they drew close to the central tree. Thanks to the wide canopies of the verdanthas, there was plenty of space between the trunks for them to see their approach. The massive tree that lorded over the grove was situated in the middle of a clearing, almost as if the other trees didn't dare to intrude on its domain. A thick crown of leaves stretched just under the ceiling of the cavern, reaching the edges of the clearing. Amongst squirming roots, Caius spied a hulking figure. Though it was hard to tell from the distance, Caius was almost certain that at the shoulder it was as tall as him. Covered in a thick mat of gray fur, its thick chest held a broad head with two wicked-looking horns erupting out to curve upwards. Behind it, a long tail snaked out. Heavy and muscular, it was almost as long as the rest of the creature's body. He inspected it. Grim-clawed Dreadbeast, Level 27, Champion, Depthsborn, Beast, Apex Predator. Caius let out a savage grin. They'd found their next target.
Nutzung.
Chapter 42. Pitched Battle. The champion prowled around the base of the tree that stood sentinel over the surrounding woods. Despite its thick limbs and stocky chest, it leapt from root to root with lithe agility. Caius and Porkchop watched the lethal Depthsborn from behind the relative safety of a bulging root, a little ways into the edge of the tree line. "This place is way too open," Caius whispered. "No way we are going to get the drop on it." "You're right. We will have to strike with fury and bravery in our hearts." "What? Just run out and charge it?" Caius grunted, watching the way the Grimclaw moved with sleek grace. "With how bloody big the bastard is, I don't think my armor will matter all that much. One good hit, and it'd just cave my chest in. I'm not so confident at dodging this one, Porkchop. It's moving around like a chase predator." "I'll do it," Porkchop said with finality. Images flitted across the bond, filling Caius's mind. Challenging a worthy opponent, the rare one able to match him in physicality. Winning, bloody, broken, and triumphant. A glorious final roar, shattered body of the challenger lying limp under paw. Porkchop was serious. Caius looked at his friend with a cocked brow, then turned back to look at the distant Grimclaw. "Porkchop, look at the claws. You'll get cut to ribbons." "You forget," Porkchop said with a threatening rumble, "that you are not the only one with a full set of legacy skills. My hide might not be as unbreaking as your new scales, but you will find that I am hard to kill. Wounds that would end you would just slow me down." Biting his lip, Caius continued to watch the champion. It stalked the area of the massive tree, slinking through the shadows to patrol its domain. Reacting to some unseen motion, the Grimclaw dug its claws into hard roots with buttery ease. Caius's breath hitched. Wheeling around with startling ease, it blurred across the clearing. Away from them. God's damned, it was fast. It snapped up. Something in its jaws, before slinking back to the tree trunk with easy grace. Caius shook his head. He needed to get a grip. It was a big bastard, but he'd managed to take out 2 champions alone. He'd grown significantly since then, and he had Porkchop as well. Things would be fine. He looked over to his friend. "You're sure?" "Yes." "All right." Caius let out a steadying breath. He drew his sword, the blade glinting softly as a beam of yellow swept over them from the hanging lanterns above. "Let's do this." Porkchop let out a low, rumbling growl, thick, digging claws sinking into the ground. "After I challenge it, go offside and follow once I have it distracted. You will know when I engage." Caius nodded. He set off, leaving Porkchop behind to move through the trees. He leaned into the stealth aspects of Explorer's toolkit, shadows reaching out tenderly to wrap him in their embrace. Once he had gotten far enough, he moved closer to the clearing, pressing himself close to the trunk at the very edge of the start of the canopy far overhead. With his path set, their approach decided, Caius's nerves dissipated. In their place, a rising anticipation grew. The slow rustle of the surrounding foliage faded. His vision sharpened, heart pumped slow and heavy, as a tingle started to grow in the tips of his fingers. The Grimclaw didn't seem so imposing now. He hoped it would put up a good fight. A father's gift rested in his hands, its comfortable weight reassuring him of his success. He had armor now, had grown his skills at an unimaginable pace. The depths had thrown its best at him, and he had come up time and time again, using the challenges as a stepping stone to higher heights. He was born for this, trained for this. He was a warrior. A deafening roar echoed across the clearing, soft ambience of the glade shattered by the sheer rage of Porkchop's battle cry. His friend charged into the open, sprinting over loose earth and twisting roots.
His hackles were raised, massive teeth bared at the Grimclaw. "Ding! You have challenged a champion. Grimclaw Dreadbeast." Caius watched the champion turn to Porkchop in shock, whirling with a snarl of its own. It locked eyes on his friend, the very air seeming to hold its breath. Snorting its own challenge, the Grimclaw sprinted to engage. A cold calm descended over him. Not yet. He had to wait until the champion had fully committed. If he tore in now, it would see him, ruining any advantage of surprise. His grip tightened on his blade, muscles tensing in anticipation. The Grimclaw dropped its head at the last moment, trying to gore Porkchop in their collision. Porkchop went low. They collided with a crash, both beasts snarling as they snapped at each other. Wrapping his thick red and black arms around the champion, Porkchop reared up. Despite easily being thrice Caius's size, Porkchop picked up the beast with ease, sending it sprawling backwards with a parting snap of his jaws. His friend slammed down, diving towards the champion's undefended belly. Porkchop had always told him that his thick, dagger-like claws were for digging out burrows. They seemed to eviscerate flesh just as easily. The beast howled as Porkchop ripped open its midsection. It kicked out, using its powerful legs to rake Porkchop with its claws. He was forced back, thick lacerations on his chest weeping blood. Porkchop only seemed to grow more enraged. He moved. Jaws snapped shut around the Grimclaw's shoulder. With a contemptuous heave, Porkchop tossed the champion in Caius's direction. It flailed through the air, a steady stream of blood from the gaping wound in its stomach splattering against the earth below. "That's my cue," he thought. Caius vaulted over the high tree root he was hiding behind, sprinting out into the open field with his sword held ready. The Grimclaw was still entirely focused on Porkchop, scrambling to its feet with a lash of its tail as it howled in fury. Porkchop returned the call with a roar of his own, charging forwards. Caius grit his teeth and sprinted as hard as he could, legs burning as he kicked up loose dirt. He was almost there. Porkchop reared up, drawing back a paw to deliver a crushing strike. Caius saw the Grimclaw tense. It lowered his head. Caius's eyes widened, knowing what it was about to do. Porkchop was still in the throes of his fury, unknowing or uncaring about the threat of the champion's horns. His friend's claws descended, ripping a furrow through its front shoulder. Its leg buckled slightly. The wound stopped nothing. Driving its back legs forcefully into the ground, the grim claw launched itself forwards, burying its stride-long horns into Porkchop's chest. The world hung still, time pausing for one moment of terrible realization. Caius watched in mute horror as his friend let out a gurgling whine of surprise and pain. The haze of fury left Porkchop's face. Fear and confusion were left in their wake. The champion tossed its head, savaging the wound. The beast pulled back, and Porkchop dropped to all fours. He watched the blood gush from Porkchop's wound, watering the earth with rich red. Caius's heart leapt into his throat. Porkchop cringed, shying away as the champion lashed at him with his claws, leaving weeping rips across his friend's face. Rage roared through Caius. He had to do something, take the pressure off his friend. His world collapsed, narrowing to just the dripping of Porkchop's blood and the last few steps he had to make to help. The final strides between him and his target vanished in an instant. Caius brought his sword up high. A roar slipped from his lips, every muscle in his back and arms contracting to bring his blade to bear with as much force as possible. Reacting to the sound, the grim claw whirled towards him. Even with all its agility, it wasn't fast enough. Enchanted steel parted flesh like muslin.
Caius dove to the side, narrowly slipping under a hastily delivered swipe of the champion's claws. Watching Porkchop back up on quivering legs, Caius pressed the beast. He stepped forwards, cutting it across its long snout. It snapped back, trying and failing to catch him with a bite as he danced backwards. Caius's mind raced. An injury like Porkchop had just received was dire. He'd be out of commission for some time. If he didn't keep the champion occupied, it was all too likely that the beast would turn its attention back to his injured friend. The grim claw lunged forwards, trying to swat him with one claw-lined paw. He snapped his blade up with preternatural agility, adamant body diffusing the force of the swing enough for him to parry. The razor edge of a father's gift cut deep into the bones of the champion's forearms, drawing a hiss of frustration from the beast. Ding! Adamant body has reached level 9. He stared at the champion's wounds. The ones on its flank were already healing, and Caius could no longer see the rip Porkchop had left in its stomach bleeding. It still had health. Caius lunged forwards, burying his sword deep into the beast's clavicle. Claws skittered across his scale mail in response. He ripped his sword free, turning to parry another follow-up claw swipe. The grim claw dropped its head, lunging towards him with the same move that had just grievously wounded his friend. Dancing to the side, fast steps let Caius slip away. The grim claw's charge sent it sailing past him. A draw cut left a weeping slice down the length of the beast's side. The champion hissed in agony, keeping its distance as it stalked around him, trying to get an angle, watching him with black, hateful eyes. Caius kept his sword point trained on the beast, slow steps keeping pace with its circling. He made no move to break the stalemate. Every moment he allowed it to continue was another that Porkchop healed. They never should have separated.
Their strength was in the pressure they could lay down together. Keeping his eyes locked on the grim claw's own, Caius watched his friend out of the corner of his eye. Porkchop's slow, wheezing breaths had faded. Hunkered down against the ground, Porkchop was watching him with a burning intensity, rhythmically raking his claws through the earth with anxious tension. He was alert, watching. That was good. He should heal. The grim claw pounced, leaping forwards with claws outstretched. Caius spun to the side, stepping backwards to avoid the sudden strike. He cut down with his blade, punishing the attempt and tearing open the beast's side once more. They went back to circling. Blood now thoroughly marred their arena, the whole glade silent except for the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze and the sounds of boots and paws taking step after steady step. Caius racked his brain for a way to approach. At some point, the beast was going to realize just how much mass it had on him. If it was willing to accept the threat of his sword, it would be able to bowl him over with ease. Armor or no, he didn't like his chances if it managed to get him grounded. Growling low, the Grimclaw rushed him once again. It committed to its assault, harrying him with a flurry of swiping claws. Caius parried what he could, each one leaving deep cuts on the beast's claws and arms. Others got through his defense. His cerulean armor protected him from the worst of the wounds, sharpened claws screeching as they skittered over the polished surface of enchanted heliumite alloy. It didn't stop everything, even with the padding of his armored jacket underneath the scale mail. The champion's blows were heavy, backed by enhanced strength and sheer weight. Caius felt his bones creak under the assault, each impact leaving sharp aches in their wake, his shoulders and chest bruising under the claws. Ding! Adamant body has reached level 10. He had to do something. If he let the rain of slashes continue, he would eventually collapse under the champion's fury. Behind the beast, Caius watched Porkchop surge to his feet with a slight stumble. "No!" he called, pivoting to deflect another claw. "I've got this! Keep healing!" Porkchop growled in frustration before settling back down. That caught the champion's attention, its head snapping backwards to assess the potential threat of the opponent it had already wounded. Caius's eyes widened. Now was his chance. He stepped in. Aiming for the beast's neck, he brought his sword down in a cleave. Flesh parted. His blade sank deep, cutting through the thick muscle that supported the champion's oversized head. Blood geysered from the wound, coating Caius from head to toe in a sticky, hot spray of vital fluid. A panicked gurgle left its throat. Snapping its head back to him, the beast hastily swatted him in the side. Caius's elbow dug painfully into his ribs as he was forced back. Rumbling a threat, the champion crouched low, even as bright arterial blood continued to spurt from the wound on its neck with each beat of its heart. Watching him. Waiting. The spray slowed, eventually becoming a trickle. Caius gasped, his chest heaving with the excretion of meeting a high-leveled beast toe-to-toe in physical combat. The bleeding stopped. Drawing in a deep breath, the Grimclaw let out a soul-rending cry, mouth hanging open with finger-length fangs on display. Caius adjusted his grip on his blade, bringing it over his head into a high guard. Behind the beast, Porkchop surged to his feet, chest whole and hale once more. He met the champion's roar with one of his own, voices mingling in an ear-ringing cacophony. The Grimclaw's jaw snapped shut, quickly looking over its shoulder at Porkchop before flicking back towards Caius. It growled in frustration, tail flicking. It was going to move now. It had to. Too much risk of being caught between them. A sharp breath stoked Caius's blood song, battle fervor keeping him steady in the face of the champion. Tensing, the Grimclaw made its decision. Scrabbling legs drove it towards Caius, evidently taking him as the lesser threat. Porkchop surged forwards, chasing to take advantage of the champion's opening.
Caius charged forwards with a harsh cry. It threw itself to the side, digging claws in to spin its whole body away from him, turning to face the approaching Porkchop. The grim claw's large whip-like tail snapped through the air. He shifted his blade, bringing it down to block the incoming blow. Instincts flared. He activated Mana Sense. The clearing was instantly enveloped in a billowing, multi-hued fog of mana, obscuring his surroundings. But not the tail. That burned with inner light. Fuck! It's a skill! Caius tried to throw himself back, out of range from the empowering ability. His insight into the attack may have only taken a moment. It was a moment too late. He didn't have the time. The thick, bony tail of the Grimclaw hit him with the force of a boulder in freefall. His arm cracked, blade swatted aside with contemptuous ease. The tail hit him in the chest. Without a rigid backing, his scale did nothing. Ribs collapsed inwards, bones crunching like glass. Before he could even process the agony, the power of the tail whip lifted him off the ground, flinging him away. Hitting the ground with a thud, pain snapped into focus with a flash. Agony coursed through him, every finger span of his chest screaming for release. Rapid adaptation compartmentalized the pain, shoving it into a corner of his mind. Scrambling backwards, he pulled himself away from battling giants. Barely aware of the thundering cracks of Porkchop raging against the champion. He had to breathe. He sucked in, getting nothing but a wet rattle for his efforts. Lungs filled with blood. Burning claws set into his chest. He needed air. As if from a distance, he heard something start to roar.
Chapter 43. Hate. Caius gasped, trying and failing to force his shattered body to take in a breath. Every one sent shuddering spasms through the musculature of his trunk, each one heightened his agony, brushed muscles pulling on the shattered remnants of his sternum. He couldn't breathe. Trying again, he found his gasp catching in his throat. Lungs refused to inflate. He had to clear the blood. Health burned, flooding free from his soul space to suffuse his chest. Morphic fire settled into torn muscle and broken bone, forcing his shattered body to mold itself back together. He barely noticed the unsettling cracks of his ribs moving back into place, the candlelight of its burn invisible in comparison to the all-consuming desperation to just breathe. It was too slow. He had to clear the blood. He rolled over, gurgling in raw pain as scale and leather pushed his chest unnaturally inwards. He forced himself up onto his knees, bending over in an attempt to let the blood run free from his throat. It trickled out with agonizing slowness. Ribs continued snapping into place. He coughed, thick wads of blood splattering over the ground below, filling his mouth with the rich taste of iron. Racking spasms followed the action, agony flaring as his crushed chest rebelled against the pressure. Shoving the pain deep, he took a deep, gasping breath. Finally free of the all-consuming desire for air. Holding his chest as still as possible, his eyes shot around the battlefield. He dropped his sword in the collision, the blade lying in the dust a few paces away. He crawled to it, wincing with every movement. Snatching it up with jealous haste, he turned his attention back to the battle. Right as Porkchop let out another ground shaking below. His friend was giving as good as he got, prior wounds forgotten as he laid into the champion with heavy slashes of his claws. Each one sent the beast stumbling, weeping furrows of torn flesh left in their wake. The Grimclaw didn't take the assault lying down. It danced around with hasty agility, never staying still long enough for Porkchop to land a disabling or fatal wound. Porkchop wasn't without his own wounds.
Whenever the Grimclaw had the opportunity, it would lunge in, nipping at his friend, needle teeth tearing out small chunks. Caius hissed at the sight. He couldn't waste his time waiting around to heal. He dropped inwards, seeing gaseous red flood free of his soul to suffuse ruined flesh. He dived into his soul and yanked at his health pool, forcibly accelerating the flow of the resource. Ice picks of agony drove into his mind. It was delicate work, not suitable for brute force. Grace would take time. Force did not. The additional rush of the healing energy vastly accelerated his healing. His chest physically roiled under his armor, ribs snapping back into place with sickening cracks. It wasn't a perfect process. Haste and mental strain made his grip clumsy, a portion of the excess energy diffusing throughout his body to dissipate away. Wasted. He growled. Jerky hands flicked open his potion pouch. He slammed down an orange tonic, taste of sunshine and vital growth on his lips. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic. Solar revitalization. The magically charged fluid absorbed the moment it hit his stomach. Alchemical power flooded through his body, settling into his soul to forcefully increase his regeneration. It might be enough. Forcing his health to surge from his pool, Caius wished he had practiced this technique more. It was a vital component of his final legacy skill, so he thought that he'd have plenty of time before he had to use it. Stupid. His sternum healed with a final grinding snap. Caius dropped his focus, letting the flow of his health return to normal. His attention snapped back to reality as he lurched to his feet. Porkchop was soaked with blood, black and red fur plastered tight to his skin, rents in his flesh glistening under the swaying lights of the lanterns far above. He stood firm in the face of the champion's assault, unyielding. In contrast, the Grimclaw looked battered. Chunks of its gray coat were missing, slickened with even more blood than the prodigious amount that Porkchop had spilled on the floor below. It moved with a limp, twisting and contorting to avoid blows where it could. Caius sharpened his eyes, watching it like a hawk. Its wounds still healed, but with how heavy the creature's wounds were, the resource was stretched thin. Each additional cut slowed the regeneration, its health unable to keep up with the systemic damage. Its body was failing it. They could win. Caius sprinted into the fray, a cry leaving his lips. The Grimclaw leapt back from Porkchop, head twisting to look back at him with surprised panic clear on its face. It had thought him dead, finished from the use of its skill. A fatal mistake. Porkchop barged forwards, forcing the beast's attention back to the fight. It leapt backwards, one leg dragging as it all but stumbled away from the blow. It looked back towards him once more, watching him as he slashed for its flank. Muzzle twisted into a snarl. The beast tensed. Caius readied himself for a counterattack, even as Porkchop pressed the distraction and reared up. The Grimclaw disappeared with a pop of displaced air, Caius's blade sailing through empty space as Porkchop slammed heavily into the ground. His friend stumbled forwards with a scream of pain. Jolting at the sound, Caius looked over. Horror flooded him. The Grimclaw now mounted Porkchop's back. Claws dug deep into his friend's back, heavy jaws closing around the back of Porkchop's neck. Caius saw the muscles in its jaw and its neck heave. Its mouth started to close. Hair's breadth by hair's breadth. It was trying to shatter his friend's neck. Porkchop mewled in pain. "Porkchop!" he screamed, sprinting over to force the champion from his back.
Porkchop tried to struggle to his feet, attempting to shake the Grimclaw free. It only made the beast dig its claws in deeper. Caius blanched, seeing the chunks of flesh tear free from Porkchop's back. He had to do something. Now. There was still one more solar revitalization tonic. If he could get it to Porkchop, it might be enough. Skidding to a stop by his friend's side, Caius hacked at the beast, adding to the gaping wounds on the champion's back and sides. Momentarily releasing its grip from Porkchop's neck, the grim claw hissed at him. One paw smacked his blade away before raking Porkchop's back once more. Caius grit his teeth in fury, launching forwards to thrust his blade deep into the champion's side. Letting out a cry of pain, it leapt off Porkchop's back. His friend collapsed to the ground, dazed, blood still pouring from his wounds. Caius had to do the rest of this himself. He needed an edge. Fucked up. Sorry. The words were weak in Caius's mind, strained. Sush, you'll be fine. Just rest, I've got this, he said, his hand trailing reassuringly over Porkchop's head as he stepped past his friend, putting himself between them and the prowling Grimclaw. He kept his gaze locked on the champion as he reached for his potion pouch, pulling out his last regeneration potion. Here, drink this. Chew the bloody glass if you have to, he said, tossing it behind him to Porkchop. Porkchop let out a weak chuff. Don't need it. I told you, I'm tough. Asshole just crushed my neck. I can barely feel anything below my shoulders. Break them, Caius. Porkchop finished after a moment's pause, his tone venomous. Gladly, Caius said coldly. He reached for the next potion in his pouch, one of the boiling red ones. The description had worried him, but he needed strength, and he didn't see how he could possibly feel any more aggressive than he did already. He snapped his potion pouch closed, bringing the tonic slowly to his mouth as the Grimclaw tensed at the movement. It growled, still watching, still waiting. Cork came free with a yank of his teeth. Steaming fluid poured down his mouth, racing to be absorbed by his stomach. Ding! You have imbibed a tonic, psychopathic assault. It tasted of hate, the kind that burned all passion in its wake, leaving nothing but ash. Notes of paradise raised, of salted earth and tearing flesh. All-consuming violence coated his mouth, knives of primal madness catching in his throat. It was cold. So very, very cold. All thoughts, all worries left his mind. Energy seeped into his musculature, reinforcing it, bolstering his power. His mind expanding, sharpening as the outer world slowed down. Everything became tuned, focused, all with one goal: slaughter. Caius took a single quick look at his resources. Health, 41 over 300, 2 per minute plus 15 per minute. Stamina, 123 over 200, 2 per minute plus 15 per minute. Mana, 140 over 140, 2 per minute. It was enough. He raced forwards, splitting his focus. Mana sense activated. Billowy arcane fog covered the arena. Unacceptable. He filtered the input, dragging it back until only a subtle aura surrounded the physical world. The Grimclaw glowed weakly in his sight, barely standing out against the background. The teleport had drained it. Caius weighed his options in a blink. Might still have enough for another tail whip. He kept the skill running. It twitched at his charge, readying itself to meet him. Another part of his focus slipped into his internal world. An iron grip settled on his health, forcing it to stop. Undirected healing was a waste. Not enough fuel. Non-vital organs were discarded, as were remaining rents in skin and fat. Muscle and bone were needed to move, to kill. He kept healing those. Bleeding would weaken him, might stop him from killing. Keep those. Ding!
Mental visualization has reached level 19. He arrived.
The Grimclaw clawed at him, aiming for his shoulder. Teeth bared at him as a feral growl shook its way free from its chest. Caius analyzed the incoming claws. They were going to hit him in the shoulder. He had heavy pauldrons. It would most likely break his joint. He could heal that. He didn't need that arm to thrust. Acceptable. He dipped into a lunge. Point of his sword shot straight for the champion's chest. Its eyes started to widen at his reckless assault. Claws raked his armor. Bones splintered. Sword pierced chest. Blood ran free. He smiled. Health was corralled to his shattered shoulder. Soul pain ignored as he forced it to heal faster. Flooding the joint. Only the joint. No excess wasted. Too inefficient. The second mental process ripped control from the unguided resource. He'd had the anatomy lessons. He could do it himself. Barely a trickle spent. Bone reforged. Much better. The champion lunged towards him, jaws open wide. He ripped his blade free. Explorer's toolkit twinged. He could finally see. Too clouded before. Too slow. An opening. Useful. He stepped back. Sword swung for the Grimclaw's exposed face. It had left itself defenseless. Overcommitted. That was silly. A father's gift sliced through its eye. Clear jelly mixed with blood, rolled down fur. Beautiful. It was a good sword. A killing gift. The best kind. It was trying to claw him again. Going to hit his leg. A necessary sacrifice. He would live. It would die. Handspan-length claws ripped through his muscle. Blood fell. Snapped muscle fibers writhed, snaking back to wholeness in moments. Fat and skin stayed torn. Inner workings revealed in exquisite detail. Ding! Adamant body has reached level 11. Ding! Mental visualization has reached level 20. There was pain. It didn't bother him. It was only a feeling. Wouldn't stop him from killing. That was all that mattered. Sword came down, cutting deep into the arm that just clawed him. The Grimclaw snarled. He saw bone. He smiled wider. When had he started smiling? Need to check resources again. Resources. Health. 32 over 300. 2 per minute plus 15 per minute. Stamina. 108 over 200. 2 per minute plus 15 per minute. Mana. 140 over 140. 2 per minute. Good. So much better than when left undirected. The beast was trying to claw him again. Predictable. Well positioned for a parry. Maybe he would get to see more bone? His sword came up, catching the swing. Edge of his sword bit deep. He pushed the limb away from him, stepping around the blow in a single fluid motion. A twist of his wrists. His blade slid along bone, turning into a smooth thrust. It sank deep. The Grimclaw gurgled, blood foaming from its mouth. That was good. He'd stabbed its lung. Warmth started to trickle in. Unfortunate. He was having so much fun. Best to kill it now. If he died, he wouldn't get to have fun like this again. Sword came free. The wound didn't move. Its health was finished. That was good. More fun if it kept wriggling, though. He parried another blow. Riposte slashed the beast's neck. A fountain of blood. Pretty. The Grimclaw's eyes were wide. Was it scared? Amusing.
wouldn't save it. More warmth. Things were starting to slow down. Unfortunate. Stepping in, he sank his sword into the champion's shoulder. The blow severed something, the beast suddenly unable to support its weight. It roared at him, trying to ward him off with batting strikes. He moved, slashing the passing limb, just for fun. Another cut to the beast's neck, more blood joining the growing fountain. More warmth. Had to be a decisive blow. The champion dug its back feet into the earth, lowering its head. It launched forwards into a goring charge. Perfect. Caius stepped to the side and lined up his sword, bracing himself. A horn clipped his arm, tearing a divot. Secondary focus flooded the region with health, working to heal only the most vital elements. The point of his sword bit deep. The grim claw stiffened. Heart shot. Nice. Its body still moved, bowling both of them over as its crushing weight landed on his chest. Caius watched as the light faded from its eyes, body twitching in its final death throes. He tried to smile wider. He couldn't.
Chapter 44. Success. Caius gasped, pain flooding back with a vengeance as the last of the psychopathic assault tonic left his system. The dregs of his health flooded free, vanishing in moments as it worked to heal the rents in his exterior flesh. The grim claw was on top of him, pinning him to the ground. He stared at it with wide eyes. What the hells had that been? When he'd read the description of the potion, he'd been expecting anger, some sort of consuming rage that drove him into a fervor. There had been no anger, no burning heat of madness. No, the only thing that he had felt had been joy. The beauty of spilled blood, the ecstasy of pain, of destruction levered against those he hated. And how he hated. It had been overwhelming, the sheer disgust and contempt he had felt for the champion. It had chilled him to his very soul, freezing out all passions, except those that brought ruin to the object of his fascination. Yet there had been no madness, no fugue. He'd known it was the tonic, known the entire time, that it was unnatural. Yet he hadn't cared. Everything that couldn't be leveraged into the total destruction of his opponent had been discarded. A whine shook him from his thoughts. Caius strained against the heavy meat that pinned him, craning his head to see Porkchop limping towards him on quaking limbs. His friend seemed tense, cautious. "Caius!" Porkchop's tone was frantic. "Are you okay? Has the bloodlust left you?" Caius grunted, pushing against the body on top of him as he attempted to wriggle free. Yeah, I'm okay. The tonic wore off. Hells of a fucking tonic, though. Gods, he cursed. Porkchop slumped down to the floor next to him, grunting in pain. "I'm still too weak to pull it off you. Give me a few minutes." He spat out the last revitalization tonic, the square glass bottle funking into the earth. "I'll be fine." Caius heaved, wincing as the cuts on his body were yanked uncomfortably from the movement. A few moments of frantic shuffling, and he managed to pull himself free. "See?" Moving to stand, Porkchop interrupted him with a growl. "Sit. Rest. Rage like that burns you, tires the mind even if your body is left untouched. It is an affliction of the melees. We can lose ourselves in the heat of battle. You feel it too, I know it. The rush. This was different. Too brutal. No passion, only hate and cold. You should be wary of that tonic, Caius." Caius sighed at Porkchop's words, but relented and returned to sitting.
Swiping his tonic from the ground, he slotted it back safely into his potion pouch. Looking at the glassy eyes of the Grimclaw and his sword that was sunken hilt-deep into its chest, he knew his friend was right. Yet the power had saved their life. He would use it again if he had to. I didn't lose myself. That's the most disconcerting thing. I was still me. I just only cared about death, he muttered. Just be careful. I will. He thought back on the exchange. The sheer power, the control that the tonic had given him. Never in his mind did he think he would be able to get that level of control over his health until he had merged lesser regeneration. He dove inwards, waiting a few seconds for a burst of health to spurt from his soul. He grabbed the scrap of the resource, directing it to the cut in his thigh, urging it to knit skin back together and skin alone. It was slow, far slower and less efficient than he had been only minutes before. It still worked. Still restored flesh far faster than he could before. His mind was slower, weaker without the power of the draft. But the knowledge, the capability remained. What if it was repeatable? Dangerous, indeed. Looking over to Porkchop, he activated his sense mana. A blinding halo lit up. He dialed it back, reducing the impressions of latent mystic force until it returned to diffuse auras. A flick of mental will locked the skill in place.
He gazed out at their surroundings in awe. The mana was everywhere, blanketed everything. Trees wreathed in greens and browns, the lights above glistening in silver and gold. He looked left towards the massive sentinel that dominated the clearing. It shone with a radiant inner light. The depths had always had a savage grace to them, but this was true beauty. Regardless if the tonic had saved their life, it would have been worth it for just this sight alone. Porkchop had tried to help him with the skill. As a greater beast, he could naturally see mana. Yet, the fact that his friend had the power as a birthright meant that he'd never had to learn how to control it, nor was it quite as acute as his own. Porkchop's advice had been about as helpful as if he had tried to explain how to make seeing in color less overwhelming. "What are you looking at?" Porkchop asked, cocking his head at him. "Sense mana. Figured out how to use it properly thanks to the tonic." "It's everywhere," Caius replied absent-mindedly, fascinated with his surroundings. Porkchop snorted. "Of course it is. We are in the depths. Even the inner sea struggles to compare to the density. It is pretty, though." The pair sat in companionable silence, waiting for their wounds to heal, while they rested next to the corpse of their slain foe, enjoying the moment of peace that followed a hard-fought battle. Caius rose first, his bolstered regeneration and comparatively few wounds, allowing him to rise quickly. He grabbed his sword, yanking it free from the champion's chest. "Back in a moment. Gonna go get my pack." Caius trotted off, approaching the tree where he and Porkchop had originally planned their assault. Slinging his bag back on, he walked back to the site of their victory. "So, how are we doing? Ready to go look for the loot?" Caius asked, with a wide grin. "You and loot," Porkchop snorted, rising to his feet. His friend was stable, but the movement was still slow. "No running. Still sore." Caius nodded in understanding, and they set off for the base of the tree. As they walked, Caius craned his head up at the massive plant that towered over them. Its trunk was as thick as a house, and each individual branch may as well have been a paved path for how stout they were. "Are there trees like this in the center of the sea? I thought I'd seen some truly big ones by the mountains, but this makes them look like saplings," Caius asked. Porkchop replied. "Bigger. The center is old. Older than even the matriarchs remember.
Having a den in the center is a great honor, a sign of powerful fathers and patriarchs. The canopies shade dangerous hunting grounds. Even the elven conclaves avoid it, other than their most accomplished hunters, that is. Caius could see it in his mind's eye, a reflection of the forest he had grown up in, but more life, more power, more excitement. Elves, too. He'd seen a few, mostly halflings. Full-blooded elves so rarely crossed the mountains. "Would you take me someday, to see the center?" he asked. Porkchop snorted, his ears flicking happily. "Yes, though only if you show me the lands beyond the forest first. I've often wondered how strange it must be to live without trees." Caius laughed, happy that Porkchop had accepted so easily. "We can explore them together. I haven't left the forest much myself, remember? I've wanted to for a long, long time." Caius paused, thinking back on the stories he had been told. "It's why I pushed myself so hard, you know? Beyond not wanting to waste the gift of my legacy and the joy that growth brings. I want to see the world, eat strange foods, fight rare monsters, and simply see what life has to offer." Porkchop listened to him speak of the lands beyond the arboreal sea, humming pleasingly as Caius relayed stories he had heard himself from his father and travelers at the various taverns he'd stayed at in the frontier villages. Like the Drozag stoneholds.
The dwarves have carved entire cities in the mountains beyond the lands of the Haiwian tribes. They say that they cut the tops off mountains, hollowing them out, and laid great panes of stained mosaics across the openings. Each and every one is supposed to be cut from gems the size of a boulder. I heard it's so common for travelers to get struck mute by the beauty that they have dedicated healers just for that. Can you imagine? That sounds ridiculous, Porkchop chortled. Are you sure the man that told you this had not had too much to drink? Well, he had had quite a few flagons of stout. But still, it's worth investigating for ourselves, is it not? Even if only half of it is true, it would still be quite the sight. That it would, Porkchop agreed. His friend grunted, nudging him with his shoulder before gesturing with his nose towards a hollow at the base of the tree's trunk that had been hiding in the gaps between two massive rising roots. I think I might have just found your loot, Caius grinned, setting off at a trot. I said no running, Porkchop grumbled, but ran after him all the same. Caius entered the hollow with Porkchop close behind. The smell of musk and wet fur hit him like a wall. He scrunched his nose. Gods, what the hells is that? Pheromones. It's its burrow, Porkchop said, pushing past him. Resigning himself to breathing through his mouth, Caius chased after his friend. Still smells bloody rank. The burrow was dark, fully shaded from the light of the lanterns above. To one side, the Grimclaw had clearly made its nest. Discarded twigs and dry leaf litter having been gathered into a large pile with a depression at the center. The other side of the space was clearly its larder. Stripped bones lay in a wild jumble. The oldest were bleached white, while those near the top still had strips of meat on them. Surprisingly, the beast was a clean eater, as, other than the stink of its territory, Caius couldn't catch the faintest whiff of rot. Most of the bones were clearly from the shamblers they had fought in the outer forest, knobbly skulls and 2 long arm bones giving them away. A glint caught Caius's eye. Something in the pit of refuse shone like metal. We're gonna have to dig, Caius said, letting out a long, resigned groan. Nope, you're going to have to dig. Your loot, after all, Porkchop said, backing away. Caius gave his friend a betrayed glare and stomped towards the bones. He tossed them free, digging for whatever had caught his eye. He unearthed it quickly. A helmet. One still attached to a skull,
the shattered remnants of his spine dangling free. Caius pulled it free gingerly, setting it to the side. "I wonder, was this another Delver?" he asked pensively. "Or is it just another thing that the depths placed here because it made sense to?" "Don't know. The depths is strange. I try not to question it." "What? No wise wisdom straight from the muzzle of the matriarchs?" he asked, staring at Porkchop in disbelief. "That is the wisdom. They are wise enough to know when something is beyond them. To question the depths is to question the system. You'll get no answers and drive yourself mad with knowledge hunger. Better to just take it at face value." "Bah, where's the fun in that? Meaningless supposition is the only thing we've got down here. Not like we can go check a library." He turned back to the pile of bones. "Hold on. I'm going to see if I can find anything else in here." Digging through the pile, Caius managed to find a ring on a discarded arm. The flesh on the finger had been left intact, but had desiccated. Perhaps from the same body as the helmet? Regardless of its origin, Caius delicately pulled it free from the shriveled digit. Tossing it towards his other prize, he returned to digging. "Nothing. That's it."
He picked up his spoils, wandering over to his friend.
"Well, it smells gross here. I suggest we check out what these babies do outside. Maybe somewhere with a soft patch of leaf litter to sit on." Agreed. They left the hollow, walking a short distance to get away from the sprawling roots that rose up above their heads at the base of the tree. Caius plopped himself down, holding his new helmet up to get a better look at it. It was a hardy thing. Made of gleaming bronze metal, it had a ridge that ran along its top. Sweeping extrusions ran along where it would sit against his cheek and jaw, and a slip of metal shot down from the brow to protect the nose. Swirling embossed designs of knots covered the entire thing, and when Caius looked closely, he could make out dense lines of runic script etched into the decorative covering. He appraised it. Kalheim Helm, Common, Tier 1. The cold home is a ruthless place. Life is cheap, and death is cheaper. It breeds hard men, but even a hard man does not survive an axe to the skull. Made from a cold bronze and steel alloy with a padded beast leather interior. Simple protection, but stout and reliable thanks to its make and materials. Depths wrought artifact. Medium armor, helmet. Durability 1, impact negation 1, self-repair 1. He read the notification, turning the helm around in his hands. Nothing exciting, but like it said, you didn't need something fancy if it still stopped your head getting caved in. He shrugged and slid it on. His shaggy hair immediately covered his eyes. Pulling it off with a huff, Caius threw his head back to get his hair out of the way. He might need to go at it with his knife again soon. The helmet went back on, now keeping his hair out of his eyes. It fit perfectly, snug, but not tight. Nice, he thought to himself, doing up its clasp to secure it in place. A shake of his head confirmed it wasn't going anywhere. Looks a little silly. Different color from your scale,
Porkchop said, watching him from off to the side. Caius rolled his eyes at his friend. "It will also save my life if someone hits me over the head. I can deal with a little clashing colors." He reached for the ring. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have something else to look at." Plain, and made with gleaming silver, it had a ring of runes around its inner edge, while an engraved closed fist graced its exterior. Ring of the dedicated brawler, Common. Only a coward brings a sword to a fist fight. Made from shining argentium, this ring's enchantments turn the wielder's hands to iron, allowing them to turn blades and land heavier blows. Slightly enhances strength. Depths wrought artifact.
Accessory, ring. Brawlers. Gambit 1. Resizing 1. Self-repair 1. Ding! Appraise has reached level 20. Caius grinned as he saw the notification that trailed shortly after the ring's description, though he set the thought to the side for the moment. Holding the ring up, Caius stared at its description pensively. It might work. May as well try. Hey, pork chop.
Chapter 45. A Lesser Merge. Caius rolled the ring around in his hand, staring at the light that bounced off its polished exterior. Resizing. It was a minor enchantment, usually used so that artificers wouldn't have to waste their precious time on measuring clients for non-commissioned pieces. He honestly had no idea how far the enchantment could be pushed. If it was artisan-made, he wouldn't even try, but items from the depths tended to be a little stronger and a lot more weird than those made by people. Only the best enchanters would be able to scribe runes as dense and small as the ones that lined the ring, and they certainly wouldn't put that much effort into a common item. His friend responded to his call, trotting over. "Yes? I think I might have found you some loot after all," he said, holding up the shining ring with a grin. Porkchop looked at him quizzically. "That thing? What am I supposed to do, tie it to my fur?" "Just give your paw, you dolt," Caius said, gesturing impatiently with his hand. Porkchop chuffed, putting one of his front paws on Caius's knee. It was massive, easily half the size of his torso. "Oof, you're a heavy bastard, aren't you?" He got a throaty growl in response to his jibe. Laughing back at his friend, Caius brought the ring closer to one of Porkchop's thick claws. They were frightening things, as long as his hand, and built like the curved tip of a pick. The ring expanded, growing in his hands until it would fit loosely around 2 of his fingers. Caius grinned, happy that he was right, and slid it down Porkchop's middle digit. It would be more out of the way there. The ring shrunk, tightening to sit snug against the base of Porkchop's digit. He yelped in surprise, the insignia of a closed fist flashing once. Once he got over his initial shock, Porkchop held his paw up curiously, eyeing the artifact. "What does it do? I feel a little jittery," he asked curiously. "The jitters might be from some strength, though I don't know the effect personally. It also does something else. Do you trust me?" "Of course," Porkchop responded without hesitation. "Give me your paw again." Porkchop placed his paw back on Caius's lap. To his friend's credit, the furry lump only flinched a little when he drew his hunting knife. Bringing the edge of the blade to Porkchop's pad, he dragged it across sharply. Porkchop let out a huff of surprise. The honed edge skittered across his friend's paw, leaving no sign of a mark in its wake. Pulling his paw back, Porkchop stared at it with open fascination. "I doubt the enchantment is strong enough to deal a heavy blow from an enchanted axe or anything, but I thought maybe you would get less cut up if you could smack away swords without worrying about being cut to ribbons. I'd bet it makes your paws hit way harder, too." Caius explained, watching as his friend turned his paw back and forth. "I think we should start looking for the next champion," Porkchop said. "It is very important we get more loot." Caius let out a laugh from deep in his belly. "I knew I could get you to see it my way. I've just got a couple of things I want to do first. Checking those artifacts brought appraise up to 20, and I'd like to merge Identify and get my last skill before we go gallivanting off." With everything else already capped for his next legacy skill, Caius had been growing impatient. The level of appraise couldn't have come at a better time. "Watch over me?" he asked. Porkchop chuffed in acceptance, and Caius closed his eyes, dropping into his soul space. The glowing bonfire of his soul shone in his mental sight, revealing the skill shards that orbited it.
He quickly spotted appraise and inspect. He doubted he would have any difficulty with the merge, even with the escalating mental strain with each successive legacy skill. The skills were supremely compatible, and there were only two.
He wove a rope of soul fire, the strand coming away with ease. Connecting it to inspect took moments. An encyclopedia of sights washed through him, a catalog of 1,000 beasts and 1,000 classes. Similarities, simple categorizations. It wasn't an in-depth look, but even a short entry to a growing book of knowledge had value. The choir of his legacy skills screamed for his attention, but before they could get their avaricious hooks in him, he was already moving. He drew another thread of soul fire, sending it questing for appraise. This skill was similar to its cousin, but avaricious. The merchant to the curious researcher before. Simple pottery through to the rarest of legendary blades. All were stripped back, quantified, appraised. A third thread connected the skills. They all but smashed into each other, so eager was their desire for union. Ding! Skill merged. Identify obtained. Caius opened his eyes with a smile, bringing up the description of his latest skill. Identify. Level 1, rare. Even a little knowledge can make a world of difference in the right hands. Skill that enables slight insight into all things that fall under the purview of the system. Higher rarities, levels, and power disparities are more difficult to identify. Enchantments and skills can block this insight. Each level slightly increases the skill's ability to overcome insight blocking effects. Merged from inspect, appraise. It was a simple merge, one that combined the effects of both skills with very little in the way of new capabilities. It was also amongst the few that were only rare, though in his mind that was a fair assessment. It was still very useful, and one he was glad to have. Tactical insight and an understanding of the effects of their gear was vital. Now he had room for his last skill, Eagle Eye. All done? Porkchop asked, clearly eager to get moving. Just a minute, big guy. Just going to get this skill. Caius mumbled, training his eyes on one of the hanging lanterns that drifted aimlessly in the slight breeze. It was a far one, situated near where they had entered the cavern, distant enough that it was barely a smudged, glowing pinpoint of light to his eyes. He grabbed hold of his mana, going through the now familiar process of suffusing his eyes with the mystic resource. Stinging irritation brought tears to his eyes, in no way helped by his unblinking focus. He ignored the pain. It had been growing less intense with every infusion, his body growing used to the presence of mana in his flesh. Ding! General skill available. Would you like to learn Eagle Eye, rare? With a snap, the hanging lantern suddenly focused in his sight. Still just as far, still just as small, but he could see every ripple in the strange fibrous membrane that acted as windows to the lantern's glowing interior. As the vine swayed gently in the breeze, Caius watched liquid slosh inside the bubble, roiling and flashing in the movement. A headache started to set in. Caius groaned, attention flicking to Porkchop when his friend made a questioning rumble. He could see every hair in excruciating detail, see the very texture of the follicles. There was no magnification. The increased detail added to all of his field of view. Acuity sharpened to a deadly point, one that felt like it was being rammed into his brain by a particularly pissed-off blacksmith. He snapped his eyes shut, grumbling. "Did you break yourself again?" Porkchop asked, amused. "Yeah," Caius said, rubbing his temples in an attempt to encourage his headache to go away. "It's sense mana all over again. I'm gonna try something."
Caius opened his eyes, careful to keep his gaze trained on his knee. He could see the bloody weave of his pants better than if he used a jeweler's lens. Thinking back to the memories of his final confrontation with the Grimclaw, he tried to remember how he'd first gotten his grips on sense mana.
He could always turn the skill off, but it was blatantly obvious to him that seeing in higher detail at a greater distance was way too valuable to not at least make an attempt. It had felt like choking out a fire that first time. Reaching out with his mind, Caius grabbed a firm hold of the skill's influence, throttling it. His newly enhanced sight lessened, becoming more manageable. He increased his pressure until he no longer felt like throwing up. He nodded in satisfaction, throwing Porkchop a smile. The boost was still significant, but he planned to grow used to its full effects as soon as he could. He pulled up the notification that was blaring in the corner of his mind. Eagle Eye, Level 1, Rare Clear, Focused and Unyielding. Every detail is laid bare beneath the sweeping of your sight. Skill that enhances visual acuity and range. Each level moderately increases visual processing capacity. Each level slightly increases range and detail of sight. Caius let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, the burden would lessen as he increased the skills level. All right, I'm all done. Want to go for a walk and see where all the exits are? Yes, Porkchop said, tapping the ground rhythmically with his feet. Maybe we will find more loot. Caius laughed. Maybe. Though this place is a lot smaller than the Blue Grove, so don't be disappointed if there is just the one champion. He jumped to his feet, walking with Porkchop towards the tree line at the edge of the clearing. In the end, despite scouring the glade from top to bottom, they weren't able to find another champion. Plenty of howlers to tussle with, another convenient spring, and half a dozen exits, but no more champions. The howlers themselves quickly grew to be an annoyance. Despite their potent regeneration, they were no true threat. Yet they didn't have the decency to fall quickly to their blades, more than content to exhaust them with a steady stream of rabid attacks. Quickly deciding to move on, Caius and Porkchop pushed through another tunnel.
Days passed as they wandered through jagged corridors of solid stone. Even with low-light vision, Caius found the darkness oppressive. Seeing in monochrome for so long gave everything a strange, washed-out quality to it, and he missed the simple vibrancy that color brought to light. His unease was only worsened by the focus the tunnels demanded of him. Filled with traps and ambush predators, Caius had to stay constantly alert. Sometimes, over an hour would go by without an encounter. Others, he was forced to disarm 3 traps in a row while a half-rotten undead hauled itself out of a shallow grave and attempted to ambush him from behind. In that case, Porkchop had more than proved his worth as a rear guard. A single swipe with his newly enhanced paws had crushed the creature's head. Thankfully, the long passages of dark were broken up every couple of hours by smaller caverns. It was a twisted respite, one that they were forced to wrest from the grip of hungry beasts and restless dead. Eventually, though, something changed. They'd left the last cavern about an hour ago, having made camp there the night before. It had been a good rest spot. The only inhabitants were a couple of rams and a single undead shepherd. An unusually low number of enemies, but the cavern itself had been small, barely 40 paces from edge to edge. A single tree stood proud in the center, glowing with a familiar blue that had made Caius think of the glade where he had spent his first months in the depths. The shepherd had been disposed of quickly, and they had had a fantastic meal of roast mutton. There'd even been enough to restock their stores of jerky, even with Porkchop's impressive appetite. Now, though, they were back on foot, traversing more shadowed tunnels torn through with twisted roots. They turned a corner.
The passage abruptly changed. Gone were the roots and raw natural cave walls.
In their place was a tunnel that had been hacked through stone. Forcefully and brutal, whatever had created the passage had left carved scars etched into the walls. Haphazard logs were propped up as supports. Some were simple rough-hewn logs, branches barely even trimmed. Others looked like the supports of more civilized folk, but ancient, splintered and bowed. The line that delineated the two styles was stark, almost razor-thin and perfectly straight, as if some god had hacked two different tunnels in half and transported them here to be pasted together with deific magic.
"Stop!" Caius called at once.
"What do you think it is? Haven't seen anything like that in, well, ever?" Porkchop asked. "No idea, but let's be careful. So far, different may as well mean dangerous," Caius replied with a low voice, calmly pulling his sword free from his sheath. He crept forwards. "Agreed," Porkchop said, following close behind. Despite their tension, nothing happened as they approached the sudden change in the tunnels. Peering further, Caius could see nothing that would warrant halting their approach. "Last chance. Want to go back and try a different tunnel?" Caius asked, checking Porkchop for his response. "No way. Different is also interesting. I'm sick of these tunnels," Porkchop replied, urging him on. Caius nodded. He stepped over the threshold. Biome entered. The Great Warren. Chapter 46. New Environs. Caius stopped fast at the threshold between the root-bound cave and the carved tunnel, staring at the notification that told him he had entered the Great Warren. Porkchop stepped up next to him, also pausing with a low growl as he saw his own version of the notion. "Seems we have a decision to make," Caius said after he had had a moment to digest the information. "Agreed." "Well," Caius said, walking to the side of the cave. He rested his back against the wall, looking at Porkchop with his arms crossed. "Do we want to stay where we are? Keep looking for a guardian?" "I'm ready for something new," Porkchop said. "There's only so much of walking through the same bloody caves I can take for weeks on end." Caius frowned. "You have a point. Though I didn't expect that it would take us so long to at least find one. Most stories I've heard from delvers say that they can usually clear a biome in a couple of weeks or so. Unless they are walking straight there, I don't see how that's possible. We've spent so long just bloody wandering." "Known biomes would explain it. If they already know where the Guardian is, it wouldn't take anywhere near as long. We're basically just exploring at random," Porkchop replied. "That would explain at least part of it," Caius said, reaching up to rub his chin. "But lots of delvers explore passages in the wild. There must be some method." Porkchop snorted, mild amusement flowing across their link. "That might be so, but we don't have any way of following their method, especially not if it is some sort of two-legged artifice. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Finding a guardian can wait. You still have skills to merge, and we both still have a long time until our full induction into the system." "You're right," Caius sighed. "But we can do that, and probably find more champions here. The overgrown graves are a known quantity, and this next biome is a warren." "And?" Porkchop replied quizzically. "Oh, right," Caius said, feeling a little foolish. Of course Porkchop would have no reference for what the biome being a warren meant. He stood up off the wall, pacing slightly as he explained what he knew. "Father spent a lot of time discussing biome names with me. They can reveal a lot of what you can expect to find in that section of the depths. For example, overgrown graves suggested that there would be undead, and probably beasts as well. It's nowhere near perfect. There's a lot of room for interpretation, and it gets a lot more complicated at lower levels."
So, a warren would have things that normally live underground? Porkchop asked, tilting his head at Caius.
Caius nodded. Most likely, but not just that. Things like warren, infestation, or siege suggest that it's probably going to be horde enemies. Sort of like a swarm, but across the whole biome. Lots of enemies, but comparatively weaker even if they have similar levels to elsewhere.
Still better than here.
I'm sick of fighting undead. They taste disgusting, which means I have to avoid biting them. It'd be like fighting with one of your arms behind your back. Porkchop's distaste was almost palpable, the faintest hint of vile rot slipping across their link. Caius went a little green.
The Great Warren it is, he readily agreed. Let's be careful, though. We still don't know what sort of depthsborn we will find, and there will be new traps as well.
They set off, Caius taking the lead as they entered the new region of the dungeon. Caius took the lead, sword in hand as he scanned their surroundings for any sign of traps. The tunnel was clearly manufactured, very unlike the natural caverns they had just left. Whatever had dug them was inelegant. Like they had been excavated with picks alone, no concern for anything other than breaching further into the bedrock. The supports were haphazard, uneven and scattered at seemingly random intervals. Half had clearly been scavenged and not treated well besides. The carved beams were splintered, and in some cases had been chopped to length in order to fit the tunnel's uneven width. Hells, half of them looked like they would fall to pieces at the slightest touch. The other supports weren't much better. Hacked tree trunks with little to no time spent on curing the raw lumber. It was blatant they had been hammered to place while still fresh, and as soon as the logs had dried, they'd shrunk. More than one of the amateur supports looked to have completely given out due to that very reason, though luckily the tunnel itself held stable. As they took turn after turn, passing through intersections, the oppressive darkness started to pull back. Whatever had inhabited these tunnels, or the depths itself, had hung crude oil lanterns on every second or third support. It was weak lighting that draped the tunnels in deep shadow. Luckily, his low-light vision was unaffected. Nothing would be able to hide itself in a patch of darkness to ambush them when they passed. Ducking under a support beam that had slumped, falling down to his chest height, Caius felt Explorer's toolkit twinge.
Wait,
"There's a trap," he said, stopping fast.
Got it,
Porkchop said, halting before he backed up to give Caius room. They'd figured out that one the hard way. Caius wasn't always successful at disabling the traps, and there'd been one time he'd almost gotten impaled by a spear trap when Porkchop had accidentally body-blocked him. He backed up, searching the area for any sign. His skill nudged him to the beam itself. Looking closer, careful to keep his distance, Caius failed to spot anything that jumped out to him as wrong. No tripwires, no pressure plates, nothing suspended above. He thought to himself. Whatever had said of his skill was either supremely well disguised, unlikely at this low of a layer, or it was hiding in plain sight. Activating Eagle Eye, Caius winced when he was suddenly inundated with visual information. He tampered down on the skill, reducing its effect until he no longer felt like the tunnel was spinning every time he shifted his footing.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 2.
He leaned back, taking a closer look at the support beam. There it was. The ceiling above was covered in a spiderweb of hair-fine cracks. The supports themselves were barely holding on, a fragile equilibrium held together by tension and pressure. The slightest touch could set it off. Glad he caught that. Health or no, a cave-in would have been disastrous. With no digging equipment, even if they survived, there was a high likelihood that they would have been doomed to a slow death of dehydration. With exceeding care, Caius ducked under the struts, making sure to avoid brushing up against the fragile beams.
Caius eyed the gap before looking at Porkchop. Luckily, there would be plenty of room, as long as his friend crawled on his stomach. The tunnel was plenty wide enough. It's the struts themselves. I'm pretty sure if you knock them, the ceiling will come down. So you'll probably have to crawl. Porkchop huffed, hunkering down to awkwardly drag his bulk across the floor as he grumbled the whole time. It was downright undignified. Caius suppressed a chuckle with his hand. "No laughing," Porkchop growled. "Matriarchs would have my hide if they knew a two-legged had seen me scuttle across the bloody floor." He trailed off in a barely heard mutter. Caius grinned at his friend. He knew that Porkchop had meant for him to hear the last part, or it never would have made it across the mental link that all greater beasts used instinctively. As they moved deeper into the biome, the traps grew more frequent. Some were similar to the cave-in trap, but more and more frequently, they started to be crafted things. Crude, with a savage viciousness, but definitely placed by thinking beings.
Log falls, rocks suspended by the roof that swung down at head level, spikes attached to springy lengths of wood and held in tension. Frequent enough that he managed to get another level in Explorer's Toolkit. Ding! Explorer's Toolkit has reached level 11. That surprised him. With how broad the skill was, it no longer received the full experience that Trap Sense once did. It was the problem with most legacy skills. Breadth was useful and worth the trade-off, but they grew slowly unless you went out of your way to engage with all of their aspects. No skill was perfect, though. Not even a legacy skill, and especially not at the low skill levels of an unclassed. Inevitably, Caius eventually missed one. They had been walking through the tunnels, having yet to see any sign of the caverns that usually held Depthsborn. The only warning he got was the faintest snap as his foot passed through a wire. Something slammed into the side of his chest, cracking his ribs. He fell to the ground with a gasp, clutching at the wound. Agony spread through him, clouding his mind. Porkchop yelped in surprise. His gaze snapped up, looking for unseen enemies. Ready to move, wound or no. All he saw was a rough wooden spike hanging in the middle of the tunnel. "I'm all right," he said, waving off Porkchop's concern. Ignoring the sharp pain in his ribs, he pushed himself up to his feet. Taking a mental grip on his health, he directed it to the wound, healing it faster. He still had no confidence in using the skill in battle. It took far too much concentration, but it was incredibly useful for situations such as this. Peering at the spike, he saw that someone had dug a tall and narrow slot in the stone wall of the tunnel. A tension-loaded spike trap jutted out from the opening. It had been hidden behind the profile of one of the struts, causing him to miss it entirely. He had less of an excuse for the snapped tripwire that now lay across the ground, a painful reminder that even skills didn't remove the need for him to focus. "We should slow down," Porkchop said, moving in to look at the hidden trap himself. "No, it was a careless mistake." Caius shook his head. "Let's keep moving." Porkchop gave him a concerned look, but didn't press the issue further. They moved on. After another quarter hour and several more traps, the tunnel started to open up. It was a cavern. Just as rough-hewn as the passage Caius looked in from, several trunk-sized logs haphazardly held up the ceiling. Caius ducked to the side of the tunnel, frantically gesturing at Porkchop to do the same. Inside, he could see a good dozen or so creatures huddling around a small fire. They were squat, green things, maybe as tall as his chest, covered in rustic leather and spun clothes. Jagged, dagger-like ears poked out from their heads, while cruel eyes were set deep into two sharp features. Each and every one of them held a wicked-looking blade. They were as foreign to Caius as anything. He'd never seen anything like them. Identify helped with that. Goblin Outcast, level 15.
Depthsborn, low race. Caius's eyes widened at the notification. Goblins? That was unexpected. He turned to Porkchop, frantically waving for his friend to move back down the way he came. Porkchop assented in silence, padding away as Caius followed close behind. Once they were at a safe enough distance to not be heard, Caius called for them to halt. Goblins! Never thought I would see one in my life. Well, not until I went north, that is, he said, still excited at the chance to see the creatures, even if they were notoriously vile things. Goblins? You know what these things are? Porkchop responded, curiously. Yeah, sort of like a northern boggart, he said. Porkchop made a noise of disgust. And this pleases you? Boggarts are a plague. Caius rolled his eyes. No, I know that. So are goblins.
It's just cool to see them, after having heard so many stories from my father about them. They were his favorite monster to use whenever I asked for a scary story as a kid. Apparently they live in the northern mountain ranges, supposed to be a major problem for the Stoneholds. I can imagine that if they are like boggarts. Apparently they are worse, Caius said. You know how boggarts inevitably flame out when a tribe gets too large. Porkchop grunted and gave Caius a short nod. Yeah, goblins don't. Imagine a boggart that was half as stupid, knew enough farming to just barely not starve, still bred like locusts, and had a tendency to fall under the banner of the biggest and meanest lump around. Caius chittered, gesturing wildly with excitement. Caius, none of that is a good thing. Yeah. He scratched his head. I know that. But it's still cool to see them. It's like seeing the Hiwian bloodstones. Barely anyone travels to the Stoneholds, and if you don't go there, you don't see goblins. Caius, focus. Do you know anything that will actually help us clear this biome? Or do you just know stories? Caius took a moment to think. Well, they're not much for building, as you can probably tell by the state of these shafts we've been exploring. But they do have a tendency to make use of anything they find. Apparently, whenever the dwarves lose one of their deep settlements, it gets turned into a warren. Caius trailed off. So, what you're trying to tell me is that there might just be a city of these things down here. Yes, Caius said after a moment. Great. Still better than undead. Porkchop pushed past him, striding towards the goblin camp with intention. Let's go. Chapter 47. A City Lost. The final goblin came at him with a feral squeal, swinging its rusted machete at him in a sloppy overhand blow. Caius parried, a father's gift knocking the short Depthsborn's blade away with a clang. The goblin was left open. He followed through. The point of Caius's sword punched right through its face with a spray of green blood. Ding! Level 15. Goblin outcast slain. He sneered in disgust as the creature went limp, sliding free from his sword with a wet schlick. It was the last one. The fight had been easy. Coming up to his chest, he had an immense reach advantage on the goblins, even before his longsword was factored in. Though, thanks to the tyranny of stats, they were still stronger than him. Everything he had fought for months had been stronger than him. It didn't matter all that much when the only way they had tried to leverage it was clumsy swings and wild swarm tactics. The goblins were about as good with their jagged machetes as he had expected after seeing their ramshackle weapons. Terrible. It had been all too easy to punish amateur swings with fatal ripostes. Caius turned to check on his friend, finding Porkchop licking one paw clean of blood. A pile of crushed corpses arrayed around him. Gross, he said, squirming at the sight of his friend happily enjoying goblin blood. What?
It's almost as good as jerky after all the undead. Caius shook his head.
Definitely still gross.
Porkchop huffed and went back to cleaning himself. Shaking his head, Caius moved towards the cook fire that was at the mining cavern's center. The goblins had been roasting some sort of beast over it. A massive rodent, judging by the head and tail. Frankly, it smelled delicious, especially after months of unsalted jerky and hastily cooked kills. He'd had a growing suspicion that the depths tried to make water and food readily available. Whatever the purpose of the arcane structure, its challenges weren't meant to include death by starvation or dehydration. Even so, he would have to be an idiot to eat the meat without checking it first. He used Identify. Roast rouse. Depths wrought item. A rouse that has been inexpertly roasted over an open fire. Partially scorched. At least it's salted. Ding! Identify has reached level 3. Salt. He was already moving. Snatching one of the legs of the roasted beast, he twisted it free with an uncomfortable crack. The fire hissed as stray juice sizzled on the hot coals below. Sinking his teeth into the leg, the meat scorched his mouth. He ignored the pain, moaning as salted meat practically melted in his mouth. Caius laughed into his food as Porkchop bolted over at seeing his reaction. His friend ripped his own leg free from the carcass, savaging it on the cavern floor. It's not gonna run away. Why? The bone crunched between Porkchop's jaws. Is. A chuck of meat came free with a snarl. This. He snapped it down. So good. Salt. Best thing ever discovered. Why haven't you been doing this? Your jerky sucks. I would if I could, buddy, Caius laughed. We don't have any. The jerky is pretty shitty. It's supposed to have salt. As he ate, Caius walked around the rough room that had been carved into the stone. The goblins had set up a number of tents, crude things of leather and cloth, barely remaining standing as their rickety frames of sticks threatened to collapse at a moment's notice. One of them did, when he accidentally brushed against it. He did find a barrel of water in one corner of the room. He refilled their water skins before they drank deeply from its reserves. They moved on, returning to the dark shafts that crisscrossed this biome. Almost immediately, they ran into more traps. The worst was a pitfall, a jagged pit carved into the floor of the passage, falling deep enough that he couldn't see its bottom with his low-light vision.
Ironically, the trap itself was incredibly poorly hidden.
A blatant hole in the floor, covered up with splintering slabs of wood. The problem came in crossing the pit. It was too wide to jump. While the planks looked sturdy enough that he could edge his way over them if he was slow, Porkchop would have smashed right through them. It had taken carefully stacking the planks until they were 4 thick, and some very careful steps to get his friend across. Even then, every creak of wood had sent Caius's heart leaping into his throat. Once they left the pitfall behind, it wasn't long before they noticed something different. The tunnel ahead opened into what could only be called a corridor. So unlike the haphazard excavation of the goblins, this tunnel was smooth, clean. Perfectly spaced metal supports holding up the room with geometric perfection. Every third section between the supports was carved in massive, intricate reliefs that stretched from floor to ceiling. The ones he could see depicted stout figures in impressively thick armor, fighting off hordes of strange beasts for which he had no name. "This is dwarven," Caius said, running his hands along the perfectly smooth walls. They weren't manufactured. It had been cut directly into the stone with a jeweler's precision. "You sure? It's the depths, not like it has to reflect your stories." "I know, but this matches up with everything I have ever heard of them. Plus, look at the art. Those are definitely dwarves. Wherever this leads,
I bet it's going to take us to at least one champion, he said with conviction. They moved in cautiously. Well lit by yellow-white glowing crystals embedded in the ceiling, the path was as straight as an arrow and up ever so slightly to their left. Looking both ways down the path, Caius saw that the upwards route seemed to open up far, far in the distance. He activated Eagle Eye. There was something there.
He couldn't quite tell what it was, not even with the added acuity of this skill. But there was something. An open space, and large. Though with the distance and angle he could tell little more than that.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 3.
They moved. Caius was careful to keep an eye out for traps, but there didn't seem to be any. Every so often another butchered entrance was hacked into the perfect stone of the passage, showing where the goblins had added their inferior work. Reaching the end, Caius's jaw dropped. Shock rooted him to the spot. He'd known the cavern was going to be large, maybe even as large as the original Blue Grove. He hadn't expected this. The passage breached the wall of a truly immense cavern. They were halfway up, exiting onto a thin platform of carved stone. Off to the side, a narrow staircase was embedded in the cavern wall, offering passage to the floor far below. "Impossible," Caius said. Porkchop was silent, simply standing and staring. It put the Blue Grove to shame, large enough to fit the sizable corpse of trees a dozen times over, at least. A city dominated the center of the open cavern. Stacked like a wedding cake, every layer of the city rose higher than the one before it, growing more and more opulent and intricately carved as they went. It seemed to be made from one seamless piece, the entire place apparently carved whole cloth from the bedrock. Fields surrounded its fortress-like walls, a massive suspended crystal illuminating endless regimented fields of mushrooms and other, more exotic fungus. Caius's eyes flicked to the walls of the cavern. They were as glassy smooth as every other piece of dwarven construction. They'd carved it. Carved the whole place out of the bedrock, city and all. It was insanity. Porkchop broke the silence first.
Caius, I know it will hurt, but you need to use your skill to scout the city for us. If that place is swarming with goblins, we need to leave.
We'll be overwhelmed the moment they spot us. He tore his eyes away from the vista in front of him, giving Porkchop a nod. Moving to the edge of the ledge, he lay down on his stomach, facing the city. It was a sheer drop to the cavern floor, one he had no chance of surviving if he fell. With the vertigo he got from Eagle Eye, he didn't want to risk it. Focusing on the city, he amped up his skill, wincing as everything in sight was thrown into sharp relief. Not enough. It was more detailed, but he could still barely make anything out. He pushed the skill to full power, groaning as ice picks of pain hammered their way into the back of his orbits. Pushing through the pain, he swept his eyes over the city.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 4.
Immediately, he could see the flaws in the city. It was dirty, war-torn. Everything was smudged in a layer of grime. The desiccated bodies of slain armored dwarves filled the streets, and the stone that wasn't cracked was worn away.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 5.
His eyes burned, forcing him to blink so that he could continue to scout. The mental load was worse. His mind felt like an overstretched water skin, every second forcing it closer and closer to bursting. From what he was seeing, it was worth it. Porkchop was right. The place was absolutely crawling with feral goblins. Though, thanks to his skill, he could tell that they were distributed in a decidedly unnatural way.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 6.
While he had no way to see into the many buildings,
From the squat green figures he could see wandering the streets and lounging on roofs, they seemed to be bunched together. Groups of 30 or so were milling about, going about their day, but there would be streets between them and the next. If they were careful, they should be able to deal with them section by section, hopefully without causing enough of a ruckus to bring a whole horde down on their heads.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 7.
Another notification dinged in his mind. With each one, his eyes strained just a little less, his migraine slowly reducing. Barely. He still felt like he was getting smashed over the head with a hammer. Sweeping his eyes across the city, he looked for signs of champions. At the end of the day, that was what they were here for. He found the first likely candidate quickly. The bastard wasn't even in the city, but in the fungal fields outside. Standing out like a sore thumb, a mounted warrior prowled amongst the spread-out common goblins who wandered the rows of crops. Garbed in cruelly spiked leather armor, the goblin sat astride a massive, wolf-like creature. It was a champion, no two ways about it.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 8.
The second one was near a massive set of stairs that lead up to the second tier of the city. Lording over some sort of mustering grounds, it stood head and shoulders above the rest of its kind. Of course, being head and shoulders above a goblin probably meant it was only as tall as he was, but the creature's bare chest was laden with muscle. Halfway up the city, there was some sort of open-air temple, a square of freestanding pillars surrounding a wide altar at the center of a massive pavilion. A goblin stood tall on the raised stone, waving a staff through the air as it led its fellows through some sort of ceremony.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 9.
He found nothing else until he reached the top of the pyramidal tiered city. A flat, paved courtyard dominated the highest level, surrounded by a low wall with a statue depicting a stout warrior at its center. Something massive stomped across its surface, dragging a club as big as he was behind it. Caius blanched. Hulking and hideous, it was a fearsome sight to behold. There was no way that was a champion. No. The massive circle of glowing runes carved into the courtyard surface gave away its true identity. They'd finally found a guardian. Chapter 48. Target-Rich Environment. Lying down on the ledge that overlooked the depths recreation of a lost dwarven city, Caius focused his gaze on the creature that lounged at its highest heights. He had to know more. Eagle Eye had more to give, but his eyes already felt like he was trying to look through vinegar. The less that was said about his headache, the better. It was a guardian. He knew it. With how little success that they had had searching for the one in the overgrown caves, it was most likely to be the one they were destined to face. Learning as much as he could about the beast was vital, even if it would be agonizing. He further released the grip he had held on Eagle Eye since he had received the skill. The guardian slammed into full relief. The visual detail felt like a branding iron burning its way into his skull. Caius choked back a scream, grinding his teeth together with a creak.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 10.
The level up brought the faintest hint of relief, like a single one of the 1,000 blacksmiths who pounded on his temples had gotten bored and stopped. Previously, he had only been able to tell the scale of the beast by comparing it to the pillars and statues that dotted the ritual plaza at the top of the city. In turn, they were roughly the same height as some of the smaller buildings situated on the previous tier of the city.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 11.
The guardian came up to roughly half of the column's height. Considering that the small buildings in the richly ornate city quarter below were 3 stories tall, the guardian must have been easily thrice Caius's height.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 12. An escalating stab of pain caused Caius to scrunch his eyes closed with a groan. Caius, your eyes, Porkchop said. Huh? Caius wiped at the tears that had been pooling. Pulling his hand back, he saw they were streaked in red. He saw every line in his palm.
The way the surface tension of his blood pulled it in narrow lines down the minute channels. Caius frowned. I should have noticed my health draining, he muttered through the fugue of the mental load of his skill. It had activated, he realized. Even now, it was suffusing his eyes, fixing the damage his skill was doing. It was minute, a small enough trickle that he hadn't noticed it through the tidal wave of visual information he was being inundated with. He shook his head, turning back to the Guardian. This was important. If the drain on his health was this low, it wasn't doing any serious harm. It didn't even come close to outstripping his regeneration. Pain was just free training for rapid adaptation anyway. Maybe you should take a break, Porkchop said, looking at him with concern. No, Caius shook his head. I'm fine. It's good training. Give me another minute or two and I'll tell you what I've learned. Turning back to the dwarven fortress city, Caius refocused his gaze on the Guardian, letting his skill ramp back up to full power. The immediate spike of pressure in his head drawing a wince from him. Bound in rippling muscle, the creature's skin was thick and craggly. Not quite scaled, but it still looked like it would turn a blade as well as any leather armor. Now, in full detail, the club it wielded was clearly a rough-hewn tree trunk, slightly whittled down to a grip at one end. Crude spikes had been hammered in. It was a savage thing, something that would paste him in a single blow. He doubted even heavy plate would do much. He'd seen it like before, but never so large. Some kind of troll or ogre. His only encounter had been from a distance, when a lesser cousin of the Guardian had wandered down from the mountains that cut off the deep sea from the rest of the forest. Father had said it must have been starving, as they usually avoided areas of low mana. He still remembered the way his father had dismantled it,
carving it to pieces as it tried to squash him with a boulder that must have weighed as much as an ox. Bloody thing had taken hours to die, even after it had spent its health. Caius doubted the Guardian would be any different.
Ding! Eagle Eye has reached level 13.
Now that he was paying attention, he felt the drain on his health ramping up with every second he kept his skill at full strength. It had dipped notably with his level up, as had the throbbing ache in his head, but it wasn't enough to outstrip the damage he was accumulating. He needed to finish up his scouting fast. He focused on the Guardian, trying to identify it. It took a force of will for him to get the skill to work. While the skill's description didn't mention a distance limit, it seemed to have one all the same, spiking his agony as he stretched the skill. With a ding, a notification sprung into his face. Level, quote-unquote, ding, identify has reached level 4. Ding, identify has reached level 5. Ding, Eagle Eye has reached level 14. Ding, rapid adaptation has reached level 18. The backlash hit him, driving into his brain like an iron spike in spite of his pain resistance. Caius let out a cry of pain, slamming his eyes shut. He tried to tamper Eagle Eye back down to a manageable level, but he struggled to focus through the fugue of his overworked mind. Even with his eyes closed, he could see the trace amounts of light shining through his lids, highlighting the delicate blood vessels that spiderwebbed through the delicate membrane.
Caius, that's enough! Turn off the skill!
Porkchop growled in concern, nosing at him.
I'm trying,
Caius ground out, gritting his teeth. He reached out again, strangling his skill, damping the overwhelming sensations. Slowly, ever so slowly, his vision dimmed,
reducing to a level where he no longer felt like every slight flick of his eyes would make him throw up. Sighing in relief, he pushed himself up, shuffling back from the edge of the ledge. Okay, that didn't exactly go how I wanted it to, but I learned a lot.
Didn't exactly go how you wanted it to? Caius, you look like you had gotten into a staring match with a basilisk. Eyes should not bleed like that, Porkchop said, punctuating his last sentence by nipping Caius in the ear. Ow! He slapped his friend away. Stop that. Gruesome or not, I barely lost any health, got the answer to your question, and leveled the skill more in a handful of minutes than I could have otherwise in a week. It was worth it. It better have been, Porkchop said. What did you see? Well, Caius smiled. There are a fucking lot of goblins. That's it? I'll have your hide if that's all you saw. Porkchop swatted at him with faux anger. Caius laughed. Just kidding. There are a bunch, but they're spread out. Distant enough that we should be able to deal with one group without bringing another down on their heads. Caius slung his pack off, pulling a waterskin and rag free to dab at his blood-stained face. Oh, and I could see what I'm almost certain were 3 champions, he said, shooting Porkchop a grin. Porkchop froze, his ears perking up. Loot? Yeah, buddy, loot. That's not all. There's a bloody guardian, I'm almost sure of it. Porkchop stilled, looking at him intently. You're sure? Almost certain, Caius nodded. Big fucker. Some sort of ogre or troll with a massive club right at the very top of the city. Probably ridiculously strong and durable, but there are much, much worse matchups. Besides, who knows how long it would take us to find another one? This city must be almost all of this biome. Others might need us to search for months. Porkchop grumbled. There are also much easier matchups. An ogre, even one that didn't overlevel us, is more than strong enough to crush us with a single swing. Better than something too fast for us to land a hit on.
I'm sure we'll be faster than it. Besides, we have over a year until I get my class and you evolve. At the very least, it will be a good backup if we can't find anything better, he said, mopping at the red that streaked his face. This is true. Now, Caius clapped his hands. The first champion candidate is outside the city. There's a bunch of fields of mushrooms down there, but most are pretty spread out. The one we're looking for is riding on some sort of wolf thing. He's got a spear, but he's pretty lightly armored. I think if we can kill the mount, he should be pretty easy to deal with. What do you say? Time to get some more loot? Porkchop shot to his feet. Yes, let's go already, he said, rushing over to the wide stone steps that were carved into the side of the cavern. Hey, wait up! And be careful on those stairs. If you slip, you're toast, Caius said, rushing after his friend. The walk down to the mushroom fields had been treacherous. While the stairs were wide and had more than enough space for both of them to walk abreast, they were glassy smooth. Without a railing to protect them from going over the edge, a single misstep would have been enough to do them in. Every time Caius looked to the left over the yawning drop to the floor below, his head swam. He'd never exactly been bad with heights, but walking next to an open drop that steep was enough to set anyone's teeth on edge. Porkchop had it worse, his weight distribution getting the best of him. Fur-covered paws got little traction on the polished stone, and every step threatened to send him tumbling to his death. Every long stride was taken at a snail's pace, slowing their descent to a crawl. As they walked every now and then, Caius would intensify Eagle Eye a little, scanning for the mounted goblin champion. It roamed around the mushroom fields, and a little headache and vertigo was more than worth keeping track of its movements. Eventually, though, they reached the bottom. As soon as they hit the loamy soil, Porkchop dived forwards, burying himself snout deep in the damp earth.
Ground! Sweet, sweet ground, Porkchop all but moaned. Caius himself wasn't much better, taking a seat next to his friend. I feel you, he muttered, giving Porkchop a scratch. We should get moving, though. The champion is still relatively close. If we can help it, I would like to avoid fighting our way through a city's worth of farmland. Huffing in acceptance, Porkchop took the opportunity to get one last roll in the dirt. Caius shook his head at his friend's antics. The pair set off, heading in the direction that Caius had last seen the mounted goblin. The fungal crops were strange things. Set in neat rows were a dizzying array of mushrooms. Most were a motley collection of standard caps, ranging from ankle height all the way to coming up to his mid-thigh. Their colors were just as diverse. Browns, grays, and tans were the most common colors, but others were a stark red or brilliant blue. A rare few did not fit this mold. Strange clusters of ear-like growth sending out plumes of glittering dust. Striking knots of twisted tendrils writhing slowly as they passed. It was heaven for training Identify. Every third fungus seemed to be something new, pushing his skill to new heights. Unfortunately, eventually his growth tapered off as he ran into less and less unique specimens. Much to Caius's disappointment, none of the mushrooms were alchemical reagents. If they had, such a wealth of resources could have provided an extremely valuable source of renewable wealth if they were able to map a path back to the biome from the world above. At the very least, he could have used Explorer's Toolkit to flesh out their supplies with some much-needed poultices. Thankfully, neither were any of them toxic or poisonous. They were farms, in truth, filled with a dizzying array of edible varieties.
At the very least, they would be eating well while they cleared out the city. Despite what it looked like from above, the cavern floor wasn't perfectly flat. As they traversed across the fields in search of the champion, they walked up and down gentle rises and dips. It was after summiting one such rise, slightly taller than most, that they spotted their quarry. Maybe a few hundred strides away, the mounted goblin stalked through the fungal fields. Caius put his hand up, gesturing for Porkchop to halt. After months of cooperation, his friend complied without hesitation, training his sight to where Caius was looking. Caius ratcheted up Eagle Eye, bringing the champion into greater focus. The beast the goblin rode looked like it would come up to his chest. While he'd originally told Porkchop that it looked like a wolf, that was only true in the most twisted and nightmarish sense. Its head was blocky and thick, features twisted with a sick malevolence. Bulky muscle covered its thin frame, almost looking to painfully yank at its joints. The goblin wasn't much better. Sitting high in its saddle, its eyes scythed over the fields, looking at distant laboring goblins with a cruel sneer on its face. It was garbed in light-studded leather and held a long, barbed spear, one that looked better designed for maiming than it did striking true killing blows. He relayed what he saw to Porkchop, his friend growling low in his chest as he squared off against the far-off champion. Caius felt it too, the familiar heat in his blood, the way his concerns and fears dampened. It was a rush like nothing else, knowing that the only thing that stood between him and a gruesome end was his skill, timing, and ability. He couldn't wait. Chapter 49. Keikaku means plan. Caius lay flat, the soft earth of the fungal farms dampening his clothes ever so slightly. Porkchop had hunkered down next to them. He peered over the peak of a soft rise in the fields, staring at the mounted goblin champion that prowled a couple hundred long strides away. Their walk here had been uneventful. Only the dizzying array of mushrooms and the odd goblin laborer had interrupted their journey. Now he watched the champion, tried to learn as much as he could, before he dived headfirst into fraught confrontation once more. Up close, he got a much better look at the depthsborn. Unlike some of the others that he saw in the city, this one was not much larger than the common laborers they had mowed through in the fields. Its spear looked just as mean as it had before, but it was also long, more of a pike or a lance than a weapon meant for dueling. Its mount, the cruel, wolf-looking creature, was smaller than he expected. Viciously muscled it may have been, the creature looked like it would match him shoulder to shoulder. By no means an easy fight, but far smaller than the Dreadclaw had been. Barely taller than Porkchop, though his friend almost certainly had more mass. It was garbed in thick leather barding, armoring its side, back, and chest. He used Identify, first on the goblin, and then on its mount. Goblin Outrider, level 25. Champion, Depthsborn, Cavalry, Low Race. Warg, level 22. Depthsborn, Beast, Mount, Elite. Ding! Identify has reached level 16. Caius gave the skill notification a quick look. Inspecting the massive variety of mushrooms in the fields had been amazing for its growth. He shoved it to the back of his mind, turning his attention back to the Outrider. The champion itself glowed in the sight of his sense mana, the aura giving away its empowered might. He'd started to get more comfortable with the skill, more used to the constant ghostly presence of the mystic world. He hoped that this time he would be able to make use of it in the fight, capitalize on the information it provided, much like he had under the influence of the psychopathic assault tonic. Caius ducked back down, hiding behind the hill once more as he turned to Porkchop. "It's a champion, all right," he whispered, shuffling away from the rise. "Only the goblin, though. Its mount is something called a warg, level 22. It's a short thing, barely taller than the rest of the goblins. With how long its spear is, I think it would be an easy fight if we can knock it from the saddle." Porkchop acknowledged him with a flick of his ears, crawling forward on his belly to get his own look at the mounted duo. He shimmied back a moment later. "I can take the warg, easy. Leather will not protect it from my new claws." Caius nodded. His friend was right. While Porkchop's new ring was most likely designed for a humanoid pugilist, its savagery was amplified in his friend's hands. His long, digging claws had hardened to the point they acted more like sharpened steel daggers, and they had been tearing through leather-armored goblins with ease. Its biggest advantage is mobility, and its ability to use its lance. I think I should bait it into a charge while you lie in wait here, hidden behind the hill. Once it's committed and summiting the peak, you pounce on the warg, Caius said, tracing a loose diagram in the dirt. Porkchop looked at his drawing, flicking his ears in agreement. "I'm ready when you are," he said, backing up and bracing himself to charge at the slightest provocation. Caius nodded, taking a moment to breathe, stoking the heat that bubbled just below the surface. His heart raced, blood rushing to his extremities. He was ready. Jumping to his feet, he drew his sword and stomped to the top of the hill. Stern eyes locked on the champion, boring into them. "Hey, short stuff!" he yelled. "Get your ass over here!" The champion snapped its gaze over to him, sneering in disgust. The warg it was mounted on snarled, a low, crackling rumble rolling across the fields of mushrooms between them. "Yeah, that's right. You and your half-drowned rat of a warg," Caius continued. The goblin screamed something indecipherable at him. They must have been quite the mix of obscenities, because even from half a field away, Caius could see veins bulging on its face. The Outrider lowered its spear, training its point towards him. A slight kick of its legs, and the warg ran, kicking up plumes of dirt, pulping delicate mushrooms in its furious charge. Gods, it was fast. Ding! You have challenged a champion, Goblin Outrider. Caius suddenly questioned the wisdom of standing directly in front of a champion's cavalry charge.
He braced himself, bringing his sword up, ready to block or deflect the goblin's spear if he wasn't fast enough to dodge. At the halfway mark, he saw the goblin's aura pulse, flaring with magical potency. "Shit! Porkchop, get ready! It's using some sort of skills," Caius said, his eyes widening at the sight. "Ready!" his friend called silently through their link, avoiding making any sound that could give away his hidden presence. Magical energy suffused the goblin's mount. Despite already moving at a full sprint, it suddenly sped up more, nearly doubling the speed of its charge. It barely took a second for the outrider to cross the rest of the distance between them. The warg launched itself towards him in a final leap, the savage spear point of its rider trained directly on Caius's chest. There was no way he was going to be able to parry the blow. There was too much speed, too much weight behind it. Even if he managed, it would do little to stop him being trampled. He dove. The champion reacted instantly, shifting its spear to track his movement. The barbed point clipped Caius on the pauldron, sending him spinning through the air, the heavy blow nearly knocking his sword from his hand. He hit the ground, hard. A groan slipped free, health rushing to his aching shoulder. Heavy metal plates on the joint had saved it from a fracture, but it still hurt. He rolled to his feet, moving to dodge any follow-up attempts. Looking back to the outrider, it scowled at him, the momentum of its charge carrying it forward. The impact had rattled the goblin, loosening the grip it held on its warg's saddle. There would be no more attacks until it was ready to charge once again. The champion and its mount continued over the hill, readying themselves for another pass. Caius returned the goblin's hateful sneer with a grin of his own. Their plan had worked. Porkchop struck.
With a bellowing challenge, Porkchop leapt for the pair. Thick claws raked the warg's side as Porkchop lunged for the goblin champion. The warg stumbled, nearly unseating its rider as it wheeled on the new aggressor. In an impressive display of agility, it returned Porkchop's assault with a swipe of its own, raking him across the chest. Roaring at Porkchop, the warg lunged towards his friend's throat, trying to take a bite. The outrider yanked on its mount's reins, pulling itself firmly back into the saddle. It righted the beast with a jab of its serrated knife-like spurs. The warg yelped in agony, jumping away from Porkchop as it ran away. The goblin brought its mount back under control, slowly turning for another charge. Caius frowned. They had to try again. If they let the outrider dictate the pace of engagement, it would whittle them down with charges. Besides, Porkchop had almost no defense against a lance thrust. Worse, the goblin had to have another skill. Caius wanted the champion dismounted before it had a chance to use it. "What now?" Porkchop said, frantic as he scrambled closer to Caius. "Wait." Caius held his hand up to stop his friend. "Stay behind the hill. We try again." "Caius, it already knows what we're trying to do." "Doesn't matter. It still needs to come off the saddle," he said, voice stony. "Best chance we have is if it can't see you. It won't know where you were waiting." Porkchop growled, but moved back out of sight of the champion once more. Speeding up from a trot, the outrider began to race towards Caius once more. His gaze sharpened on the rapidly approaching champion, surrounding distractions forgotten. No fluctuations in its aura. It wasn't using a skill this time. Yet. The goblin stared at him with undisguised aggression and hate, thin lips peeling back to reveal densely clustered needle-like teeth. It lowered its spear, training it on him. Caius screwed his feet into the earth, finding his grip. Ready to dive at the last moment. He had to time it right. Last time he'd been a second too early. Given the goblin time to adjust, he couldn't afford another hit. Now.
He threw himself to the side, away from the encroaching barbed spearhead that had been rushing towards his chest. The goblin's aura pulsed, its spear flaring with light. With unnatural speed and grace, the spear shifted, setting itself back on course. Caius blanched. No way to dodge. Didn't have the footing. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his blade into the spear thrust, just barely managing to shift it away from his chest. The barbed spear point bound his blade, ripping it free from his hands and sending it spinning into the dirt. Jagged metal raked the side of his ribs, catching the edge of his scales, tearing through the chain and soft flesh below. Caius let out a scream at the mutilation. The mounted outrider cackled in glee, yanking on its reins. With preternatural agility, the warg skidded to a halt, whirling towards Caius. It pounced, flying with outstretched claws and a low roar. Death approached. Caius dove to the side, ignoring the hot blood that poured from his side. Porkchop slammed into the airborne warg, driving it onto the ground, prone. The goblin rider screamed in fury, tumbling free of its saddle. Porkchop laid into the warg in a whirlwind of snapping teeth and sharp claws. Caius trusted his friend to do his part. He only had eyes for the grounded outrider. Already on its feet, it screamed at its mount, tried to kick it to its feet, only to jump back hastily when Porkchop's claws sailed within a finger length of its face. Backing up, it trained its hate on Caius. Bringing its pike up to hold with both hands, it charged. Shoving the pain of his savage ribs into a box guarded by rapid adaptation, he lunged for his sword. Swiping it off the ground, he swept out with a hasty parry, forcing away the goblin's stab. He'd been right. On the ground, the weapon was unwieldy,
Hard for the diminutive goblin to control. "You're mine now, you little shit." Caius grinned at the goblin. It hissed back in response.
"Drak, gruska roknar, nuk vorgal," the outrider spat. The words meant nothing to Caius, save that their guttural, tortured syllables grated against his ears. Regardless of what the goblin said, it was filled with rage. Every word choked out, mangled by jaws designed more for the tearing of flesh than civilized speech. To his right, Caius could see Porkchop savaging the warg with primal ferocity. Like they had anticipated, the mount's leather barding did little to protect it from the cutting fury of Porkchop's claws. It still tried to give as good as it got, getting its feet under it to launch itself for Porkchop's throat. Caius slowly backed away from the fighting beasts, drawing the outrider with him. The goblin jabbed at him with its spear. They were slow strikes, the goblin poorly suited to controlling the weapon's obscene length without the height and power of a charge behind it. Caius smiled. Whatever benefit it had held from its weapon's reach was long gone. It was on his turf now. He doubted it would be able to keep up.
Chapter 50. Duels. Caius circled the goblin champion at the summit of one of the slight hills that rolled over the fungal farms. Every few seconds it would test him, lunging forwards with a clumsy stab of its pike. Caius would dance back, happy to take the time to let his ribs heal before he fully committed to an assault. Behind him he could hear Porkchop in full-blown battle with the dismounted goblin's warg. Their extended tussle had moved to the base of the hill, after a particularly successful tackle on Porkchop's part had sent them rolling down its slope in a blur of claws and teeth. He knew his friend would come out on top. He already would have called for him if there was any true risk of something going awry. Caius parried another of the outrider's thrusts. He felt the itching heat die down on his ribs as the flesh finished reknitting itself. He checked his resources. Resources. Health, 246 over 300. 2 per minute. Stamina, 184 over 200, 2 per minute. Mana, 140 over 140, 2 per minute. The drain had stopped. Though he was surprised at how little it had taken to heal the wound, it had felt like his entire side had been flayed. Though, looking at that weapon, that's no real surprise, he thought, staring at the blood-stained barbs that lined the spear point's edges. Thrusting again, the outrider screamed in fury when Caius parried its blow once more.
Vrak, Gruzkar Gul Snar mi Vok.
Caius shot the goblin a taunting grin. Whatever it tried to say was strangled in a furious cry. It launched forwards with a thrust. Smashing the stab aside, Caius snapped out with his offhand, grabbing the weapon by the haft just below its stride-long blade. Before the goblin could process the move, Caius yanked, sending it stumbling towards him. He returned the goblin's aggression with a stab of his own. Enchanted steel was sharpened further by Warforged, cleanly punching through the goblin's studded leather armor to bury itself deep in the goblin's chest. Green blood erupted from the outrider's mouth, spilling down to stain the front of its armor. Caius pulled his sword free. The goblin's aura pulsed. Its hand snaked for its back, ripping free a curved knife the length of Caius's forearm. It stabbed, glowing in the sight of sense mana. He tried to parry, still holding his sword with a single hand. The blade seemed to glide around his defense, somehow warping the path of his blade. No way to avoid it, not if he wanted to keep up the pressure. He leaned on adamant body, twisting at the last moment to protect his vitals. With unnatural luck, the long knife found a gap in his armor, sinking into the side of his stomach. Pain flared, quickly locked away by rapid adaptation. Blood filled free, staining gleaming scales red. Ding! Adamant body has reached level 12. Roaring in fury, Caius yanked on the goblin's pike, pulling it forward. The knife shoved deeper into his stomach. He ignored it in favor of driving his knee deep into the champion's own. The goblin gasped, dropping its weapon. Caius tossed the pike to the side, laying into the goblin's jaw with a heavy haymaker. It stumbled, stunned by the shock of the swing. Caius stepped back, the goblin's knife still planted in his stomach. Gritting his teeth, he ripped it free, tossing it behind him out of the goblin's reach. He charged back in, swinging his sword in an upwards diagonal slice. Shaking itself free of its daze, the champion danced back, avoiding its swing. It pulled free another knife from a sheath on its back, tossing it to his dominant hand with a hiss. Caius refused to give the outrider a moment to breathe, rushing in with a flurry of tight swings. Unburdened by its burdensome polearm, the goblin was an agile demon. It danced around his swings, cutting parries, shunting his sword away. It wasn't entirely successful. A growing number of cuts rent through its leather armor, wounds staining its torso a dark green.
Even if it was nominally stronger than him, Caius had the advantage of height and reach, and a knife was a poor matchup for a longsword.
Screeching, the outrider dove in, mana flashing. Its knife found an impossible hole in his guard, leaving a deep cut on his thigh. Caius transferred his weight to his other leg. If he collapsed due to an injury to the muscle, the goblin would be on him in seconds. He forced it back with a heavy chop, giving his leg precious seconds to heal. A test of his weight. It was agonizing, but it would still support him. A lunge sent a lance of agony through the wound. The goblin parried his stab, shunting his sword away from its face. He punched through its shoulder instead. Ripping his blade free, Caius transitioned into a slash. The goblin hissed, slipping under his attack to stab at his chest. Caius pivoted, slapping the knife aside and punishing the attempt with a cleave, attempting to force it back. The goblin took the blow head-on, a father's gift cutting deep into its torso, revealing its ribs. Another pulse of magical potency, the champion's knife glowing with internal light. Caius pivoted on his lead foot,
leaning away from the strike. The cruel blade kissed his arm, parting flesh with a light cut. A trickle of red spilled free. For the first time, the goblin's power hadn't left a grievous wound in its wake. Barely a scratch. Caius's mind raced. He still didn't know how to block the skill. It slipped past parries and blocks with ease, finding chinks in his armor where none should be. Yet it seemed that even if it all but guaranteed a wound, he could still lessen the wounds he was destined to take. A weakness. Something he could punish. He booted the goblin in the chest, interrupting its follow-up slash and forcing it back. With a roar, he drew his sword up high, bringing it down in a crushing blow. The champion blocked. Steel rang as height and reach was forced to contend with the simple power of higher stats.
Defense holding strong, the goblin spat at him, green-tinged spittle landing on Caius's cuirass. Heaving, the goblin broke their bind. Forcing Caius's attack to the side, aura flashed again. Another destined wound. Caius lunged towards it, forcing the blow to skitter over his shoulder. The knife slipped through layered steel plates, cutting into the meat of the joint. Barely a flesh wound, Caius ignored the blip of pain to whirl his sword around, burying his own blade into the champion's outstretched arm. The honed edge sliced through flesh before glancing off the bone. The outrider screamed, yanking its knife free to jump back, out of the range of Caius's sword. Behind them, Caius could hear Porkchop's confrontation with the warg still going strong, bestial roars echoing across the field. From the ragged sound of the warg's pants, Porkchop seemed to be winning. Caius grinned. He'd need to pick up the pace. No way was he going to lose to that overgrown furball. Heart racing in violent anticipation, Caius rushed in. He flowed into a seamless assault of flashing steel and perfectly timed footwork. Every blow had his full weight behind it, shifting into a style that maximized the momentum of his swings. Ringing clashes sounded, the goblin straining against his heavy blows, its arms quaking. This was it. This was what battle was about. Seeing your foes driven before you, superior strength rendered useless in the face of greater technique. The goblin might have been stronger than him, faster than him. It wasn't enough. He was too tall, too practiced. Dismounted and reduced to using an overgrown utensil, it couldn't leverage its strengths. Reduced to relying on a single skill in order to even put up a fight. Every ringing clash drove the goblin's feet deep into the tilled earth, forcing it back step by grinding step. He could see the clench in its jaw, the way its slit pupils widened with every descending slash. It was afraid. He could taste it. He fell into the full embrace of the heat of battle, feeling his blood sing. It used its skill. He slapped the blade aside, taking a cut to his palm. A pommel strike crushed the goblin's orbit in turn, caving in its eye. Another weakness. He pressed the new blind spot. Dazed from the heavy blow, the goblin barely managed to ward off his follow-up slash. Another torn rent opened on its chest, weeping green blood. It was shaking now, sweating, gulping down air. No stamina, Caius realized. It was faltering. Aura flared again, quickly sputtering out as the magic of the skill failed to transfer to the outrider's weapon. Caius let out a savage grin. It seems the ability didn't just make use of mana. The goblin had drained itself dry. He pressed the assault. More and more wounds began to accumulate on the champion, its defense flagging as exhaustion began to set in. Without the bolstering of stamina, the toll of smashing aside the swings of his blade grew heavy. Glee rose within Caius,
watching the way its arms began to quake. With every cut, both deep and shallow, the outrider's health was slowly overwhelmed. Spread thin in an attempt to heal all wounds equally, Caius never let up, not even for a moment, never giving it a second to recuperate. With a strangled cry of rage, the goblin heaved, forcing away his sword with a clang. It dove in, desperate to turn the tide. Caius punched out, smashing it in the jaw with his hilt. A follow-up boot to the chest forced it back. He heard a howl, full of bloodlust, quickly followed by a frenzied whine of pain. Porkchop was winning. The sound made his blood song heighten. They made a good pair. A friend who knew the joy of spitting in the face of possibility and knew the savage glee of striking down those that should have been their betters. Caius thrust. The outrider parried. The knife gave it little leverage. A father's gift sunk into its chest. The goblin let out a wheeze, blood foaming from its mouth.
It still fought on, futile as he thought it may be. It staggered back, blood pouring from its many wounds. Shaking, almost listless, as its final hate-filled eye bored deep into him. Caius returned the stare with an intensity of his own, making his gruesome satisfaction clear. A whine of despair came from behind him, followed by a savage crack and the sound of tearing flesh. He heard Porkchop snarl his victory, announcing his domination of the warg. Caius scowled. His friend had beat him. Unacceptable. No matter, his fun was drawing to a close. He stepped forwards, the goblin trying to ward him off with a messy slash of its knife. Its body was failing it. Blood spilled free from a dozen deep rents in its flesh, and a myriad smaller cuts. A slab of its chest hung free, revealing grisly muscle and exposed ribs. Caius had no doubt, even if he left it, the champion would expire of its wounds on its own. He would not be denied satisfaction. Another snarl of fury. Caius heard his friend charging in from behind him. His hand flung out. "No! You had your fun. This one is mine." His voice was unyielding. Porkchop hissed. "Fine. Yours by right." His tone was clipped. Understanding, but in no way